TireRack.com, Champ Car Endurance Series brings real affordable endurance road racing to you on North America's most prestigious road courses. With live flag-to-flag coverage of America's best grassroots motorsports racing, AutoZone presents ChampCar.Live. Hello, everyone, and welcome to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. This weekend's race, it's the Pittsburgh Grand Prix at Pittsburgh International Race Complex. I'm Paul Veltum, along with Bill Strong and Tiffany Alexander, bringing you full-length race coverage again this weekend.
So let's take a look at Pittsburgh International Race Complex, courtesy of Google Earth 3D. There we can see the garages just off to the left, pit lane as well to the left. As we head down the front straightaway into turn one, there we can see the right-hander that takes you back out onto the north course. We're going to head on to the south course as we're running the full course this weekend. There's the blend line you can see coming out of the pits as teams will head into turn two and down the straightaway here for the south course. And then through turns 3 and 4 into the lowest part of the racetrack, also known as Coyote Gulch, as they go through turn 5, an uphill right-hander with a blind exit. Continuing on to turn 6, and then teams will continue down through this straight section leading on to turn 7, which is the setup for some of the most enjoyable part of the racetrack, this complex series of S's, right, left, right again, taking them onto turn 11, which brings them out back onto the north course, that newly constructed portion of the racetrack. Again, another series of S's, and then cars will begin gathering speed as they head down towards turn 15. Long straightaway along the back, to a very fast turn 16, and then it's into the carousel. Through turn 17 and 18, off to the left there as the track begins to really open up, and the kink turn 19, taking them back out onto the front straightaway here at Pittsburgh International Race Complex, 2.8 miles in length, 19 corners. Let's take a lap around the track with track instructor Jack Neff.
Actually, let's not say that we did, because we've done that for the last 4 years. So we're going to skip over that part. But welcome, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. And we are at Pit Race this weekend, as you've already learned. And this is an incredible, beautiful little racetrack. Everybody loves coming to Pit Race. There you can see the track. Just look at that. This is a driver's dream track. There's lots of great elevation change out here at Pit Race, and we've got another nice complement of teams that have joined us this weekend for this race. Actually, roughly 60 cars have joined us this weekend. And there's a look at the roster, and I'm just going to read through these. We've got. We need to give a little props to all the teams that show up for these races, don't we? I think so. 60 Degree Motorsports, All Roads Racing, Bad Gas Racing, Bad Idea Racing, Beer Money Wasted. Blake's Garage, 2 entries for Boston Whiners, Breaking Bad, Bulldog Racing, Bush Boys, C137 Racing, Continuous Rotation Racing. Then we've got Full Send Motorsports, Grit and Grind Racing, a team called Hart with their Honda Civic, 2 Haywood Racing team entries, both Mazda Miatas, Hipster Racing, Invader Zim, Eves Motorsports, JS Motorsports, Junk Player Special, K2 Autosport, Cargo Racing, Karlinski Roselle Racing, Kruger Tuned Racing, Money Shift Racing, More Chump Than Champ, Murray Motorsports, Needs More Gas, Octane Racing, OFM Racing, Paddock Saboteurs, Precision Guesswork, Race Car Experience, Racer X, 2 R-Bank entries again this weekend, the Honda and one of their Saab 9.3s. We've got Red Barn Racing, Red Pony 2, Ready Motorsport Imports Racing, Rhinoceros Racing, 2 RVA Graphics and Wraps entries. Then we've got Scrappy Doo Racing, Syndicate Racing Development, Team 856, 3 Salen's Team Salen entries. It's Charcoal, Ketchup, and Mustard. This is their 10th anniversary with Champ Car this weekend. They're pretty excited about racing for their I guess you would call it their 10-year anniversary. We've got Team Sturm, TF Racing, the Banana Splits. There is no Z in Mazda, Visceral Racing Group. We've got 2 entries from Visceral Racing Group, WDK Racing, Well Lubricated Racing, Boxster, WIP Racing, and Whitnauer Motorsports. Whitnauer winning the certificate for 2 frozen rotors from Champ Car this weekend. They were pretty appreciative and said so over on our Facebook page. 2 Mini Coopers from across the pond there. Gold Save the Queen, pip pip.
They were so stoked about those frozen rotors too. They were pretty cool. Hey, Money Shift is our lead car today with 60 Degree Motorsports right behind them.
Nice. We've got 4 Mustangs racing with us this weekend and just 1 Camaro. So thanks for joining us, everyone. Good morning, Bill. How are you?
I'm good, man. Just trying to thaw out here in the control tower. It was 43 degrees or 42 degrees was the lowest I measured out there at turn 12 this morning. And as the sun comes up, it's probably a little warmer now. But, man, I'll tell you, it was cold and wet. If you get off into this grass from the dew, it's you're going to accelerate. It's not going to be a fun trip in the grass. But, yeah, it's nice. I think we're expecting some rain tomorrow. But today should be nice and dry. Little wispy overcast clouds here. No wind, which is nice, though that wind would help clear off some of the dew. You see my tire tracks this morning as I went to turn on the camera.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, it's pretty wet out there. It's turn 1 that we're looking at. And lots of action here. One year we had a TR7 kind of go. There was a TR7 with a V8 in it, kind of a pretend TR8. And he went down into that first turn, and the car didn't want to turn, and he just went straight off into the grass.
Yippee!
Yeah, and that's a lot farther away from the turn than it looks in the camera. The camera makes it look small, pretty short. That's like this turn here. I love this part of the track. You go down into the bottom of the lowest elevation point on this track, I believe, and come up that hill, and it's blind. You cannot see when you're coming around. You have to rely on that flagger. And we've had cars spin in that section, and you come up through there, and it's like, whoa.
Yeah, on board with Money Shift, they get the honors of leading us to the green flag.
Miss Jackie driving the pace car today. She's leading this group around.
Yay, Jackie. It's great. We pretty much got the whole crew out there. Plus, we've got James Ballinger of Ballinger Motorsports. If you read through the feed there, folks, we're doing Flagtronics this weekend, Bill.
Yep. Flagtronics, full, pretty much every car, right, James? It's not on all the cars, but most of the cars, which is like almost all the cars.
This is where Bill talks to James, and James ignores Bill because he's thinking.
He's working.
But we keep talking to him anyway because it's fun.
Yeah. I've known James a long time, almost 20 years now. Yeah, everybody feels sorry for James.
I think we were talking to one of the WGR guys about this 60 Degree Motorsports. This is a fast race car.
They blew that engine up at the last race, but it had like 1 million miles on it. They've done so many at Mid-Ohio. They blew it up, and up till then, it'd been pretty darn good. Car's fast, and they've got a new engine in it. They did a little bit of testing on it, and they think that car is as fast, if not faster, than the old engine. But it's a neat car. It's a little Chevy Beretta, kind of a NASCAR-ish look to it, with a big wing on back, painted flat black and bright green.
And as I said at the beginning, if you're just signing in, this is the 10-year anniversary for Salen's racing with us. They're pretty excited about that.
Yeah, they came racing with us at the Nelson Ledges 24 with their Mazda RX-7s, and one of the first 24s that ChampCar did at Nelson Ledges. And I believe they finished 5th, and you know why I know that? Because I finished 6th.
I remember those guys.
Yes.
It wasn't a good memory either, jerks.
No, it was a good race, though.
Well, last year, Saturday, we had some 70 teams that joined us for this race. Remember, we were kind of coming off that whole COVID restriction thing, so we had a lot of teams out here. MK Motorsports took the win, Whiskey Tango Foxtrot finishing second, and Arbank Racing, 90racing.com finishing third in their Saab. Then it was Shut Up Racing, Bulldog Racing, Arbank Racing in the Honda, Bavarian Mustache Works, there's No Z in Mazda, Team Salem Mustard, and 60 Degree Motorsports, rounding out the top 10 last year. Some of those teams aren't here this weekend, Whiskey Tango for one, so should be an interesting race.
We had 90 cars here a couple of years ago, too. That was pretty insane.
It's a great racetrack. Lots of fun. They continue to improve this place, too. They have a great, nice new tower now that you guys get to perch in.
Yep, nice and heated. It's really nice out here, and it's grass is cut, unlike last weekend where they chop the grass and grass clippings everywhere. If we get off the track this weekend, we won't have any fires. So
nice.
Last weekend at Harris Hill, we had quite a few grass fires start up from cars going off track. That was really interesting. Kind of something we don't see normally.
Dude, these camera shots are awesome.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. I do like that. Paulie and I spent hours
laboring.
Hours. He's like, no, pull it over to the left just a little. And I pull it over. No, too far. Just a little bit more, a little less. I pull, no, to the left. No, to the right. It's like, well, whose right am I using? He's like, your other left, Bill.
So roughly 60 teams join us. My roster is always a little bit dated. There's always some teams that pull out in the last couple of days. There's always some teams that show up.
We'll be able to tell you.
So once we start pinging everything, yeah. But roughly 60 teams joining us this weekend for this 8-hour race today, 7 hours of racing tomorrow. And
it's a great day for a motor race.
As Doc would say, it's a great day for a motor race, indeed.
Interesting thing here is the Salen's cars are at the back of the field, kind of in the back third.
Yeah. Tomorrow
they'll start up in the front third. And they have a good record here at Pittsburgh with their Porsches and their Mazdas.
Of course, Salem sponsors the Watkins Glen race every year for us, so it's always nice to have them on board with Champ Car.
Okay, we got a car broken down at turn 17. So we may go green-yellow.
Got a camera that's already gone down. Let's see if I can get that back up and running here for us.
Which camera?
Turn 1, that one that we were having a little trouble with on the signal. And just as a precursor to this show is this is one of those tracks where we always have some bandwidth issues, especially dropouts going down into the gulch down there. That's turn 5, 6 area, the low spot of the track. So just expect, it's going to be kind of choppy, but we're hoping we can bring you some value again this weekend. Typically, we're able to get you, at least some good information through the day.
In the past, I had a contact with Verizon folks, and he would actually steer the towers to us a little better, so we'd have a little better coverage. But he no longer works there, so Mike, I wasn't able to contact anybody because I had no contacts. So, yeah, that was nice having him there. But we do what we got to do, and I can't get to that track. I wonder if they let me run across the track real quick to fix it. I'll give it a try.
What could possibly go wrong?
Jimmy, let them know I'm running across the track.
Sure. Hipster Racing, one of several teams that have provided us with some in-car feeds. I need to work on some of these, try and get the. And as far as our timing and scoring, we're supposed to have Race Hero and Race Monitor. We'll see how it goes. As usual, that's always kind of tentative, and we never really know if it's going to. Sorry about that.
We'll have one working, at least.
Yeah,
but
we should have one working
for our show. But for certain, Race Monitor will be up.
There's Wittenauer. Gold save the Queen.
They're German cars, right?
No, it's British. It's got to be a British. I typed in British motor cars, and it came up.
The tiny one. Oh yeah, the original Minis, not the BMW Minis.
Oh well, never mind then.
They might be made in Britain. Yes.
It says they are. It said all of them. I don't know. The internet's always true, isn't it?
Yes, Wiki especially.
You can believe everything on the internet, right?
Yes, and Wiki.
So Money Shift Racing going to be leading us. Boy, they had quite a shunt, I'll call it there, at Nelson Ledges earlier this year when they got into the tires, and it really sucked because we got all that rain during Friday's practice, and he got a bath when he hit those tires. They were having transmixer problems, and
all right, we are green flag racing.
No, we're not. Look at the
yes,
screen.
Yes, we are.
Look at the screen.
Yeah.
We're still waiting for the pace car to come in.
Forgot about the lead.
Hey, the pace car ducks in.
And there is a drag race down that front straightaway.
Green flag out here at Pit Race this weekend.
Remember back in the old days when you would say start out slow and kind of build up because it's a long endurance race? Those days are no longer. It's a drag race from start to finish.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not in it to win it, then you got to race for the win if you expect to win. You got to push, and that's the only way you're going to get out there. But that comes with some risk, and that makes some people angry too.
Well,
I understand that.
Yeah. But it's racing. Somebody's always angry in racing.
That's right. Up the hill we go.
Woohoo!
Money shift. Money shift in the thick of it. In that K-swapped. The K20 motor.
I see the dropout down in that bottom of that hill is pretty wicked.
Yeah, this is kind of the crappy part of it. We get it pretty good on our outside cameras, though. Yeah,
and Money Shift has done a bit of racing with us this month, so we don't know where they are in their cycle for bandwidth. There's turn 12.
Oh, he's retaking the lead.
Yep. They make the left. Over on the left is pit in. Of course, not everybody's coming into pit in.
No, this is turn 12. This is...
Oh, 12. Yeah, sorry. Turn 12.
So Money Shift retakes the lead out here as they're heading down the backside of the racetrack.
Look at that. 2 and 3 wide going through there. That's a fun turn to take because it starts out low and you kind of go uphill off camber as you go up through there. Car wants to do some funny things. You got traffic all around you. Got an EC car leading, so they don't count. Ooh, that Camaro, that 310 Camaro is moving up through the field. Huge speed, and there he is. Huge speed as he makes the pass down that front straight. Man, on the straightaways, that Camaro is fast, man.
Yeah, we've only got one Camaro out here this weekend, and it seems like we always have more Mustangs by far than Camaros, and that's holding true again this weekend.
Well, you can't hit a Mustang with a dead cat. Is that how it works?
You can't swing a dead cat without hitting a Mustang.
Yeah, that's it. We're in Pennsylvania, so we're in the Pennsylvania, Ohio, New York, West Virginia area, and yeah, there's Mustangs. Every yard has a Mustang in it. Or neon.
Hey, we got race monitor is up and running, so
666 for the pit lane. That's an EC BMW.
Yeah, they've done quite a few races with us as well. Money Shift Racing has as well. I have to pull his sheet here, but I think he told me this is like their 5th race in 7 weeks or something ridiculous like that. 3 in the last 7 weeks. It's been a crazy racing season for them.
It just tells you those money shift guys, they need more work.
Is that it?
If they have time to race, they need more work.
You know, those guys work pretty hard, though. There's only 2.5 of them in the shop.
Yep.
So they work pretty hard.
Oh, that Camaro has really moved up the field. He's currently in 4th overall right now as he goes down the back straightaway. And the Mini is doing really well, too. The Wittenauer Mini with the 959 Porsche up right behind the Mini. I'm looking for the 918.
I'm going to try and get us our standings rolling here, folks. It's only the top 40, though, so get this adjusted.
They're starting to go across the line. There's the 959. What is the 918?
Money shift, getting it done. Here comes a car by on the inside. Nice pass going down into what looked like turn 1 there. I'm kind of multitasking here, but very nice.
So I'm not seeing the 918. I wonder if the 918 was the car that stalled in that back, on that back. Oh, no, there he is right there. He's at the back of the field right now.
Now that's one of the Visceral Racing cars, right?
Yep.
Okay. We got to try and get away from the numbers as much as we can.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I forgot. We don't have the guy that would interpret our anymore. We need to hire somebody that's a good interpreter of just the least amount of info you can get him or her. Let me get my number sheet here.
Yeah, I'm trying to set up this timing and scoring thing, so if you can do that.
So we're also listening. We have a Flaggers radio with us, and so we might be able to listen in on some stuff. Now, Flaggers talk a lot. A lot of it might not be the best information for us to have, but it tells us a story. Yeah, we have a piece of something on the track. I can't see what it is. Let me look at my binoculars here. On the straightaway, right after turn, where are we here? Right after turn 15. Looks like a piece of plastic or something. It's kind of big, maybe a foot long on the track. Oh, it got taken care of. Moved down the track further. Sometimes those are self-cleaning. Somebody will pick it up for us.
Self-cleaning.
See, that's what splitters are for, to help clear the track. And it just got shoved in front of the what tower is that? The turn 16 flag stand is sitting right out in front of him now.
Someone's waving their hand in front of our camera. One of our cameras.
Yeah, just don't touch it. Just don't fondle my cameras, man.
Yeah, no touchy. No touchy. On board with Wittenauer Motorsports and their Mini Cooper.
They were really happy with the handling of that car. They were out doing the test day yesterday, and one of the drivers said, I thought this car was going to be really slow going up the hill, but he said it handled its own. It did really, really well. So they have high hopes for that car this weekend. And they're fresh off a start at Mid-Ohio a couple of weeks ago. And they've done a lot of racing since they've replaced all their wrecked cars from last year's events. I think they had a Nelson. Was it Nelson? No, it was Gingerman, where the car flew off the end of the back straightaway and kind of went outside the track area and ended up onto the entrance to the track. That a little scary incident there, but with our safety stuff that's required in the cars now, it's pretty. The driver came out with no issues. Car wasn't doing very good, but we replaced those cars or that car and made it better.
So you'll see on the standings there how it says waiting for data. Just give it some time. Usually 5, 6, 7, 8 laps in, that'll all clear up, and we'll have some standings for you folks. So that's our feed coming off of Race Monitor. And if we get a better feed off of, yeah, we got a pretty good deal going here on Race Hero. I'll try and get that up there for us. That sounds like a Mustang coming by. I don't know what, that's the Camaro that you were talking about, Bill.
Yeah, it's
Passing
quick.
money shift again on the front straightaway.
They're taking the lead in this race.
They are a rocket ship.
Got a big old hood scoop on, not a scoop, but one of them shaker type hood scoops on the sticking up on the hood. Remember the ones back in the 80s? They
Yeah.
faced the- yeah.
Right. I'm showing 60 Degree Motorsports actually leading the race right now over Money Shift Racing. Then it's there's a lot of EC cars up here. Visceral Racing Group in the number 959, and there's no Z in Mazda.
You are correct. That's an EC car in front, I believe. 60 Degrees, like banging bumpers with right there.
I don't know why this thing is so messed up, so I'm going to get this fixed, you guys.
You'll get it. I'm working on the waiting for data too, by the way.
Looks like we're on board with our leader unofficially here, as best as Bill and I can tell.
Around the,
Lots of race cars out here. The Mini Cooper in the thick of it. Of course, RVA's out here this weekend with 2 of their cars. Looks like that's might be the 111 car, the Schultze car just up ahead.
kind of sad Arbank didn't show up, but they I saw that Robin Bank posted up. He finished in the top 10 at the runoffs, which are the national championships for the SCCA at Indianapolis yesterday.
Yeah, I guess they decided to go to a different race this weekend, and
Well, it is
he loves racing in the runoffs, so that's kind of like a thing for him.
it is the Olympics for amateur racing.
SCCA, yeah, and they also do a lot of what am I going to say? Oh, kart racing.
Yeah. Oh yes. Yeah, he's been doing a lot of that lately. Him and Jared.
Is that where they get their rings from? They go to Jared. Never mind.
Oh, I get that. That's a regional thing because they're not always called that. It's where you get your ring. Jared's.
All right.
Go out west and it's like Bob. Get your ring from Bob. Salen's car yesterday during the practice day that pit race held was one of the cars came down the front straightaway. They blew an engine at Mid-Ohio. They stuffed a new engine in that over the last couple of weeks, got that car working and testing yesterday, and it was blowing a lot of smoke as they came down the straightaway. They had some blow-by issues, which I think they have fixed. And then one of the other cars, the actual car we have the camera in, was out, and I went to go install the camera on it, and it was dead on track somewhere. So they had a small electrical issue with that car, brought it in, did some work on it, got it working again, took it out, did some laps. Mr. Salen did some laps in those cars, and they seem to be working good now. What? Okay, should be working. Oh, there we go. Our Andy saved the day. Got everything working again. Saw him push Chris out of the way. Said, "Let me do this." That's what he said.
I'm sure he did. There's a look at turn 12. So the standings as we have them here. Unofficially here, we've got 60 Degree Motorsports leading over Money Shift Racing. Man, there's a pile of EC cars at the front of this field. Visceral Racing Group is behind them. Then there's No Z and Mazda. Ready Imports in their Honda. Banana Splits behind them. It's the top 10, but there's, like I said, a lot of EC cars that are in there kind of fouling up the standings. I used to race EC, so I can give them a hard time. Go back inside the Money Shift Racing machine, the team that led us to the green flag today. MK Motorsports, Whiskey Tango Foxtrot, our bank. All three of those cars aren't even here this weekend. They finished 1, 2, 3 last year in this race.
Lots of teams setting their fastest lap this last lap 6.
Oh, yeah. Teams are going to be getting settled in here. We're going on board with Salen's, a little spotty, but they're going to be out there setting their fastest lap times as they get settled into this event. Track's going to warm up a little bit.
RVA Graphics running nose to tail. Got a nice driving with a team car because you can work together through traffic and use that draft to help move you up, especially on this track where you have a few high-speed straightaways. The front straightaway from turn 19 to 1, turn 1 to turn 3 are straights. Coming out of the turn 6 down at the bottom there, that's a nice straightaway from 6 to 7. And then you got the S's, and then back around to 15 to 17 is a really long straight with a kink in it. Actually, 14. It's from 14 to 17 with 2 kinks, and they're basically you just take it as a straightaway. That turn 15, which we have that camera that kind of looks at that turn there, that's teams have got a little screwed up there. If you get a little too wide there, you can end up on the wrong side of the grass. And if you get it too close, you tend to close that steering wheel a little too tight, and you can lose the rear end of the car and go into the fence, which we've seen a few times over the years with teams. Usually newer drivers, they just get all...
So Bill's also monitoring radios at the same time, so trying to give us...
Something about 660. I missed the beginning of it. 660 is... So 3 has a waving yellow. Driver's right, turn 3, car sitting off. 2 cars got together, 1 took off. The 660 is full send motorsports. It's a 04 330 BMW. We have an incident, kind of a yellow flag over there. So 56 orange re-entered. So that's 56 is, go down the list here. Here he is right here. Oh, I lost it. Okay, we got a green BMW at 17 that kind of impacted the wall. He's not, they say he's not going to go anywhere. Oh, yeah. See him out there?
Yeah, he's up against the wall there, Bill.
Yep. So the 56 car is Karnowski Russell Racing's Honda CRX.
Right. And that's kind of a popular spot where cars tend to go off, so we're not completely surprised that they've gone off down there.
Well, interesting, when you're going down that front straightaway, it looks like that tire wall is right up against the track. It doesn't look that far away, but it's pretty far out there.
Yeah, it seems like teams come down that hill and they get a little optimistic in what their brakes can do, and then off into the grass they go. And like you said, Bill, that grass is still really wet out there, and you're not going to slow down too much. You're going to accelerate when you get into that grass, which really sucks, by the way.
Oh, 941 is getting a black flag.
941, that is Team Salem Charcoal. That's the Mazda RX-7, one of their older cars.
So so we're using the Flagtronics to actually send a black flag to them.
still showing 60-degree motorsports leading the race. Let's see if we can get on board with those fellas. We were talking to one of the WGR guys, said, man, that is a fast race car. If they could just get the kinks worked out, this is going to be a strong contender. A Chevrolet Beretta. They could be the only Beretta in the series. Car 720. It's an 89. And they turned a 204 on their last lap. A 202 is their fastest lap time so far this morning, with 9 laps turned so far. Welcome, everyone. If you're just joining us, it is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series here at Pit Race, an 8+7. And Lee's asking if there's an update on the VPI list. But I think Bill stepped away. I don't know, Lee. I'll see if he knows anything about that. Good morning, Hobby Crib, the AJ team, all of your board of directors who faithfully listen into the show with us every weekend. We are live. Visceral Racing Group, the 944 RS number 918, off track already. Calling into the crew, letting them know he's having some problems with that machine. Oil smoke, he's reporting, coming into the car.
I don't know. Something broke. We got oil smell.
Lots of oil smoke coming up over the roof of that car. He's got the engine shut down. Looks like he's stranded out there coming down the hill towards turn number 15.
Yeah, he is driver's right there. Just sitting. Sorry, I had to run outside.
PP break?
No, I'll get my other set of headphones so I'm not blaring this flagger. I might be able to hear it a little better with some earbuds.
There you can see the number 918 off track right now. Go back on board with Money Shift. The sister car to the Visceral team, the 959 car, still up there running really good. They've passed Visceral for position, moving into what would be second place amongst those EC cars that are out here this weekend.
Lots going on the track right now. They're got a bunch of black flags passing under yellows. We got cars stuck off into the grass at 17. And, of course, Visceral parking his car. That's the 959.
I think it's the 959. I think I've got my labels wrong because I'm looking at their website. Their feed shows that the 959 car.
It really... Right now, it's really bad with them because they've got the cars exactly the same, painted up exactly the same. So it's hard to tell which is which. He's messing with us is what he's doing. Oh, that sucks. With my headphones in, it keys on my...
Yeah, I think we've actually got we put a camera in the car where they already have a camera in the car that's going out to their YouTube channel. So we kind of doubled up the cameras.
Really? They told me that one. They're just totally...
Yeah, this is the one they've already got a camera in, but that's all right. Our camera feed actually looks better than theirs. It's at a better position. So there. If it makes you feel any better, Bill. So Visceral Racing Group strand. Looks like they're going to use a local yellow there because these guys are still racing out here. Welcome, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. I'm Paul Veltzum, along with Bill Strong, calling the race for you this weekend. Yes, we do have a couple Mini Coopers out here this weekend. Some 60 teams have taken the green flag. Looks like 60 Degree Motorsports leading the race, leading C class. Money Shift Racing leading B class. Yeah, I'll see if I can get you more information on those class positions here. Yeah, some of the stuff's a little bit spotty. Looks like we might be under full course caution right now. Yeah, there's the double yellow being displayed.
Yep.
So we are full course caution here at Pit Race for the first time, as we have a car stranded heading down towards turn 15. Looks like they still don't have a crew out there.
No, so what they're doing is they're going after the one over into the wall at 17 first.
Gotcha.
Visceral guy, they checked. He's good to go, so they're going to leave him sitting there. He's in a safe spot as we are full course yellow, and they're going to go check on the driver over.
Yeah, it looks like our camera's finally catching up here a little bit, as there's the E-Crew heading over to that car that's up against. Looks like he speared the wall there, going down into 17. Turn 17, 18 area over there. Taking a look at the track map, you get an idea of where that is. Up at the top, looks like a dinosaur, doesn't it? Like the jaws of a dinosaur. It's a really awesome looking track with all those curves. That looks like a lot of fun, and all the elevation change.
You know, I had a lot of fun here until I didn't.
That's kind of the way it goes sometimes.
Yeah, that was a fun track. We've run it a few times here. Or no, wait, did I run? No, we've only run it once. Wait, did I run it twice? I don't remember. We were doing really well until the wheel decided to kind of leave us.
There's one of the emergency vehicles. Painted yellow, too. Ugh, no class.
What? Best color out there. 56, I think, was dragging. It was reported that he may have been dragging his muffler. And it didn't look like he had a muffler on it, so.
There's a trail of fluid down the track.
Uh-oh. So we've got a trail of fluid on the track being reported, which means cleanup on aisle 9.
So past turn 3. Hopefully it's just cool shirt fluid and not the other types of fluid. Because lap. So we got car 727 pulled over, which is I don't have it. Or 727. I don't have it.
Oh, sorry. That's C137. That's C137 Racing. It's a Dodge Neon.
Yeah, they pulled over right in front of turn 7 station. Maybe they're asking directions. I don't know.
Could be. It's a big track. And we got a car stopped out there at turn 6, it looks like. So they're falling like flies, folks.
All right, they're hooking up Visceral right now.
All right, we're on scene with Crimson, White, and Blue 918. We're going to rip cone in. And also, there is a cone, driver's left, between 4 and 5. Probably want to throw a debris flag for that.
Lots going on. Wouldn't think this amount of stuff would be going on during a full course yellow, but it is.
Yeah, we got at least 3 cars that are being serviced right now in various parts of the racetrack. So the crew is just getting halfway through a cup of coffee, and they're getting called out to, come on, guys.
Got Billy Salen contacting us on Messenger, like, hello, where's everybody? You went off Messenger. You're not on it anymore.
stay in. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I got like removed from a bunch of messenger stuff. I think your hack guy got mad at me because I spilled the beans that he was a hacker, and he like deleted me off of all the stuff that I was shared on with you. Jerk. Either that or it was Bill, and he was just trying to get rid of me again.
All right, so Billy's somewhere. Let him know I'm up here in the tower. He might be out spotting for his team too.
So what is this camera, Bill? I thought this was the start-finish.
It is. So that's the start-finish line holding the yellow out. You can see the line going across the track there.
Because it looks like they're coming out of a turn and then heading down the hill. So it doesn't look like a front straightaway.
Very top of that hill is turn 19.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So, sometimes they would have a flagger sitting out there at 19. But for us, we don't really do it. But they come across.
Because we're slow.
Yeah. They come across and then, Fire rescue headed down the front straightaway.
13 laps turned so far. 60-degree leading over Visceral Racing Group in the 959 car. And then it's Money Shift Racing, Team Salem Mustard. There is no Z in Mazda. The Banana Splits, one of my old team cars. And we've got RVA Graphics and Wraps behind them in the number 111, that Schultze car. We've got Bulldog Racing, RVA Graphics and Wraps in the number 411, another E30. Beautiful car. Then it's Ready Imports in their Honda Civic. Behind them, it's Team Salem Ketchup. One of the two Haywood Racing entries, the 662 car. Syndicate Racing's behind them. Whitnauer Motorsports behind them in that Mini Cooper. Then it's JS Motorsports, Blake's Garage, Bad Gas Racing, Murray Motorsports, Rhinoceros Racing, Bad Idea Racing, Hart, Haywood Racing, C137 Racing in that Neon. That's one of the cars that's off track right now. We've got Bush Boys, Continuous Rotation Racing, needs more gas. Precision Guesswork is behind them. Then it's Whip Racing, All Roads Racing, Beer Money Wasted, Red Barn, Paddock Saboteurs, Boston Winers, one of two of their cars here this weekend. Invader Zim, Red Pony number 2. Then we've got Scrappy Doo Racing, Team Salem Charcoal, Team Sturm, Karlinski Roselle, and cars we show not turning laps. Also Visceral Racing Group. Of course, the number 918, that car is being towed in. More Champ Than Chump and Hipster Racing. One of the in-car feeds they sent us for this weekend.
Hipster Racing is the one into the wall, is what Billy Salen's saying, the 528.
Bummer.
The one at 17.
Yeah, I think they had a camera in the car, but as you can see, it nosedived as soon as they got into the wall, so we're looking at the floor.
Nice fire system.
Yeah.
They have their, some teams will run you can see the frame down there for a seat and then the seat belts. Some teams run a passenger seat in it for practice days to kind of give some instruction. And unfortunately, we're looking at all that gear.
Yeah, we had 53 cars take the green flag, it looks like, unofficially here on Race Hero. So you can follow along with your favorite teams on racehero.io on the web. We already got here's Visceral. They're looking at that car because this is the car that had a lot of oil smoke coming out of the engine compartment, Bill.
Yeah. They had one of the cars up on the jack stand yesterday working on the transmission, which is at the back of the car on these 944s, putting the car up on the flatbed there.
Yeah, we're over in turn 6 here. That car that pulled off track, and this is kind of prescribed by ChampCar. You know, if you think you might possibly be leaking anything, other than a little bit of water from your cool system, you want to be go ahead and pull off the track there, so you don't oil down the track for the competitors, and get a really nice love letter about a week and a half after the race with a lot of numbers of what you're expected to pay.
Yeah, we pass on the cost of consumables that are used to clean up after you to the team responsible for it.
Which nobody wants, and nobody wants to to do, but that's the way it goes. So try to, keep that in mind. Let your drivers know if you're leaking something, please safely pull off and stop the car.
Feel the timer by now.
So back on board with the leader here, guys.
What are we doing?
Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Please hit the like button for me on the feed. Appreciate that. Tiffany's probably going to be joining us tomorrow. She is super slam busy with work right now. She's getting all of her taxes and financials done for the year. There's the Banana Splits car going by.
Well, they say there's significant oil on the track. So I think that's about time for the oil plugs to start vibrating out.
So with that, folks, we're going to go ahead and take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back here in just a couple minutes. So hang on, everyone. Stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We're at Pit Race, and we'll be right back.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Bring on the frozen tundra, the grinding gravel, the cratered concrete, the rain-soaked streets. Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Reliable performance in unreliable conditions. Designed to meet or exceed original equipment performance. That's why more auto technicians choose Duralast parts. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
Welcome back to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We're at pit race this weekend, black flag all. We're going to bring the cars into the pits. We just got too much oil on the racetrack, folks. We've got crews now heading out, physically walking on the racetrack to get things taken care of. Hipster Racing or Visceral, they've pulled the camera out of their car. I guess that's Bill that pulled it out. Looks like that car is done. So is Hipster. And this looks like this is maybe an old video, but the Hipster Racing team, things not going so well for them either. Let's see what we're going into. It's like the 827 maybe? Do we have an 820? We have an 820, needs more gas. Visceral has a hole in their oil pan, says Bill. So it's probably Visceral that oiled down the track.
They said it's pretty significant. Who knew a Neon could hold so much oil, huh? Yeah.
So maybe the Neon put oil on the track. I don't know. How is it that the Neon oils down the track when Visceral's got a hole in their oil pan?
At least. Okay. So you can do whatever you want, man. Okay, thank you.
He said 820. So this is the needs more gas 1989 Nissan 240 SX that we're in right now. Welcome everyone. Welcome Dio. Appreciate you guys. Hit that like button for me. Black flag all here at pit race. We'll get that label changed over there. So that needs more gas. Thanks for joining us, everyone. So what we got out there right now, if you're just joining us, we're under black flag all. I guess it's a red flag condition right now. Yeah. Maybe I'll put the crawler up for it. But a lot of oil down the track, Bill.
20. Visceral camera is now the 820 car, which is a Honda Integra.
Well, the 820 is a Nissan 240 SX. It's needs more gas.
Oh, that's it then. It's like a Honda Integra, but it's a Nissan.
It's one of them foreign cars.
Yeah.
Yeah. I saw you putting the camera in the car, and I heard you saying got some oil on the track. So
the Neon is said to have put down oil in 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't know. It's a lot of corners. And then Visceral blew a hole in the 959's or 918's oil pan. Said he got off track really quick, so not much there.
All right.
They're done with that car.
Yeah, thanks for doing that. Appreciate it.
Cold outside too, man.
Still pretty chilly out there, huh?
I just went out in the short sleeves and
you're like, dude.
My spandex shorts and
yeah.
Yeah, I thought I'd be hip. I need my leg warmers is what I need. They're telling me don't do that. But yeah, it's a fast track today. They're saying that they said down there, a couple of guys. But we are red flag. Red flag means no working on cars. You can get your driver out. Dana did tell everybody we're going to be down for at least 30 minutes while they clean up the track. Who knew a neon could hold so much oil? So FTD is 2 minutes and 1 second today. Is that an EC car that did that? That's an EC car. They don't count. Jeez. So who did the 201? I saw it down here somewhere. Yeah, OFM Racing.
Yeah, standings right now here unofficially. We've got 60 Degree Motorsports in the lead. Vissel Racing Group in second. Third is Money Shift Racing. Then Team Salem Muster would be fourth. There's No Z and Mazda is fifth. The Banana Splits is sixth. Then it's RVA Graphics and Wraps in seventh. Bulldog Racing in eighth. RVA Graphics and Wraps in ninth with the number 411. And then 10th would be the Ready Imports Racing in their Honda Civic. We do have a couple Honda Civics out here. With our bank not being here, we still have a couple Honda Civics in the field.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hey, catering just showed up.
Already?
Yes.
Is it ice cream?
No, it's hot dogs.
Ah, cool.
Billy Salen joining us up here up in the tower here. Bill, thanks for joining us today. You were with us at Mid-Ohio helping us out. And can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I don't know if they can hear me. There
you go. And Bill's up here. Son of race car driver, Mr. Salen. And
brother to Joseph, who's driving.
That's
charcoal.
right. Joseph actually gets to drive this weekend. He said he only comes out when they need a fast driver, I think he said.
I am not touching that. Don't get me in trouble.
Yeah. And, Salen's car is doing pretty good today. Still out there, which is always a good thing, right?
Knock on wood.
Yeah. See them, they're sweeping up over there with the oil dry. Yeah, that's a dangerous place to have oil because they'll end up hitting my camera. And you don't hit those cameras.
No. Hipster went straight off.
Yeah, did they try to save that car into 17, or was it just once they got in the grass, they accelerated and just went for it?
They just went for it.
Yeah, that's always fun. Yeah, it looks to be a lot of oil down there. Hey, Bill, say hi. Let's get that camera down here a little bit. There we go.
Hello, all.
Got a room full of people. You see the guys in the blue shirts are the Flagtronics folks, and timing and scoring is right down on the end. Yes, it takes 15 people to run Flagtronics. No, it doesn't. It's just you're teaching our guys how to use it and how to run the flagging system, how to do the timing and scoring, just all the fun stuff that we can do with Flagtronics. James Ballinger there.
Got to do my thing where I flip the camera.
Yeah, as I'm talking, you just flip the camera around.
Figures.
Yeah.
Sucker.
So go back to our camera.
You can't make me.
So this is Flagtronics. Now, this was a one that's got a little bit of an issue on it, but it's the one that we're using for testing up here that I can use. And you can see it's red. Red is really special. That means stop your car right now, there and then. Really cool little system. We mount them to the dashboard. And here is a controller that the flag marshals will use. As you can see, the lighting is hitting it wrong with our camera. There it goes. But you can see red flag, and the flagger can actually hit a button. Here, let me go through the buttons.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
Who broke James's nose? What happened there?
Well, James had this persistently broken nose for about 20 years now. Now we don't talk about his nose, man. It's just some things you don't talk about. He used to be a boxing superstar, an up-and-comer, and something about his deviated septum I don't know
Gotcha.
what it is, but God, you had to bring that up, Paul.
I was just wondering why he had the tape on his nose. I wasn't trying to make this a big thing. It's just a simple question.
He wears those breathe right strips. I always say, "Did you get in another fight?" Because every time I see you got it in a fight.
He's probably got those on because he knows he has to work near you today. He has to keep, take those
You know,
deep breaths.
I want those nostrils opened up.
Actually, technically, he's working next to me,
Yes,
so
yeah.
and I shower. So thank you very much.
He's not running up and down pit lane. So what's new in the hot dog world there, Billy?
Oh, nothing much. Just, winding down for the year pretty much, starting to get ready for next year. And,
So you guys getting ready for Thanksgiving with all your turkey dogs?
turkey dogs.
I don't know. Do you do turkey dogs?
No.
No?
But we do turkey breast. So, yeah, there'll be a few of those going out. But,
What do you do with the rest of the turkey if you only use the breast part?
We don't order anything else. So.
Okay.
It comes in a big combo, and I sent you a picture. I don't know.
Yes, you did. Yeah, you did.
I didn't.
Yeah.
I don't know if you sent that to Paulie, but
No, it was a while ago.
yeah.
See them over there with their sweepers and blowers and draggers and try to get that oil cleaned up there. Nothing's better than taking the Chevy Blazer through there at 90 miles an hour to see if the oil's actually not there anymore.
Until it hits the wall.
Yeah.
That's
Yep,
never
still there.
never good.
No, yeah, you don't want to hit the wall ever with a pace car, safety car, anything that's not a race car.
I mean, the GM executive did it.
Well, that was a Corvette. He hit a bump, got onto the gas a little bit. I always thought that maybe when he hit the bump, his foot went down and yeah,
Away he went.
yeah. That was a video. That was a what do they call that when it goes viral? It was a viral video on the internet here a couple of years ago with the GM executive running a pace car around somewhere. I think it was
Belle Isle.
Belle Isle. Yeah.
Street course.
Yep.
IndyCar race.
I'll be going out to a street course here in about 2 weeks. I headed to Chattanooga, Tennessee.
What you going to be doing there, Bill?
We're doing setting up a booth, displaying a couple of or a few Champ cars at the race. They have a street race there, historic cars and stuff. I'm going to be promoting Champ Car, and I think it'll be kind of fun. And then I'm going to head straight from there up to Road America, or actually, I think we're going to go to Tire Rack, visit those guys, say hi to them, and see if we can sneak away a few of the super fast Continental tires in the back of the dad van, the soccer van.
And I thought that was a race car.
Nah, it's a race van. Depends if it has stickers on it. It's the.
Just as long as it doesn't have googly eyes. on it.
No, we don't do googly eyes on that. Those are reserved for new crew cars. But we have.
They should be on everything.
And then we were going from there to Road America, where Paul and I will be doing the show live. So today, Paul's in his mom's basement, and he finished vacuuming.
Mom, turn off the sweeper. Mom, I'm doing the show. You got to turn off the sweeper. You promised. Gosh, I can't stand her.
It's like,
Oh, brother.
Yep.
What did I get myself into?
You don't need that whipping thing on the roller, Mom, for the hardwood floors.
No, you don't. You switch it off, remember? Gosh.
Yeah. So your wife Jen, she's like, "What the heck is he on about?"
She knows. Yeah, she's used to it. I'm always yelling and laughing, and I come out after during the commercial breaks, and she says, "You sound like you're having fun in there. I can hear you laughing."
If you get her on this show, man,
I should. That'd be fun. I don't have another.
Find out all the secrets of Paulie.
I've never thought about that. Maybe I should see
dinner
if she
for
wants
her
to
last
come in
night.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do enjoy cooking once in a while.
You just pop it in the microwave, or do you actually cook?
No, I like to actually cook, Bill.
'Cause I'm the microwave guy, so I don't cook.
I'm one step beyond you, Bill. I grill.
You grill? Yeah.
But of course, that's in my family,
Yeah.
so there's an art to it.
Is there anybody in your family that despises hot dogs that won't do them at all?
Nope, not
Really?
that I know of.
Okay, interesting.
They wouldn't be in the family if they were.
Exactly.
We run them out of town and disown them.
There would be railroad ties under their bodies.
Yeah.
I don't have a sister. She's dead to me.
Malin is now not plural. Yeah, the sky is clearing up a bit. The wispy clouds are pulling away. I think the vortex of speed here at the track has kind of cleared out a nice blue patch underneath us.
Still some fog in the valleys.
Yeah, there is. So one of the things that we've noticed here the last couple of years, and last year I was in France doing some scouting out for some tracks. So I wasn't here at the track last year while you guys did the show. But over the last few years, they've noticed that there's people that burn a lot of stuff around here, and we'll see smoke rising up. I mean, a lot of smoke rising up, like they're burning tires or something. And you'll see that a lot through the day. So as long as it's not over the track section, we're good to go. So they're still doing the cleanup for the neon dropping oil on the track. You know, we're in Pennsylvania, so you should have no problems finding a replacement neon here within about 2 or 3 minutes. Coming up to the track here, there's a couple of them along the road there.
Should find some oil derricks, too.
Yeah, that's right. Pennsylvania. Crud oil. Crude oil, sorry. Spelled it wrong.
Billy, did you just use a Pittsburgh accent?
No.
I think he did.
No, I did not.
Yes, he did.
I swear that man's wearing black and orange.
Yeah,
or black and yellow. So.
No.
Pittsburgh, too.
Yeah. Ugh.
Pittsburgh, too. Yeah, I've got relatives that live in Pittsburgh.
You ever watch that YouTube show called Pittsburgh Dad? Always talks about Steelers.
Yes.
YouTube. Yeah, he's absolutely hilarious. I've been watching him for about, 7-8 years now. And
Get rid of this.
Yeah, but I'm a Steeler fan too. So sorry. You're a Cleveland Browns fan?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, only when Brian Tuttle's here.
Brian Tuttle, future owner of PBIR Racetrack. I'm just kidding. Just kidding, Brian.
Oh God,
he's getting a lot of stick over that. People saying that he owns it or he's buying it. Yeah, he's not buying it, by the way. I was told to tell everybody under the threat of litigation.
Right.
That's the last thing I don't know if I'd ever want to own a racetrack.
No.
You know, you're either going to make a lot of money or lose a lot of money. I think a nice dirt track would be kind of fun.
So that's Wayne getting in the car right there. So.
Okay. Cool helmet. What's the significance of his helmet?
He's got the Nonamaker arrow, which, tells him what direction he's supposed to be going in. That's not my joke. That's a Joe Nonamaker joke. So,
that's funny.
And it's just an American flag, basically.
That's Will, right?
Wayne.
Wayne, okay.
He's the fast one.
Okay. I don't know. Will says he's pretty fast. Are they pretty competitive brothers?
Yeah, for the most part. But you have to be competitive to be in racing.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it's his dad. I mean, who's faster? His dad, Joe Nonamaker. He's still pretty darn quick.
Yeah,
for being like 120 years old, right?
I'm not touching that one.
I'm kidding. Joe.
He's
been racing a long time.
Yes.
I mean, actually, the whole family's been racing a long time. You guys have been 10 years with Champ Car.
Yep.
Was the first race with you guys with us at Nelson Ledges?
Yes, the 24. So the interesting backstory to that was Jacob Grimm, who's my brother's co-driver this weekend, wanted to do the Baja 1000. And Will was like, because he knew from our experience with Grand Am that the prep and all that fun stuff for that would be astronomical. So they decided to do Trump Car at the time. Yep. And so originally this car, Charcoal, was a drift car. So it had a chain to the back axle.
Oh, okay.
So, it was beat up before we got it. And she's got a few battle scars, but
You guys finished like 5th that race, or 4th, and I finished 5th. I don't know. I was right behind you guys, and we had been racing pretty well, and then it was coming out of the carousel, and we were side by side, and I was trying to get by him, and all of a sudden, I guess he hit the push to pass, the super turbocharger, the nitrous, or something on that dashboard, and that car was gone. It just left me like, what the heck just happened? But that RX-7 was pretty quick.
Yeah, it weighs like 2 pounds. So
well, nitrous is lighter than air, right? Kidding.
But yeah, this race will be our 10th anniversary with that car.
Yep.
And the first Champ Car race that I actually went to was the Glen, and I had to work the first day, so it was a 3-day race at
right.
The Glen.
I remember that.
And I was just like going nuts because I couldn't figure out what was going on because I was at work. So, back then the car still had AstroTurf on the hood and the roof.
Oh yes, that was from the theme days.
Yes.
Yeah.
Grow Grass or Go Past was the original name of the car. And then we picked up a fleet of RX-7s with Mustard and Charcoal. I believe Mustard had 130,000 miles on the engine and ran the whole day, but we ran out of oil for it, so we had to start using truck oil.
Oh wow!
To get the car to finish. So, yeah, that was, and it was a monsoon too.
Yeah, that's right. It was pretty wild. I remember that race.
So
that was one of Tuttle's first races too. That's the one. I remember coming around at Watkins Glen, coming out of the toe, coming around. I was right between the last corner, before the last corner on the front straightaway. I forget the numbers on that, but coming out of there, and he was right behind me, and went around, and we went full course yellow. And when I came around, Tuttle's like stuck in the wall, like nosed into the tire wall, tires, and it's like they did not let up. They were going to try and push their way out from the wall.
Yeah. They are the Cleveland Browns of Champ Car.
Yeah. Yes.
I will only leave it at that.
Yeah. But that was in the early days, and if that wall's in my way, I'm going to push it out of the way. Well, the wall won that time.
All right. So we're at the top of the hour. Looks like we're getting a roll off the grid here, folks. So stay with us. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back. Stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We're at Pit Race this morning, today, and we'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using Frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those Frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Triple tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. As you can see, cars rolled off the grid, and they are back out onto the racetrack. We're getting ready to go green here shortly. Money Shift Racing really scrubbing those tires, trying to get some heat into them on this very chilly morning out here at the Pittsburgh International Race Complex. It is the Pittsburgh Grand Prix, as we call it here, the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. And yeah, getting ready to go back to green racing here. And there's the green flag.
Look at your scroll.
And there we have it.
And we are green flag racing.
So we got, again, Visceral Racing Group. Looks like they've put the pass on 60 degree there right at the start to jump up into the lead.
That's Troy Trulio driving that car right now. Oh, what? I should have put the camera in that car. Darn it. Was not thinking. Balin's, yep. Of course, is the RX-7. There he is right there, splitting. Paulie, look at your scroll.
Jacob Grimm's in the car now.
What's wrong with it?
It's saying we're...
Oh, because we're red. We got to kill that, yeah.
You're going to confuse people.
Confuse them.
Well, that wouldn't be anything new.
All right, we got debris somewhere. They just got on track. You don't need any debris on the track. Turn 3 has debris on it?
They just turned it off.
Oh, okay, they just turned it off.
Yeah, we got cars rolling up the hill here. Turn 6. Check in with 60 degree here as they're they slipped into second place there as the Porsche got a really good jump on the start, got by. And they are leading this race. So that's Visceral Racing Group with one car done for the day already after a blown engine. And their sister car, the number 918, leading the way.
7. Okay, they had 4 cars get together. Trying to get the numbers on the cars. 449. Missed the first one. 449.
Not us.
No, that would have been with some of the mid-pack guys.
That's Team Sturm there. Team Sturm riding a 91 BMW 318 IS.
Looks like somebody was spun coming out of 9, and everybody spun out trying to miss him. There may have been some body touching, but which one was 449?
449 is Team Stern.
Okay, Oh, there we go. Yep. Yeah, they're down in 45th place. Orange BMW 318.
And just so you folks know, a lot of our in-car cameras are going to be pretty spotty.
Right, 940 just came in on pit lane with a grill full of grass.
Oh, he did some agricultural work for the track. That's nice of him.
Just to let you guys know, the track really doesn't pay you for picking up the grass.
But you could, fix some of the patchiness in your own yard.
Yes.
Potentially.
Feed your horses. We were doing that at Harris Hill last week, guys going off, and they'd have rain at the track. And when they were able to get out there and cut, it was already like hay height, and they had to use their big what do they call those big cutters, the huge ones? But
harvester,
combine,
yeah, something like this.
I'm not a farmer.
Yeah, I'm not either. And they left huge piles of enough to feed a few horses for a couple of weeks. And whenever a car went off, it was not pretty. They'd come in, and our leaders of that race actually came in a couple of times with radiators clogged up totally with grass, and they would overheat. They would heat up really, really quick, they said, some of those Miatas. So up here with Billy Salen, myself, Bill Strong, Paul Veltham in the studio. And Bill, your long drive from Buffalo down to here? Because you're from Buffalo, right?
Yeah. About 3 hours, a little less.
Yeah. And is it snowing up there yet in the Great White North?
No.
Not yet?
You're thinking of Canada, not
well, New York, upstate New York, Niagara, Buffalo. It's all kind of
no. The snow year round stops at like Lake Erie.
Yeah. Well, Lake Erie. Oh, not Erie, the town.
Yeah.
I was gonna say the town's like below Buffalo. Bunch of teams out there setting their fastest laps of the day so far. Visceral Racing with Troy Trulio at the helm of that car, currently leading this race. Just did a 2:03. I did tell Ron I did bring my racing suit this weekend. If he needed a fast driver, to go ahead and call me, and they all kind of said they all stepped up and said, "Nah, we'll do the fast times." So there's Troy starting to do it. Said if you needed anybody to be able to look over the dash, I'm there. I'm your man as well. Yeah, this is the track where I interviewed Troy. And after the race I think he took second place. No, but yeah, I know. I kind of looked up and saw the back of the car too. It's like, is he going backwards? Yeah.
No.
It's always a cool view looking at the back of the car. But this is the one I interviewed Troy, and for the longest time I'd only show from his forehead up. And I knew he would never notice it because he would only listen to our show in his shop, like afterwards when he's working. He would never watch it. And I guess he watched it, or somebody told him. Yeah, he was really angry with me. My wife wants me to help her reset the router. The internet is beep, and it's upsetting her.
Well, it's kind of hard to do that in Pittsburgh.
Yeah. Just unplug it, woman.
Unplug the power and plug it back in.
Well, it's plugged into a battery, so there's like 50, I have all the
unplug
internet.
the battery and then unplug, yeah. That's all right.
Everything happens when you leave. You ever notice that?
Yes.
Everything was perfect when you're there.
With me, it's right before I leave.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's Thursday, and my car broke down. Can you come look at it? Oh, man.
Yeah.
When you got kids that are adults, then you've got it. Everything's multiplied because they've, got a spouse, and then we've got friends, and it can get kind of stressful. Team Salen's, let's see if we can get some audio. I don't know what happened to the audio on that camera. Yeah, we got a little bit. Actually, it's just because the video's struggling. But on board with one of the Porsche 940, Porsche Boxsters here this weekend from Team Salen. We got Will in the car there.
It's kind of cool how they've color-coded the dashboard. You know, where all the switches are. Like
it's the Chris Huggins thing.
Well, no, they were doing it before Huggins did it.
What's funny is when you ask them, the team, you know, what's all the color coding mean? They have no idea. I don't know. I didn't do it. That's one of the Huggins drivers. It's like, yeah, he's got it all color coded. We have no idea what that means.
Just say yellow. Just flip all the yellow switches down. Then flip them back up.
Wasn't that something you told one of your guys? He said, we're having trouble with this. The car won't start. Turn all the switches up. All of them.
Because he
switch everything up.
Had done something, and it's like because basically my car is like all the switches need to be up to start the car, and make it run. So if something happens, you know, just best thing to do is hit all the switches down then all the switches back up.
Yep,
and then hit the push button.
So, and we were doing a show for VIR. It was earlier this year, and one of the Pinkies Out cars came in, did a pit stop. They were leading the race. Other driver gets in the car, makes it 2 turns, and he goes to hit a switch for something. Maybe it was a cool shirt. I don't know what. And I watched him. His finger actually brushed against another switch and knocked it down. The car stalls. He doesn't know what's wrong. He's rolling on the track. He's calling into the pits. The car just died. I don't know what's going on. And after about 30 seconds or so, realizes he's turned off the car.
Yeah. I did that with Derek Williams, Celica at NCM. So his switches were pretty close to this. Really, he had one of those drifter type shifters on it, you know?
Yeah.
When I would go forward with it, my arm actually hit the fuel pump switch, which shut it off, or my hand hit the fuel pump switch. Didn't realize it because you're wearing gloves.
Oh, somebody's off. Let's see. Car.
That's a Porsche.
The 944. It's
153. Yep, 153.
153 is indeed a 944. That's Octane Racing. It's an 87 944S.
He got drivers left as he came down there. You can see his tracks where he
just kept going.
I picked up a lot of
went beyond the exit into the grass and just rolled back out onto the track there at the base of the hill, which is a good idea. Wait till you get down there.
Great. Don't try and fight it. Let the car go, because that's how I think a lot of guys get in trouble. They come up over that hill and kind of get lost.
Well, you really get into trouble when you try to zip back onto the track aggressively. You got to take it easy. That's one way to lose control of the car. It's another way to step right in front of traffic.
We have a lot of smoke over in turn 17. Like a lot of smoke. Oh, there he is. It's the Porsche Boxster, a black one, not the Salins guys. They're slowly moving that car up to the garage. A lot of smoke coming out of the tailpipe. I couldn't get a number on that, sorry.
It's probably the well-lubricated Boxster of number 478.
Yep.
And they are well-lubricated.
Yes, right now they are. Nice long string of Champ cars coming down the back straight, going into turn 16, 15, and 16.
The nice thing about an oil leak, though, is if you wait long enough, it goes away.
Yeah. Details.
You're not so happy.
Details, man. But it runs great for that few seconds. Isn't that the way it is? An engine runs absolutely extremely well
right before it breaks.
Yep.
So the EC Octane Racing team shown in the pits right now. Several cars setting their fastest lap times of the day. Vissel Racing Group leading the race in the number 959. Then it's 60 Degree Motorsports, Team Salin Mustard behind them. Then there's no Z in Mazda, the Banana Splits team right up there in that BMW E36. Money Shift Racing has dropped behind them. Then it's Team Salin Ketchup and Ready Imports Racing in their Honda Civic.
And the 943 is right on the 60 degrees tail. So.
Chris,
that Banana Splits car, we actually money shifted that car at Mid-Ohio, and had to do a quick repair to get that ready for the race this weekend. So that car is freshly put back together, dropped a valve, and got it back out here.
5-3. Sitting on pit lane. It's a red. It looks like a 944, but it could be a RX-7. No, it's an RX-7. They're sitting on pit lane. They're looking at the transmission of that car underneath it. No, but checking out the wheels now. Shaking the wheels.
Looks like the Racer X car didn't make it to the track this weekend, which is kind of a surprise. That's the car I drove at Mid-Ohio, and actually took that car. Didn't start the race. Yeah, it shows a cancellation. But
RBA Graphics and Wraps, a 111 car, extremely wide as he comes out through.
Got forced out there.
Through turn 15, yeah, got forced out into the grass. Got it back under control and back onto the grass, or back onto the track.
One of those places.
Yeah.
A lot of history with this number 111 car in Champ Car Racing too.
National champion too, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I think they twice actually. They had a national championship that they picked up at NCM one year. That was the first time we actually ran a national championship. And then they also, a couple years later, they picked it up at Sonoma. And they relinquished that.
They stole that away from Visceral Racing, who right at the end of the race.
Oh, you had a mechanical failure, that fuse. Yeah.
Relay or something went down on the car, or switch.
It was just it was a bad fuse, Bill.
That might have been a fuse, yeah.
And so, yeah, because I always tease Ron about it. He loves it. He thinks it's funny.
Yeah. You know, he's a Desert Storm and whatever wars were after that veteran.
I know. He could kill me with a paperclip.
Yeah.
I try to stay away from him.
Oh, brother.
I once killed a man with this thumb.
Yeah, pretty much. But he was Army, you know. Not like, you know, our Navy guys. And we have a lot of veterans that actually work for Champ Car. Andy, a naval submariner.
Do we count the Navy?
Who?
Do we count the Navy? Do they count?
Who? The Navy?
Yeah.
I don't know. They have something about they have the best food and they eat a lot. The Navy, yeah.
Can he hear you at all? He's ignoring you, isn't he?
No, he's giving a big thumbs up.
Okay.
Like really good. I was in the Air Force. Doc Waldrop, of course, was in the Navy back when they still used sails and wooden ships.
Poor Doc. He's not even here to defend himself anymore.
Port guns and the...
Dana Morrison, our CEO, United States Coast Guard. Something about riding around in a dinghy all the time. Dinghies are those little tiny boats, right?
Bill's get himself in trouble again, isn't he?
Pretty much.
23 laps in, Visceral Racing Group leading with a 4-second lead over 60 Degree Motorsports.
Tiffany just found 959's camera, so she just sent it on Facebook.
All right. Let's see if I can get that.
I missed that one. So somebody blue spun off and continued. The leaves are starting to kind of turn away from the green color that they normally are up here during the spring and the summer, and kind of starting to turn a little orange and yellows. We're seeing a little bit of that. Fall up here in the Northeast is always spectacular. We're getting ready to go to Road America here in a couple of weeks and talk about spectacular. That should be nice and orangey when we get up there.
I was always told that that's when the leaves get angry with the trees and
Yep.
then fall off.
Yep, pretty much. And they fall off onto the racetrack.
Yep. And make it very hazardous.
Yeah. I put myself in the wrong position.
Yeah, now the link that she gave me was for the other car that blew the engine, so that's no good.
So
We got a call.
Mustard has passed the 60-degree car, so that should pop up next lap.
All right, so that puts Team Salem leading the race.
Second
over
place.
Visceral. Well, if they've passed Visceral, then they would be
yeah.
leading.
We don't count the EC cars.
Yeah, so they would be leading the race over 60-degree Motorsports if they passed Visceral. If they just passed 60-degree, that puts them in second.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay.
60.
Okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood there. So that's going to move them into second place.
Kind of hard to hear when your mom vacuuming upstairs, right?
It is. It's really annoying. Of course, Visceral, the Mustard car finished 9th last year on Saturday and won the race on Sunday. So looking to better their finishing position from last year's race, the Salem's Mustard car.
662 is the spin and go. Don't say whoa. Don't do that.
No, I'm watching the feed.
Yeah.
and
Don't. You never, when you're in the tower, you never say words like whoa or
wow or oh.
Yeah, like Doc did one time because I hit.
Doc would shout and Bill would get hit. It was great.
Driver's right coming out of 15. It is
the Karlowski Russell car.
Yep, the 56 Honda Civic.
And gets it brought back on.
Yep.
So, nice thing about Hondas, they're pretty lightweight. They just pretty easy
Glide
to get them
across
back.
that grass.
Yeah.
Yeah, last week we spent.
Oh, Visceral's right there.
Yeah. Spent the day in the weekend in Texas where it is extremely dry, and anytime a car got anything off into the grass, somehow it caught on fire, and from the exhaust or whatever. Oh, yesterday in practice we had a car, one of our Miatas catch on fire. He had a vent hose that malfunctioned, and the whole back of the car caught fire, but they were able to get that car fixed. And as you know, the yellow top car, that's it over there, he was able to get that car fixed and back out racing today. And I'll let you know the number. I think it was that car.
Hey guys, hit that like button for me if you would, please, on the stream. I'd appreciate it. Mike Coppola is saying hi to us over here from Stay Focused, saying good morning, Champ Car Live. Wish we could be there racing this weekend, rooting for our friends at 60 Degree Motorsports and Money Shift Racing, whom we're on board with right now.
I think it was 383 was the car number.
Bill drops his phone.
Yeah.
Brown turn 18, 17, 18 here. Looks like that might be one of the Salem's cars right there.
663 out there today.
Excuse me. 663 is the Haywood Racing team. Yeah, we got both of those Haywood Racing cars out here this weekend.
He's the one that had the fire yesterday. It slowed them down for the test day, but they're out there running pretty well today.
Yeah, they're looking good. Got both their cars out here this weekend. One of the several two-car teams that we have in the series. Of course, Salem's bringing several cars this weekend to the event. Boston Weiner's also a double entry. Our Bank Racing was going to be a double race entry. Surprisingly, they didn't come to this race because they were involved with the SCCA runoffs this weekend at Indianapolis. Visceral Racing Group also bringing two cars out this weekend. One of the cars window to block or oil pan, so that car's done. But
Visceral and Salen's actually having a really good race right now. 959 and the 943. Who's in the 943, Billy?
Wayne.
So Wayne in there with Troy Trulio in the Visceral car. And that's Wayne Nonamaker, right?
Correct.
Nonamaker family has been racing forever at the top levels of racing. Do you know what the highest level? Because one of them actually raced Daytona prototypes. I think it was Wayne, right?
Actually, all four of them did.
Oh.
So it was Wayne and Dane.
Whoa. These getting close out there.
The faster car, and then my dad, Joe, and Will would be in the other car.
Yeah. It's yeah, that was back in the Daytona prototype IMSA days, and then they've raced in Grand Am and all kinds of different series.
Yeah, good morning to Bernie's Rods and Customs. Thanks for joining us here on Champ Car Live.
Bernie up for looking to be on the board of directors. I think Bernie, and we have Troy Trulio here this weekend, Ray Frank, a couple others as well.
Yeah, thanks, Tiffany, if you're listening. Appreciate the. I don't think she is. I think she's busy with life right now, but she took a minute to send us some links. So,
thank you, Tiff.
Try and get those up here. Yeah, again, if you're just joining us and you haven't been with us at some of these races, like Pit Race, the bandwidth for the cellular services that we use is pretty weak. So we see a lot of dropouts, a lot of spottiness from the in-car cameras. So just that's part of the deal. Just be expecting that.
It's actually pretty good up until you turn on 100 cars.
It's good until it isn't.
100 cars, and then you go into Coyote Gulch, and then it's really gone.
Yeah, they have really good. We have 60 some odd cars here, or 50 some odd cars start the race. But you know, you have your we have the cameras. The guys have telemetry in their cars. You know, the radio traffic, and a lot of guys may use cellular for their in-car communication. So you just have a lot of bandwidth being used up on that one cell tower about a mile away from here. There's the 820 going down the front straightaway.
Is his mirror smashed or pushed in?
It looks like it's pushed in, yeah.
Whoops.
Great video on the internet with a Miata driver at Silverstone in England. And Spec Miata, and a guy pushes the mirror. You know, they get side by side. He pushes the guy's mirror over. Yeah.
Oh, God.
That kind of hurts when you're in, you know, especially when you're in really close class racing. You know, you're looking for your drivers, and all you're seeing is yourself. You ever had anybody do that to you, or did you ever have that happen?
Not me.
Interesting.
Yeah, Mike is saying over here on Mike Coppola saying, you know, we're struggling to find volunteers to serve on the board, but the folks we do have are working in the series are doing an awesome job. So yeah, if you think you might like to do some free work to help out the club, we would love to have you. So you got to find other people that like you, though. That's the problem. That's the problem I run into. Got to find enough people to like you to nominate you and vote for you, and that's because they know me.
We got the charcoal, and what was that, Billy?
Where they were going down the back straightaway, and Visceral was trying to pass charcoal, and Mustard is right on Visceral.
So they go right there. Yep. So Visceral got around him.
Yep.
So sorry, I got a lot of feeds are locked up, but we'll work through it.
Cars to help slow somebody down, but you can use them to kind of get in his way a little bit. I used to do that to Troy all the time. We'd share radio frequencies. I'd tell him to go left, and I'd go right. He only.
Well, that would mean you'd be getting out of his way, wouldn't it? If you tell him to go left and you go right, then you're getting out of his way.
Okay. Yeah. Right. Sure.
I don't want to get technical. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It is early.
I
We're
remember-
past
there's a
the
little-
half hour here. We got to go to commercial.
I know. Billy was pointing that out to me.
So the one-armed bandit, as we call it, in the Porsche, looking to lead this race. So stay with us, everybody. We'll be back in a few minutes. Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We'll be right back. Here we go.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it. Do you see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You could do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing, and it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Stress tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We're at Pit Race this weekend. It is the Pittsburgh Grand Prix. Visceral Racing Group leads this race over Team Salem Mustard. Then it's 60 Degree Motorsports. There's no Z in Mazda. Team Salem Ketchup, Money Shift Racing, and Bulldog Racing. Those are just some of the teams in the top 10 right now. As we'll go on board here with the Salem Mustard car.
We have a
on the hunt.
Yellow on pit lane, which is 75% of race speed. So that would be 20 miles an hour. So 16.5 is maximum speed limit on pit lane. But yeah, we have a car stuck at pit out in the grass. So they've sent a rescue truck down there to take a look at him, either get him going or tow him back or tow him around the track. So be aware there is a car off. Yeah, they've got there. Is that him there?
Yep.
Yep.
They got him on the hook too, from what I hear.
Yep.
Visceral Racing Group, they're just flying around this track, as you can see.
So fast, he's
stayed in place. Yeah.
Must be the flux capacitor.
Yeah. Something all Porsches come standard with, right? No longer have to pay extra for that?
Nope. That's not in our car.
Team Salem, Porsche. Boxster's becoming a pretty popular car in Champ Car. Got a couple of emails from guys over the last few days. They're building Porsche Boxsters, and you can pick them up really cheap now, which makes them sort of an ideal car. Problem is, you got to teach your drivers how to drive a mid-engine car, which isn't always the easiest thing to do.
But it seems that driving it with one hand is kind of
we
the
were
way to
talking
go.
about that. It's a commercial that I asked him, does anybody get upset with him driving it with one hand? And Billy said, no, it's as long as he keeps it out of trouble, he can drive it any way he wants.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think Doc and I, probably just me, started calling him the one arm bandit.
We've had teams, remember back in the day that you'd be watching the in-car video when we first started here, and guys would have their arm up on the door, and just like a Sunday drive through the woods.
Things were a little different back then. The cars have gotten faster, and the driver's a little more serious.
Well, drivers have got faster. The more and more seat time you spend in these cars, the better off you are. It's not necessarily the cars. Sometimes it's the drivers.
You certainly spend a lot more money.
The more racing you can do, that's the best. The best way to go fast is race more and more, do more track days, just get in the seat.
Use less brakes.
Great. Howard pedal.
Morning, everybody is just signing in. Thanks for hitting that like button, and hope you're enjoying your weekend wherever it is you are and whatever it is that you're doing, especially if you're working on your race car this weekend. We'd love to hear from you. Let us know what you're working on and what race you're planning on going to next. Got a lot of
all your secret stuff you're doing.
Got a lot of great races on the schedule. Check out ChampCar.org for the schedule. Come out and volunteer, hang out with us, get to know the routine, and come racing with us. RVA pounding around this racetrack, going into 17. Looking to hoist that number 111 car up into the lead of this race as they head down the front straightaway to begin another lap here at Pittsburgh International Race Complex. It's kind of a mouthful, isn't it? 33 laps turn, working lap 34 for the leader. That's Visceral Racing Group.
Now I can see the screen. Billy handed me his binoculars and had a hard time looking at the screen here. The tiny font on the YouTube pop-out chat. Is there a way to make that bigger? No.
It's never changed, Bill. It's perfectly fine.
Paul, what did we talk about?
This is why you bring a guy with young eyes in so that he can see what's being written.
I'm young compared to like a 70-year-old.
He needs a great big.
Paul?
You need to use the zoom feature. It's built into Windows. You can zoom in. You can click on it. And a little magnifying glass pops up.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, it's right in front of your face.
Oh, there we go.
It looks like Salen's right behind Troy here, looking for that pass to take over the lead of this race. Keep an eye here on Team Salen's Mustard with Will Nonamaker at the wheel. Wayne.
Yeah, Troy's not going to lay down for that. He's going to fight it to the end. He's going to try and keep that car up there.
This is tricky because he's got traffic up ahead. Plus, he's got that Porsche Boxster hounding the hindquarters of that 944. Taking the outside line is the Porsche Boxster looking for a way around, but he's got that slower car just up ahead. Advantage Visceral as they come down the front straightaway. And it's a drag race down to turn one. Let's see if Troy can get by for turn one to make the pass. Oh, yes, he definitely does. Nice entry going into turn one, but the Porsche Boxster also gets a nice run around the outside as that sun comes into the cockpit of that Salen's Mustard machine. As they head down the side straight here into the south course. They catch up with another competitor down through turn four here. Looking for that pass on the Porsche, heading into six. No, that was another car, it looks like, as they head up that steep, incredibly steep grade towards the highest point of the racetrack, turn number 7. And the race continues for first place.
Exciting racing going on here. Paul Street listening to the show. He's finishing up their 3:30. For their first race will be at Barber.
Nice.
And that'll be pretty awesome. Great track. That's
yeah.
Great track to have your first race at.
Yeah, definitely go check out that museum there.
Yeah.
You'll love it.
I love Barber. I've been there twice. And the first time I went, that was the first time I was able to use a hard card for Grand Am and get into the pits. So I have a special affinity for that track.
Yep.
As Doc used to say, it's like Pebble Beach. You don't want to put a tire off.
Yeah.
Although we've done it, but
in the rain.
In the rain, it's bad. Yeah.
The museum's pretty cool. If you like motorcycles, I'm not really a motorcycle guy until I walk in, and it's like, holy cow. Not only do they have motorcycles, but they also have a huge collection of Lotus. Mr. Barber was friends with Colin Chapman, and so they've got some of the best one of the best Lotus collections in North America. And Formula One cars, Samaritan Senna cars. Just awesome little setup for the Lotus display there on the first floor. As you walk in, take a right. You cannot miss it. I'm a huge Lotus fan.
Is that why you were drawn to MR2s?
Why none of my cars actually run.
Yes.
No. Yeah, it was back in 1982, I was at an Air Force base in England, and right across from my dormitory was a car park that they would use for selling. The American GIs would use them to sell their cars before they PCS'd out of there. And there was a Lotus. darn it, I just had the word. It's not Elan.
Esprit?
Not the Esprit. It was before the Esprit. It was like early 70s.
Well, the Esprit was around pretty early. Yeah, I don't know.
Lotus Europa.
Okay.
Europa. 1,600 in it, and the guy wanted $1,500 for it. And I was young, I think 19 years old, and no credit. And the bank would not give me a loan on a car that was as old as that Europa was. Mustang going slow down the back straightaway. Looks like he's weaving the car back and forth.
Might be out of fuel.
Maybe it's a Mustang.
It's the blue and white Mustang.
Yeah.
EC car.
Yeah, Tiffany's saying the largest collection of motorcycles in the world, the Barbie Museum, and what you see in and it's multiple levels, and what you see in the Barbie Museum is actually not everything that the man has. There is a huge basement of cars that you never get to see. And the Mustang struggling to get through 18. Oh no, he's come to a stop on the racetrack. Didn't make it in. The same thing happened to WGR a few years back. They got near pit in. I think they were leading the race and ran out of fuel trying to get in for their pit stop.
Pretty good uphill there, so it's not, you can't really see it with the camera, but it's
you're not going to coast up there.
Nope.
Here's what the top of that hill looks like. I mean, it's just
Yep.
That's a heartbreaker. So one of several Mustangs out here this weekend having some trouble with fuel. You know, we've had one black flag, one red flag condition. We had that caution that led us into that red flag, but that's the only full course caution that we've had. So a lot of green flag racing out here this weekend, and that team finding they can't make it on fuel. It might be the OFM racing team and their Mustang tumbling down the standings right now. Yes, they actually show that they've come into the pits though, so not sure if looks like they got that car off the track. So somehow they got it motivated and got it into the pits. So that's good news.
So we announced the preliminary racing schedule for 2022. Did that Friday or Wednesday and Wednesday evening. And we are doing a lot of racing next year. Right now I have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, about 15 or so races up that we have confirmations. We have another 15 to 17 tracks that we're working with right now to get some dates. Some of them we won't get till the beginning of the year because they don't actually talk to us until later on. But right now we're looking at February 4th and 5th as the first race of 2022 at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, test day and a 14-hour. And then 5th of March, which is the first weekend in March, we'll be back at Virginia International Raceway for a 12-hour on the South Course. It's always a big warm-up for the rest of the year. Nice little track, lots of runoff, and really tight racing at that track. Harris Hill, we'll head out to Harris Hill on the 12th and 13th.
Yeah, we're going back to the Salins, this battle for first place, and the Visceral car, we've got a feed, but every time I go to that camera, it's not working. It's one of these Sentinel systems, and it's like never working out here, so it's frustrating. But there's the leader just up ahead, so we can see they're still in a battle for that first place. Is it Wayne or Will? Yeah. I know it's a W.
Write it down, Paul.
Which is it?
Wayne.
I'm just going to call him the one-arm bandit. So anyway, Wayne on the hunt. Doesn't look like he's really pushing the issue too hard.
Doesn't need to.
Doesn't really need to, but I tell you, man, if you're not racing for the win, you're not going to win.
Just need to stick on the tail, and we think that Wayne is a little higher skill than what Troy has. Troy's a pretty good driver. He does a lot of sim work too, but I think Wayne is a
Troy's pretty good.
But also you have to, he's conserving tires. Troy might be pushing that just to stay in front of him. pushing it hard. You can see Troy late braking that car, and
yeah, Marky the Farmer, welcome.
looks like 254 Mustang is being black flagged. Meatball.
254 is the Red Pony 2 Ford Mustang.
And
of course, the meatball is a mechanical flag. If there's something wrong with your car, they want to bring you in and get you to take care of it.
looks like he might be dragging something.
Yeah, dragging a wire or something off the back of the car.
Might be the wiring harness for the car hanging out.
That's just extra. There's a lot of extra wire in a race car that you don't need any, left over, because these are all production cars.
Leave it in there for ballast, corner weighting or whatever.
Right. It's like a weight jacker, because it slops from one side of the car to the other as you go through the corners.
Yep. Marky the Farmer, welcome back.
Helps the car take a set. Yeah.
Do you have any questions to ask Bill Salins here, sitting up here in the tower with us? Go ahead and ask. Any hot dog questions? He knows everything.
Not everything, but
pretty
close.
He said the best thing to put on hot dogs is chili.
It depends on what floats your boat.
Pickles.
Sauerkraut.
Doesn't Salins do a sauerkraut?
No, we do not.
Because I was thinking you could get yourself a German car and call it sauerkraut.
Good. It would need to be a BMW.
Yeah?
I think so. It could be perfect.
North by Northeast Racing, thanks for listening. They're rooting for the Ready Imports Team 585 and Justin from Hart in the 563.
Oh, yeah, the Hart team. And it's all capital letters. I wonder if that's... You have to tell us if that's like a name, or is it abbreviation, or what is it?
Sometimes we have to be really careful about their abbreviations. Some of these guys get pretty creative.
Yeah, keep it PG. If it's something that's not, offensive.
I always loved giving Doc stuff to read, like that, because he wouldn't pre-read it in his mind. He would just say it. And then after he said it, you go, oh, maybe I should have said that.
Yeah, that happened to one of the guys I listen to every morning. He has a YouTube channel. Said something without reading it first, and after he said it's like, whoops, I didn't mean to say that. I see what you got going on there. You spell it. It's all in the spelling, It's the way that it's spelled. You don't think it is what it is until it's come off your lips, and you're like, oh, yeah.
It's the Honda of America racing team.
Ah.
So they are engineers by day and then go racing on the weekends. They work for Honda out of Ohio.
Making Civics?
Yeah.
The Honda America Racing Team, but not sure that's their champ stands for. That could make sense. So Honda American Racing.
Yeah, that seems right.
It's plausible, as they say in Mythbusters. It's plausible. And I got to tell you guys something. I'm a YouTube junkie. I watch YouTube videos all the time, and my latest shtick has been watching this Adam Savage stuff. He has a lot of great content. So if you're bored and you want to watch something, check out his channel. It's called Tested, I think. It's really fascinating stuff from Adam Savage. Anyways, got a car in the pits here. This is one of the hipster guys, I believe.
I'm a Vice Garage. I love that show. What do you watch on YouTube there, Billy?
You guys?
Hey, nice. This is Grit and Grind, excuse me. Grit and Grind with that rear-facing camera. And I think, is the Visceral...
Wait a second. You watch us?
Yes. How else do I keep you guys in line when Tiffany's not here?
Who? I'm kidding.
The old memory's really going there.
Spinny.
Nothing's working. Yeah. Trying to find a camera. I'm very trying.
All else fails, go to the Porsche. They keep their computer to run the car down in that little white box in the floorboard. They're using one of those new cool shirts that does not use ice or water. It's
it's a refrigerator.
It sits right behind that, just out of the camera view. Right behind you.
Yeah. I want to get Tiffany to buy one of those, but I don't think we're going to need it. I think we're going to try and run the cooler month races, and I don't know. I know the Andrew's Honda gets really hot, but I don't think we're going to run the exhaust through the passenger compartment.
No, that's really hot. I think Cone Crushers does that too, and it gets really hot. So much so it's ruined a couple of our cameras over the years.
And loud.
Yes.
Troy Isidore drove their car at Gingerman and said, it is so stupid loud in that car. Oh my gosh, my ears are ringing.
Outside the car, it's okay, but it's just all that noise in there.
Yeah, it's like you're inside a tin can with the exhaust system right next to you. Oh, man.
Well, the RX-8s that we ran in...
oh, my gosh.
The exhaust went right through the passenger side and...
Oh.
Out. And at Daytona, it was really bad because it would go off of the grandstands and then reverberate back at you in the pit lane twice as loud.
You know that the rotary Mazda, actually any of the rotaries, are always known as being one of the quietest cars at the track.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's why my brother can't hear.
What?
What?
11 o'clock. And we're still racing.
Yep, top of the hour. We'll take a quick break and be right back. Stay with us. Champ Car Live. We'll be right back. Yeah.
You know, I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have like 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, In-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Welcome back to the Pittsburgh Grand Prix here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. And we have Visceral Racing Group leading over Team Salem and 60 Degree Motorsports. And we've lost their camera feed, I think. So, can't show you the inside of that car right now, but and the camera feed as well, and the Sentinel system they have set up in their Visceral, that's not working at all. But we have some of our cameras in some of our cars here, and you can see Money Shift Racing out here having a pretty good day of it. You know, they led the field to the green flag, and they've been pretty competitive here on this very twisty racetrack here, just a few miles away from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. One of the Haywood cars giving the point by to a faster car. That's the Mustard car from the Salen's stable. Haywood, one of the several teams that have supplied their own in-car feeds this weekend. Sure appreciate those guys doing that to allow us to ride along with them. So 11 o'clock. This is the this is that time when the teams typically come in and do their pit stops 2 hours into a race. But if you hadn't joined us earlier, we had a red flag due to engine oil on the track from one of the cars that apparently had some engine damage, and that threw things out of sync. Some of the drivers, like the Salen's team, decided to go ahead and do a driver change, and so that's changed things. I don't know if it really changed, changed the stint clock, obviously, and it certainly changed. With that, I imagine it would have changed. Oh, we got a car sideways, striping right across in front of Haywood. It ends up in the grass, but they got tapped apparently by somebody, lost the back end of the car, and slid off the racetrack.
Yeah, that was at 17, right?
I don't know where that was.
Flagger reported that 9, 4, 7, and 15, something happened, and they went off there at 17.
That's TF Racing and 947. What was the other car number?
15.
I'm sorry?
15, 1-5.
15. I don't have a 15.
That's kind of what I heard, but it may have had something 1-5 in it. I don't know.
Right. Yeah, there's a car stranded there on the inside there of turn 17. Or, yeah, through 17. Maybe that's what you heard. I don't know.
Well, no,
This is a rumble strip.
that's a rumble strip.
It's a very short car.
It's a go-kart. Long track, buddy.
It's a low line car. The Beretta should get a cardboard cutout of big white bird for the car. Cockatoo, yeah, definitely. Yeah, that would be awesome. We were talking about that cool shirt system it's got the, it's basically a little refrigerator you put in the car. And Ryan Wells was saying, we've been using those for a while. Maybe it wasn't Ryan, it's the not SIG 11s. Yeah, they've been using them, and they're worth every penny.
I liked it. I used it with Visceral Racing because he's using them in both cars. And I used it at the 24. It's different. You don't get that initial frozen feel. You can't feel the water, but I never got hot.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. It's not as cold as the water and ice method, but it's consistent. It stays. Yeah. It doesn't, go away on you.
But you're not overheating, and that's basically what you want. But you don't have that. I'm a air conditioned in the office, as cold as I can get it kind of guy, and I get in the car and I kind of want that same feeling. But it didn't happen with the Porsche, with the there's smoke coming out of one of the Salen's cars as he's going down the back straight. It's a Boxster as he's.
That was ketchup, probably.
He was going down, got out of sight. He should be coming down the straightaway here. There was smoke coming out one of the right tailpipes. And here he comes down the front here. And he seems to be going a little slower. 942. Oh, it looks like a transmission or differential oil.
Yeah, he's definitely slowed down there. But still at race speed is the Porsche Boxster, one of the Porsche Boxsters here. Oh, we got a car that's off the track as well back there at the top of the hill coming down 15. He's actually turned it around.
It's the EC car, the Porsche EC car.
Okay. So one of the EC cars got turned around. Oh, looks like he's getting it remotivated, and just a terrible place to pull onto the racetrack, but gets it turned around and on the racetrack.
The 153 that was.
All right, car 153. That's Octane Racing. And they were up towards the pointy end of the field today, as I remember. As we're on board with RVA Graphics and Wraps. Looking to bring that BMW up to the front. On board with Haywood Racing, and one of the two Miatas they brought out here this weekend. I'm really fascinated by this dash panel. I'm like really into dash panels. I don't know why. The buttons, the dials, the gauge positions. It's like a thing. I'm always looking for that perfect setup that looks like it would be fun to put together. I like working on electronics. I don't know if we can catch up with that Porsche Boxster from Salen's that was struggling. We definitely had some smoke coming out of the back of that German-powered machine.
It just went by on the back straight heading towards 17, so he should be going to the pits hopefully shortly so that we can get that car fixed and back out there.
Yeah, I could see they just turned 18 there, so might be coming into the pits with that machine. Haywood Racing. Looks like one of the Mustangs just up ahead as they're working to get their Mazdas up there as far as they can. So a quick rundown here. At 47 laps completed, Visceral Racing Group still leads this race over Team Salem in their catch-up car. Then it's 60 Degree Motorsports. There's No Z, and Mazda has moved up as well, clearing the EC cars. Money Shift Racing in 5th place. So there's no Z in Mazda. Actually, the lead B class car right now in the field. Bulldog Racing is behind them in 6th. Then it's RVA Graphics and Wraps in the 411, and then the 111 car of RVA Graphics and Wraps is in 8th. Then it's Haywood Racing and Syndicate Racing, the top 10. And the gap between the two RVA cars is about 21 seconds. So a pretty healthy gap right there between them. About 1 minute and 45 seconds, the gap from Money Shift up to Salen's. And of course, the gap from Salen's to Visceral, 0.8 seconds. They're right on top of each other. As there's Nosy and Mazda comes into the pits out of 5th place. Other cars in the pits, Bad Gas Racing, Team Salen Charcoal has pitted that Mazda. Excuse me, it's just got a little bit confused here. I'm trying to read through all this stuff. Yeah, the charcoal car is indeed the Mazda. That's the RX-7. Then we got Boston Winers, one of their cars in the pits. Team Salen, Team Sturm in the pits, and Whip Racing also shown in the pits right now.
720 is off track. Driver's left at 17. He has not continued. He's been there for about 1.5 minutes. 720 is 6 Degree Motorsports.
Oh boy, and those guys were doing so well today. 60 Degree Motorsports tumbling down through the standings now. They've dropped to 8th. I don't see them in the corner on our camera here.
I don't see them either.
But they are there. They're probably just off camera somewhere. So that's a shame for the Beretta team. Boy, did they look strong this morning right out of the gate.
942 is being black flagged for oil, I believe.
Yeah, that's the ketchup car being black flagged, and I know that the charcoal car is already in the pits.
Come in.
So some concern for the other one of the other Salen's cars here.
Yeah, they're seeing oil come out from underneath the car, spray pattern.
Yeah, and Billy was thinking maybe differential, which is one of those things could definite possibility. And I don't know how much differential fluid you put in a Porsche Boxster, but
so they're saying 946 just went off track, and he thinks that that cars are actually getting pretty sideways going through 17 from the amount of oil being put down on the track right now.
Yeah, it's a definite that area of the track seems to be the #1 location for cars to go off track anyways, overcooking the brakes, trying to get into that corner, and finding that they run out of racetrack as the corner turns on them. I don't see a 946 on my sheet, so I can't give you an identifier on what that team is. But Haywood Racing has decided to bring one of their Miatas into the pits. So they're in right now. Looks like just going through standard service. Now we still don't have a working feed on the Visceral Porsche leading the race. But I would imagine they're going to push this all the way out to where they can make their pit stop at the 2-hour mark. So it kind of throws off the strategy a little bit. 60 Degree still shown not turning laps. They've tumbled down to 17th, so obviously they can't get that car going again.
Full course yellow.
All right. So there you have it. Full course caution, guys. No passing is the rule. And under a standing yellow, it's 50% race speed. So you'll see our cameras eventually catch up with that full course caution.
The Flagtronics on the dash flashing yellow. Now it goes to a standard yellow where it says Y on it. For yellow.
There's a car. Oh, there's the car that's stranded. It's track left, just coming out of 17 into 18.
Just about a foot or so outside our camera range
So I'm not sure why we haven't seen the full course caution from the stand there, but they are under caution.
Can you refresh that one?
Oh, there it is. It's in the shadows. It's just kind of blending in with the green.
She's behind. Yeah, they can see it coming down.
They
the
can see
straightaway.
it. Yeah, we just can't see it real well.
She's standing in front of it. You don't need to see it down here. She, the car's coming at her. Need to see it.
So RVA graphics and wraps, they'll get it, and this will help stack up the field a little bit. And of course, any of those teams like Visceral, I would expect them to come into the pits under a caution, make that driver change, and get their new guy out. Maybe take fuel. Needs more gas is in the pits in their 240 SX. Of course, this was one of those, back at that time, the Z cars, the 240, the 260, the 280, were a pretty popular vintage car. And so Nissan decided, we're going to re-release the 240 with a fresh body style, a fresh, makeover. And this was the car that they came out with. And there was a lot of excitement over the 240 at that time.
So their track just announced to their safety folks, they're going to look around the track to see if there's any oily spots, and so they're going to drive around and take a look. I'm going to go see if we can fix some cameras, and I'll leave you hands with Bill Salen up here.
Oh, goody.
Is he gone yet?
Yes, he's gone.
Okay.
He's an ice cream truck, I think.
Is he gone yet? Yeah, he's gone. Okay. I wanted you to get that out before he left. I could see him walking out there. That was funny. So yeah, we've got some teams coming into the pits, taking advantage of that caution, and I would imagine, that Porsche Boxster, the Salen's car, is going to come in too, and they were black flagged. I guess they were meatballed in, so they'll get in and take a look at that. But the mustard car, no problems. Wayne Notamaker here at the wheel and has things pretty well in hand. Just staying in touch with the leader here, the Visceral Racing Group, Porsche 944 of Visceral Racing Group, with the Biohazard team captain and owner Troy Trulio at the wheel of that Porsche. So a couple Porsches leading the race this weekend. How about that? Got the German power up there. Behind them, we've got Bulldog Racing in a BMW. And then we've got some EC cars up there, but there's a lot of German power up there. RVA Graphics and Wraps is behind them. Both of their cars are almost together. About 20 seconds is the gap. Syndicate Racing Development is behind them, and that's an A-class car, so I'm betting that's a Miata. Let me take a look. Syndicate, alphabetically, it's a 99 Miata, so I think that would be an NB. So you guys will have to keep me honest here on the feed. That's number 717. A 99 Mazda Miata MX-5. And thanks for tuning in and watching, listening, whatever it is, the project that you're working on in your garages, or maybe doing some of that housework, or whatever it is you're out there, maybe catching some fish today. Appreciate you supporting the series. 50 laps turned now, our second caution of the day. As we've got some new drivers coming in. Looks like the mustard car. Yeah, 1-2. Both Porsches coming in here. Both the Boxster of Salen, Mustard, and Visceral Racing Group. As the Visceral sister car blew an engine. So both your 1-2 coming into the pits. Money Shift also hitting that pit loop. They're coming in with that Honda to do their driver change. Gonna take advantage of this caution. Welcome, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We're at Pittsburgh International Race Complex. If you're just joining us, it's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. Of course, it's a two-day race this weekend, an 8+7 as we call it, which is 8 hours of endurance racing on Saturday and 7 on Sunday. Expecting to get some of that wet stuff tomorrow. So we'll see how that plays into the way this race unfolds. But today's race, we're expecting mild weather, so it should be dry from start to finish.
So you're saying there's a chance of liquid sunshine tomorrow?
Yeah. So fresh driver going in the mustard car, and I would defer to you, Billy. Who's in the car now?
That would be my father, Joe Seelan.
Joe's in the car. Your dad. All right, great.
Hence the Seelan on his visor there.
Gotcha. He's got that helmet all decked out. RVA Graphics and Wraps also plugging a new driver in. You can see the team ahead servicing that car, putting fuel in. And I'm just looking here. Oh, Blake's Garage has sent me a stream link as well. So let's see if I can get that moved from my phone over to the broadcast. There's a few steps I need to go through. But we'll get that up. What's that?
Hoops to jump through?
Yeah. Yeah. And I talked to my wife about coming on the show. She said, I would do that, but I have no idea what to say. I said, well, you could pretend to... What's that?
I don't have any idea either. So
Yeah, we don't know either. I mean...
It's all fair game.
But I said, well, you could pretend to be my mom, because that was kind of the joke on the show. I said, you could pretend to be my mom. And then I said, well, I could actually get my mom to come on the show. That would be fun. Whoop. That's nothing good. We'll go back to that. Trish trying to set up another feed here. Let's see if we can get this in here. And yeah, that's working. So this is the feed that one of the feeds that was just sent over to me. Sorry about that noise there, folks. This is JS Motorsports. And so JS Motorsports has elected to stay out on the racetrack and continue to cycle. So they may have come in and done their pit stop or just decided to stay out. So thanks to you guys for sending me that link. Appreciate that. Looks like they've got a hook up there in the center of the dash for one of those side nets, but they're not using it this weekend.
Yep.
Coming down the backstretch here towards 17. I would say that looks like a Miata. I've done a lot of racing in Miatas in Champ Car. And you can kind of see, his position in the seat here is actually pretty good. You should have a little bit of a bend in the elbow. And that gives your elbows some place to go when you're steering through the corners.
I prefer armrests.
Yeah. I have long arms, so I don't want my elbows hitting anything. I wouldn't want an armrest in a car, a race car anyway.
I have shorter arms than my legs, so yeah, it's very interesting the position I have to put the school car for Mid-Ohio in, because I'm literally crammed up against the front of the car just so my arms are in a comfortable position.
They got them down to like a crawl here on the front straightaway as the cars are coming down here to start another lap under caution as crews are looking over the racetrack for areas that they can clear up. We got the Wittenauer Motorsports camera back up. Yeah, so Bill must have gone down there and serviced that camera while they were there. Now, when they go down into that Coyote Gulch area, that's typically the area where the cameras will dip a little bit and then come back up. The money shift camera really disinterested in the whole prospect, and so is the visceral camera. Really not interested in participating today, which is kind of par for the course. We often have some camera trouble at this great racetrack. There's a look at the Pittsburgh International Race Complex course that we're driving this weekend. You can see it's actually two road circuits put together. The North Course a little more recently built, but they've been paved and repaved, and they just take really good care of this facility. They've also put a new tower in recently, so just great things happening at Pit Race, as we call it. They do a lot of go-kart racing there, too. They've got some separate tracks they go-kart race at, so nice facility. It's like we got the 60-degree camera up and running again as they are heading out, so hopefully that camera will stay up for us and you can just enjoy watching them. You know, they were doing so well at the beginning of this race, found themselves off track with trouble with the car. We don't know the details as to what happened there, but they're leaving the pits here and ready to rejoin this race and claim, hopefully, you know, claim whatever they can, what's left of this race. And some of it's just, you know, you want to get out there and shake the car down and make sure it's okay for tomorrow's race. Another part of it is just trying to make sure everybody gets some good seat time. Everybody. What's that?
Out.
I'm having trouble hearing you, so.
Lights are out on the pace car.
Oh, okay. Lights are out on the pace car, so should be going back to green here next time. Bye. So looks like the visceral Porsche got back out in front of the Salen's mustard car. So as we go back to green, looks like we're going to be in the same 1-2 position here, and looks like we're green now. So back to racing here at Pittsburgh International Race Complex. Visceral Racing Group shown in the lead over Team Salen Mustard. Then it's Money Shift Racing, Bulldog Racing, and we got some changes there. Yes, RVA Graphics and Wraps in the number 111. The 411 sister car is behind them, with Syndicate Racing, your lead A-Class car, behind them. So thanks for tuning in and watching, everyone, here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We're at the bottom of the hour, so we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. So stay with us. We'll be right back.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Bring on the frozen tundra, the grinding gravel, the cratered concrete, the rain-soaked streets. Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Reliable performance in unreliable conditions. Designed to meet or exceed original equipment performance. That's why more auto technicians choose Duralast parts. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Thanks to all you guys who are sending me your links to my email. Appreciate that. As we go on board with Team Sailing right now, still on the hunt for the lead of this race. Yeah, we got Blake's Garage. They've sent us a link to their in-car. Just waiting for that to spool up. Also, it's JS Motorsports. They've sent us a link, and we appreciate those guys as well. Thanks for doing that. Thanks for sending that to me. A little bit of smoke up there. Looks like in the braking zone. Probably just a tire lockup. Lots of smoke down here in 17 as JS rolls through that corner. Heads back up the hill to start another lap here at Pittsburgh International Race Complex. We've had a couple of full course cautions, and one of them we had a significant amount of oil down the track, especially heading down here into this whole turn 6 complex. They got that all cleaned up and got us back to racing, but it did cost us some track time. We also had a full course caution here recently for another possible oiling of the track, but got us back to racing here pretty soon. But it happened just after that 2-hour mark in the event and gave a lot of teams the opportunity to go ahead and pit with the opportunity to make those driver changes, take fuel, and do it under caution. Not everybody was able to take advantage of that, but a lot of teams were.
Yeah, I was able to get a 111 car back up along with the Wittenauer Mini.
Yeah, I appreciate you working on that. And unfortunately, those cameras just aren't really interested in participating, so I guess.
So our RVA Graphics got a little yelling at. They were doing a pit stop, and they kind of screwed up a little bit on what they were doing, and told them if they do it again, we're gonna make them wait 45 minutes at pit out or pit in. It's kind of a joke, and they were all for it because Donnie's in the car, and of course Donnie loves just sitting there not doing anything for 45 minutes. So, but yeah, we're not. Just gave them a warning. You have all your visors down and fuel properly. And Marquis DeFarmer asked, why 3-digit number for cars? We allow up to 999 from number 1 to 999. We have about, I think, 4,000 cars in the series. So, basically, or I don't know, not 4,000 cars. There's about 800 cars right now, active cars racing in the series, 800 cars. So we have to give 3-digit numbers. Everybody's showing up with 79 is not a good thing, as we found out a bunch of years ago. Does the first number indicate a class? No, we actually have the class that they're running in is actually a letter, and that is, you can see that on the side of the car right behind the number. A class through EC, so A, B, C, D, and EC. EC is our exception class. Those are cars beyond the rules. They're just running out there for fun. They're not going for the overall win. If there are 5 cars or more in the class during the race, that start the race, there will be a first class trophy given away to EC class. A, B, C, D, A being the smallest bore engines, the smallest engine size, all the way up to D class, which are the big bore V8s. D class being the usually faster cars, but not necessarily faster. Sometimes the C, with endurance racing, C class seems to be sort of the, what's that called? The best of all worlds, kind of big engine, kind of, V6, good torque. But that doesn't always mean they're going to win, because you still have A class like Miatas and B class Miatas with Ecotechs or bigger engines in the car that do really, really well.
Yeah, because you've got fuel. There's so many things that go into it, so that's it's fun because we've got this rule set, and it all kind of helps create this parity of fairness across the board. It's obviously not perfect. Nothing's perfect, but it's not a spec series, but it's kind of set up that way, so it's fun. It makes it a lot of fun.
Visceral Racing Group leading this race right over. Wait, sorry. Jimmy's talking. Bulldog Racing. We haven't seen them up top for a while.
Yeah, that's interesting. They're doing really well here. I'm just gonna have to look through the standings of. They finished 5th last year on Saturday, so it is a front-running car. I'm looking through the Sunday finishes here, and I don't see them in the top 20, so they must have had some kind of a problem. But
the region, which is who's that? 478 had gone to the garage and
well
looked like
lubricated.
they fixed their smoking issue. It's a Porsche Boxster.
Yeah.
And they went back out on track, and they just came out of 17, and there was a lot of smoke as they came out of the corner, out of 18 with that car as they crest the hill.
Yeah, that's well lubricated racing, and there were some concerns. They were actually black flagged for that, and looks like they might have to bring it back in and go back to work.
478. Yeah, they're going to black flag him because he was smoking through certain corners. We don't want what happened earlier to happen again, where the track is well oiled and delay the race. .947 was being black flagged earlier. I don't know what for, but he was being black flagged. Yeah, Not Sig says the chill out boxes are worth every penny, and that's their second year of running it in their Mini, and it's more consistent than an ice bucket method, which is true. We've always run big ice containers. We don't use those little tiny cool shirt ones because we're big guys and it takes a lot of ice to cool us down, and it doesn't last for 2 hours. So we figured out the sweet spot for ice to last, for the water to stay cold for 2 hours. And it's a big cooler and is about 54 pounds with the weight, whereas the chill out is significantly less weight than a big ice box sitting in your car, and and no chance of it, taking a corner or doing something, hitting something, and that water just being spread all through the car if the lid pops off.
Right.
Which we accidentally did one time with our driver. He was not happy. He hit the brakes. And he went into a left-hander. Right-hander. He went into a right-hander, and all that ice just went right onto his lap. Yeah, I don't know if I've heard as much cussing in that car. He was not happy.
So the standings right now here at 59 laps, Visceral Racing Group leading over Team Salem, Bulldog Racing in 3rd, Money Shift Racing in 4th. The number 111 of RVA Graphics and Wraps is the car just ahead of Haywood, gets a little crossed up there, manages to keep that Miata back on the racetrack and moving forward though, so no calamity there. Behind RVA, it's their sister car, the number 411 car. We have to skip over some of these EC cars, which are in our exception class. Syndicate Racing still shown in 10th place, but of course they're up several spots with those EC cars being up there. So there's a quick rundown. Now you can follow along with your favorite teams over at racehero.io on the web, or you can pick up their app in the App Store.
So car number 856, I'm trying to figure out where he is. He has just left pit lane for the first time today. Yeah, that's Team 856. It's a Ford 94 Ford Escort GT. They are headed on track for the first time.
Yeah, that's Team 856. So we have somebody saying, but with all the years we've been running those ice boxes, they still haven't come close to the cost of a new chill out. Yeah, I know. They are exorbitantly expensive, but,
But when you're, we talk about that as, the cost of racing, but, racing is, no matter how cheap the racing is, it's not cheap. It's not cheap. And
right.
want that stuff that works really well is lightweight. It's going to cost you some money. But, you get together a bunch of guys, $2,000.
Whoa, cars crossed up in front of Salins. Salins manages to get through. I don't know who that was.
I don't know how he got through that.
It could have been Visceral. I don't know what was going on there, but that could have been a real disaster for the Salins team. Manages to get through that. We'll see where does Visceral come out in all of this. But sorry, I interrupted the point you were driving at, Bill.
Yeah, it's just that racing is our type of racing is cheap on the scale, inexpensive because it's if you look at what it costs to do a pro race per event. Oh, come on, man.
I thought that was funny, so I wanted to put that up.
So it's if you want the type of gear that's gonna far lighter and actually perform better, it costs you money to bring in that stuff that the pros use.
So Visceral Racing Group has dropped to second place.
Yep.
I'm seeing the whole system refresh as we come through, so I'm not sure where the Visceral car is in all this, but
I'm trying to look. I missed him. I looked down and
it's showing a gap of 1.4 seconds, so must have gathered it up and not lost too much. I don't know that was Salins that was sliding off the track. I think it was the three kind of all showed up in the same place at the same time. If I would have hit my replay, I could have caught that. We could have watched it, but I forgot about it. I think it was another competitor that actually went off the track there.
Hopefully the Visceral car wasn't affected by that.
Yeah, I mean, being only a second and a half back through there, apparently is okay.
Yeah, I would say he just got a little sideways maybe and pulled it back in place and just got in the line. And he's right. He's not even he's maybe about a half a second back on Salin right now.
I think Salin's made the pass on Visceral while the other car was sliding off the track, and everybody's trying not to hit anybody. I think the car that went off the track got left way behind. Certainly.
Straight away now. Well, not in this picture, but.
Yippee!
There they are right there with Visceral right behind them. Third car in the row there.
Yeah, they're right together. So new leader here. It's Salin's team taking the lead for the first time today. The lead's also been held by Money Shift Racing and, of course, Visceral Racing Group.
So 662 being reported spun going into 17. Got it back under control and continued.
Whoa, we're sliding off track. Haywood gets it turned around there, but wow, quickly recovers.
I predict the future.
Oh, wow, what an incredible slide there by Haywood coming through. Looks like turn 17.
Yep, that's what it was.
There's the charcoal car going by. It doesn't look like there was any contact. I don't know if he got any help getting around, but
the corner worker just said he was by himself, so
there you go. All right.
Yeah, that corner's a little deceiving. You get in there late, and if you're watching the cars behind you or in front of you, kind of, you can miss your braking point by a foot or two and really have just way too much speed going in there. What's really hard is stopping the car when you only have three wheels, too.
I wouldn't know about that, but
Yeah.
And you've got experience in that three-wheel racing.
Yeah.
So was that a Delta Wing?
I think I went around that corner faster with 3 wheels than I did with 4, so I didn't have any brakes in the car. That's why. As soon as the wheel left the car, it took the brake system with it.
Right. That must have been interesting.
I mean, it just took all the brakes with it. Just
Right. You step on the brakes and nope. Can't steer and you can't brake, so not a whole lot left for you to do. Just wait.
Yeah, well, you just, it was like I put it to the floor, because your natural instinct is to stop the car. Well, you have that realization that you're speeding up, because my car was actually sitting on the plywood splitter, and I just concentrated on making it around the corner, and I was pumping the brakes. I remember that, and nothing was happening, and then the brake pedal just stayed to the floor. And then I'm like, what do I do? And by that time, I'm headed up pit lane, and I'm going at a considerable clip because I can't stop the car. And you crest this hill, and now you're going downhill. Well, to me, it seemed like the car was actually speeding up, and that's when I realized, downshift.
Oh, yeah.
I started downshifting the car coming down. I got it there, and I remember Al Chiswick was working pit in at that time. And I remember him he had a pit timer in his hand, and he's looking at the car, and later on he said, there was something odd with the car, because it only has 3 wheels. And I just went right by him. And I was able to get the car down into first, I just went through the gears basically and got to first. And I got slow enough to where, now the friction from that front splitter on the concrete or on the blacktop was slowed the car enough to where I could make the turn into the cold pit.
Right.
Or what do they call that pit lane where you form up? The SCCA forms up. We don't use it like that, but they...
Yeah, they call it the false grid.
False grid. So yeah, I pulled into the false grid and just stopped it right there and said a little prayer and I was
clean my shorts.
Yeah, that was scary because it's like you hit the brake and all of a sudden nothing, and you hear this big thump and you see the tire just flying in the air and bouncing. It's surreal.
Yeah, it's got to be a pretty scary moment.
You had an issue with a guardrail last week, too.
Oh, well, yeah.
The frame rate on our camera was pretty good, and I'll tell you what, Paulie has some fast hands. You were working that wheel, man.
Yeah, I just ran out of... There's not much room for air down there going into turn 9 at Mid-Ohio, and the hypothesis is that as I pivoted the car to head up the hill, the left rear might have found some grass, and that put the car sideways. I think I caught the first slide, and the second one I didn't, and I ended up against the tires there. Just kind of pancaked them, but fortunately it didn't really hurt the car cosmetically. It was just...
Took a mirror off?
Yeah, the mirror was broken. Which is pretty cool. They had a spare mirror.
Just right there.
We just screwed another mirror on the next pit stop, so that was pretty awesome. I was in 16. I started in last place. I was in 67th, and I was in 16th when that happened. I was a lap and a half away from pitting.
I didn't actually spin out. I was able to keep it, kind of going. Up the hill, but I never spun out. 100% control. That's what I like to say. Except for the stopping part.
Oh, that.
Yeah. It's those, I think it's how you work your way through those issues, determines your, if you had somebody that never raced before, or had issues with the car, it's like guys towing. We know we have a lot of people that have never towed a car when they were a teenager down the highway at 60 miles an hour, 3 feet from the guy towing you with a chain. Because we see it, down here with the cars being towed on, from track, broken down cars being towed. They just don't know how to be pulled.
Right.
I mean, do you ever do that as a kid? You know, you got your car broke down and you got to get it back to the shop before your dad gets home and finds out you broke something and, you know, doing something stupid. And so your best friend's towing you with whatever you had in the back of the car, which is usually about 5 or 6 T-shirts tied together.
This will work.
Yeah. No, just don't floor it. Just don't floor it, Chris. Yeah. Oh, did I say a name? Sorry. God, we did some stupid stuff as kids in the greater San Diego area.
Fortunately, we're much more intelligent now.
Now we use actually toe straps. You hear that?
I heard. You'll have to translate for us, Bill.
Hold on. Something 20. 720 spun off, spun a few times, got back on track.
Oh, that's the Beretta. That's 60 degrees.
Yeah, having driven in snow and ice helps too. And we had a lot of that in the greater San Diego, California area.
Oh, we have a lot of that in Indiana. Plenty of snow and ice up in northern Indiana, no problem.
And the first time I ever drove on snow and ice was in the back seat of my dad's 68 Charger with chains on it, and I was just, you know, a kid, not driving, but I was in the car. So I learned a lot from that because Dad would explain to us what he was doing and why he was doing it. He grew up in Michigan, so he had a little bit of knowledge. And then,
I wish someone would explain why I'm doing what I'm doing.
You know, that's why we ask our kids now. Is once you get to a certain age,
the roles reverse. They end up taking care of you, and you end up in diapers. So with that, we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back. ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Triple tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
And we are back here live. It is the Pittsburgh Grand Prix at Pittsburgh International Race Complex, an 8-hour race today, 7 hours of racing on the schedule for tomorrow. We're on board with our leader, Team Salem Mustard. Oh, I take that back. According to our standings, they've been overtaken by the Visceral Racing Group Porsche and have slipped back into second place. And it looks like they just got passed by a Miata as well. So some dicing going on there. So the Visceral Porsche has retaken the lead of this race. Bulldog Racing still sitting there in third place, showing about a lap back from the 1-2 fight that's going on up at the front right now. Money Shift Racing still hanging strong in there in that Honda Civic in fourth place. Then we've got RVA Graphics and Wraps in fifth place and in sixth place with their sister car, number 411. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Paul Veltzum, also with Bill Strong, calling the race for you today. As it is now noon, the track went green at 9 a.m., so we are 4 hours into the race. So we have about 5 hours remain. 9, 10, 11, 12. Excuse me, we're 3 hours in. I can do math. We're 3 hours into the race. I guess it's just wishful thinking that I'm halfway done with my work for the day.
So apparently I'm chopped liver, huh, Paulie?
No. How would you be chopped liver?
Well, you said Bill Strong. You never said Bill Salem.
Hey, real quick, we got a car into a tire wall. Don't know where.
Well, that's kind of how I roll. I didn't know you were still there, Billy.
Oh, he just sits off. Watching the details.
The deets on the sitch.
So we're trying to figure out where this car is. Is that him up there? Might be.
No, we had a camera looking at turn one, and we've always had trouble with bandwidth right there, and
I think it's a 17, way off in the distance there.
Okay, well, it could be. We're just going to go with that until we hear otherwise.
$941 maybe?
No,
oh, they were black flagging somebody?
Charcoal was circulating.
So Visceral Racing Group reclaims the lead of the race from the Salins team. The Boxster rowing up through the gears as they head down the straight for the South Course. So many twists and turns and so much elevation change out here at Pit Race.
I love that part going down in there and then coming up through the, I always call it the bowl, but you call it, what do you call that area there?
Well, they call it Coyote Gulch.
Gulch, yeah.
That's what you guys previously called it. So
yeah, I don't call it any. I just, that big dippy thing at the bottom where I make a right turn. I don't know what corner this is. It says 6 or 5 on the stand.
Yeah.
Every now and then I'd be preemptive and put a corner map onto the dashboard, and you'll see that with some teams. They'll have a track map on there in case you get lost, I guess. I don't know. Or if you break down,
go off, yeah, you can tell them where you are.
Well, that's one thing we always had. We had a track, we had at least a track map for most of the races we went to, if the guys didn't know it. And then a spare radio in there. So if he actually had to get out of the car, he could continue to talk to our pit lane to let us know what we needed to have ready, either in pit or in the paddock, to repair the car, which is usually an axle or a hub for our car. But, there's other teams that do that as well. And if you ever have a radio that goes bad during the race, your helmet radio, you could actually have another radio and be able to at least contact them, yell into the radio, box, box, box.
I've never, ever heard of a team having more than one radio.
Really?
Never. All the teams I've raced with, we're lucky to have one good working radio, not 2.
Yeah, we always had 2.
That's weird.
Got one in there. It's always turned to the off position, but we bought a radio box that holds 2 radios. So, yeah, we had that happen. We broke the car at Atlanta, and it was way on the other side of the track. And they put the guy in there, and I'm like trying to radio him, like, dude, hey, what's going on? Where, couldn't get a hold of him. So after that, I was like, put another radio in. Pretty certain Troy did that too, and a couple other teams. But it gives you a heads up about what's going on with the car. So we had a Honda, looks like turns, hold on, see the number. Oh, didn't get a number. But it was a red Honda, went off at 7.
If we only had our color commentator.
God.
We have a Red Barn Racing. We have a Red Pony.
Are they a Honda?
Well, the Honda's is Ready Imports. That might be red. It's REDI. Now,
so 4-course yellow.
Okay. I don't know. If you called your team Ready Imports, would you paint it red?
Yeah,
I believe it is.
I'm trying to connect the dots here. I don't know. Maybe. I think actually there's some people listening to the stream that know them.
Yeah, I think that's him over in the corner, way out there.
Well, Bill, if we had a zoom option on that camera, we would be able to see it.
Maybe.
I mean, I could zoom in on it, and then what you're going to see are like 3 pixels.
Yeah, that's it.
I know. That's why I was making the joke.
Or we're just delivering lunches to the corner workers, too.
RVA giving the wave here. I don't know. Trying to see if we could see anything in their camera shot, but...
Yeah, they're going to start delivering lunches to the corner workers while we handle this yellow as well.
Might as well.
Hit 2 apples with 1 stone.
Oh, there was a pass.
Who passed through? Yeah, but this was prior. We have delay on some of these feeds.
It was there.
Who passed who?
It was the red EC Porsche passing Boston. I believe. Yeah. I caught it. I don't know if everybody else did.
Most likely that guy caught it.
So Visceral leads the race over the Team Sailing team in the mustard, so-called mustard car. That's number 943. Then we've got Bulldog Racing in their BMW, Money Shift Racing in their Honda, also the B-Class leader. And then RVA Graphics and Wraps, both of those cars are right there. Behind them, there's a large swath of EC cars separating the two RVA cars. And then we've got, there's no Z in Mazda, gosh, I lost it already. Syndicate Racing Development is behind them in their Miata.
For you, Paulie.
Maybe I need to turn you guys up a little bit because you're competing. I've got you competing with the car noises. So let me.
Well, Bill doesn't know how to use a microphone.
Yeah,
there he goes. Much better.
All right. The Money Shift car there, the mirror looks like it's gone.
We don't need no stinking mirror. Objects behind us.
Oh, you mean the glass part of the mirror? Yeah, it is gone, yeah.
A lot of times you'll get guys that'll go see that mirror he has up on the window for the rearview mirror. There's a couple of them out there that are sold that are really flexible, and unfortunately you'll get a driver grab it and try. What was that? Oh, was that a safety truck?
Yeah, the safety. I think he's doing the lunches.
They'll try to readjust the mirror and end up breaking it. One of my drivers, might have been Troy Trulio, did that, I think, twice with my car.
So my son, I've got him in this Pontiac G6, and broke that outside rear view mirror there. And I found you can get just the glass part on Amazon. They're pretty easy to come by with the adhesives, so I stuck a new one on there. It wasn't too bad.
Super glue on or something?
It has adhesives that come with it, and then I used a heat gun to remove the old one with a screwdriver, just plucked off all this stuff. Now, Blake's Garage, looks like they've pulled the camera out of their car. Unfortunately, Blake's Garage, their car in the garage area. That sucks.
Yeah, that Miata's usually pretty quick.
That looks like Daytona.
That is Daytona.
Oh, well, this might be kind of interesting. Maybe their camera went down, and this is like the next. See, this is their camera, so this is the next video.
Well, while we're into yellow, let's watch the Daytona race.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Garage cam.
What's he got there? A couple. Those are cups, drinking cups, and there's his radios.
We only supply the best. We work hard at doing this. For all you guys, watching from Europe, that's the way Americans do stuff.
We work hard at the beginning, and then we quit working. Yeah. The rest of the time, we're just goofing off.
My wife calls me the 80% guy. Don't know why.
The 8% guy? 8% of the day? You're working 8%?
Yeah,
pretty much.
Yeah.
That might be pushing it, though.
2 hours cold never heats up. I went from bad brain fade in a 1.5 hour mark to wanting to keep going at 2 hours.
Yeah, the cool shirt stuff works really well at helping you endure 2 hours in the car. We have a maximum 2 hour stint.
Yeah.
You can run fuel as long as you want. If you some cars can go 4 hours on fuel. Most cars can't.
Well, getting back to that cool shirt thing, it kind of reminds me of whether you use the water and the ice versus the little refrigerator that costs $2,000 or whatever it is. That you can get by with other gear, certainly in the beginning when you get started. But at some point, if you have the funds to move up into the better equipment, it's nice because it always makes things easier. And the more you can simplify your whole experience at the track, the better. Because with the ice and the water, you got to fiddle with it. Most guys are fiddling with it in between pit stops. It's one more thing that has to be dealt with. But this would eliminate that. You're just plugging it and unplugging it. That's all you're doing. It's like when I went to the Stilo helmet. No more fiddling with earbuds. No more of my heads, my earbuds coming unplugged in the middle of the race, and I can't hear what they're saying, and I don't know, none of that. I've got everything is built in. All the comms are built into the helmet. I plug it in, one plug. I've never had a problem with it. I raced at Mid-Ohio. Mine was the only helmet that the crew could hear because the other guys had, their own setups, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I had the nice stuff, right? I've got isolating ear cups, so I don't have any problems with my ears being blown out by cars that I get in that are too loud. My shoelaces, I don't use shoelaces anymore. They're like this little bungee thing. They're these little bungee loops. So I never have to tie my shoes anymore. I just slip them on like a boot. Just eliminating those little things that create time and can be frustrating in the middle. How quick can I get in the car? Pretty quick. It doesn't take me long to suit up.
I've actually had my shoelaces get stuck around the brake pedal.
Yeah.
And, those big floppy shoelaces they give you with the Nomex boots. So one of the other pieces of gear that I ended up purchasing was a Valero underwear. So basically it's a high-tech Nomex base layer that works as a cool shirt without actually having water or anything pumped to it. And it's got some technology developed with NASA. And I'll tell you what, for the money I spent on it, which was fairly pricey, we get it from Discovery Parts for about $198 for the shirt and about $175 for the pants, and worth every penny. I wore it actually underneath my my gear at in Florida a couple weeks ago on pit lane. Forgot I had brought it with me, and it kept me so cool. Yeah, it's got some like wax technology or something in it that helps regulate your body heat, and it works really well in a race suit. And,
interesting.
Yeah, that's another way of doing it. There are folks out there that have tried it, and they said the same thing. But there have been some folks that really didn't like the technology. But I think it's one of those things you really have to try.
That's cool.
What I'll be wearing at when I'm racing at AMP here soon. A couple of next month we're at AMP. I think it is.
Yeah, we're on the 30th. So it's the end of this month.
So, so I'll be wearing it there. Driving for Bliss Racing in their Camaro on that little tiny AMP track. So if you're in front of me, move.
You know what the car number is?
No.
Oh, I usually go up and down pit lane and say, whatever you do, don't pass car number 500. I'm driving this weekend. Yeah, I told Mark to do that. I told Mark about that with the Team Milan. They passed me anyway. It was quite rude. Of course, I was in the pits, but that's not the point. Mark Dubois, I believe. I'm not sure how to pronounce his last name.
Well, Marquis de Farmer said that Bill wears fireproof clown shoes. So
I only have a size 10.5 shoe. They're not clown shoes.
Yeah, I have a size 13, so that's getting up there.
Son is the same. He's size 13, but he's also like 6 foot. Aren't you like 6'2" or 6'1"? How tall are you, Paul?
Oh, like 6 feet.
Oh.
So laces caught on the brake pedal. The old trick I learned from my dad years ago is they duct tape their 2 shoelaces down. So that's what I always did until I came up with this other system. Just put duct tape on them.
I put up on the ball, but I wore the G4 shoes because I would go through shoes like crazy. I don't know why, but I ended up just buying G4 shoes all the time. Troy, thank you. Can you get him one too, please? You good? All right. We're getting our lunch tickets handed to us.
I'm good. Thank you.
Troy actually, I think he waited almost 1.5 years to get his shoes from Sparco. They're really nice shoes. And they came over from Europe, and I guess during the pandemic or whatever, it took them a long time to get. But they started wearing on him from heel and towing, and he ended up putting some moleskin at the wear points on it, glued some moleskin on it. It's actually pretty cool. He says it doesn't wear anymore.
Yeah, I got out of the car. I think it was Mid-Ohio. and it looked like the heel of my shoe was like melted in on one corner where it was sitting on the floor, but actually it was just clag, hot rubber that had built up there from rolling around in the car.
I've had mine melt in, I guess it was Derek Williams' car. That front end. Yeah. So, and you get that in NASCAR a lot too, where guys, what do you call it? The headers run right along in the transmission all create so much heat.
Yeah.
Barriers of the guy's shoes from burning.
I remember one year we were driving the Corvettes at Daytona for the 24-hour, and the shoes were melting to the pedals.
Oh, wow.
So,
wow.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys drove Corvettes?
Yep.
Marky wants to know, how did he catch the moles?
Troy's little, so,
He crawled in.
Yeah.
Crawled into the hole and stick them up. Get out here.
They're listening down in pit lane.
Oh, man.
Or see a little guy coming up, just lock the door.
It's a great question. Oh, man. Oh, half the battle is keeping yourself amused,
Yeah.
It's too bad it always ends up being at Troy's expense, though.
Look how much G-forces they're experiencing there. I mean, look at the wiring harnesses moving right next to the center dashboard there. You can see the wires kind of moving, I guess, radios and stuff.
Yeah, that's why I'm really big on, when I do my wiring, everything is tied back and tucked, so you don't have that, because that's how you have trouble with breakage. You don't want anything like that slopping and moving around.
Well, it's fine unless it catches on something. Then you got a problem.
He's belted down pretty good. And one thing I found when I first started wheel-to-wheel racing, or even just doing track days, you find yourself kind of using your feet to hold you in place and not letting the belts do the work. So you tend to tire yourself out a little more.
Yeah, that's why you need that dead pedal and all that.
Let's kind of just relax and let your belts are going to hold you in. You ain't going anywhere.
Right.
You try to brace yourself like you would in a street car. That's when you start tiring you start getting cramps in the legs and
Money Shift,
make it faster.
Yeah, Money Shift Racing, thinking the better of it. Really arguing your way all the way down deep into a corner on the outside is a no-win situation.
I don't know, man. He got around him there.
Well, on the exit. Yeah, not going down into 18, 17. That's not going to work.
It used to be really, really bumpy through there under braking. And that's how a lot of cars, including ours, would get damaged as the suspension was completely bottomed as you went through there. And bam, bam, bam.
Yeah, Mid-Ohio, there's the pothole in the middle of the...
and that caught me off guard, too. That broke our car, too, a couple years back. Yeah, some tracks, it's, Nelson Ledges, they have the bumps at the kink, and they got rid of it with the paving, but it kind of come back. And we've got a couple other tracks out there that have been repaved, and their bumps are coming back too. But that's part of the track's,
ambiance.
Yes.
Visceral sets their fastest lap time of the day of 2:01 to Team Salen's 2:02. A 3.6 second gap is now developed between first and second place. And Bulldog Racing is in third, with Money Shift in fourth, and RVA in fifth still.
And that last lap was a 2:01.618, and previously it was 2:01.443, which is their best lap. And that's booking it, man. But Team Salen, all they have to do is just sit right there, let Visceral use up all his gas, and just sit back and just stay in touch. That's all you got to do. The race is only over when that checkered flag flies, right?
Right. You know, if you're not fast enough to catch, then you just want to settle into a solid pace and keep the car up there because you just don't know what's going to happen later. Going back on board with one of the two Haywood Racing Miatas that are here this weekend.
In front is the Money Shift Racing Honda.
So I'll give us a rundown here as we get ready for commercial. We've got 77 laps completed here at Pittsburgh International Race Complex. Vissel Racing Group is unofficially scored as the leader of this race over Team Salem Mustard. Then it's Bulldog Racing, Money Shift Racing, RVA Graphics and Wraps, and then it's their sister car behind them in the number 411. There is no Z in Mazda. Wait a minute. I'm seeing some conflict here. I'm not seeing the 411 car there. So let's see what's happened to the 411. Looking to see what happened there. All right. Well, I don't see them immediately, so I'm just going to keep on trucking through this. So behind the number 111 RVA Graphics and Wraps car, which is currently scored in 5th place because we've got an EC car in there. We've got There's No Z in Mazda. Behind them, it's Syndicate Racing. It's also the lead A-Class car. And we've got Haywood Racing, Bad Gas Racing, Whitnauer Motorsports, JS Motorsports, Blake's Garage, Haywood Racing. Again, this one's the 663. Then we've got Murray Motorsports, Hart, RVA Graphics and Wraps. There they are, down there in about 18th spot. And we've got 60 Degree Motorsports behind them. Needs More Gas. Team Salem Charcoal. Then it's Ready Imports, Bad Idea Racing, and Scrappy Doo Racing shown in 30th. But again, remember there are some EC cars up ahead. Continuous Rotation Racing shown in the pits. Then we have All Roads Racing, Boston Winers. All these cars are shown on track and racing right now except for Continuous. Paddock Saboteurs, Beer Money Wasted, Full Send Motorsports shown in the pits, Team Sturm shown in the pits. Then it's Bush Boys, Rhinoceros Racing. Then Whip Racing in their Mustang shown in the pits. Red Pony 2 out on track running, shown in 42nd. We know they're up higher than that. Invader Zim shown in the pits, as well as Precision Guesswork, the Banana Splits, and Team Salem Ketchup. Then it's Karlinski and Team 856. Those two cars show on track and turning laps. The remaining cars in the field from about 49th place down shown not turning laps. So that's a quick rundown. Again, you can follow along with your favorite teams at racehero.io on the web, or you can pick up their app in the App Store. I believe it is free of charge. So with that, we'll take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We'll be right back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it. You see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Stress tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Guy on the AutoZone commercial, always tempting fate, saying, come on, Road, give us your worst. I don't think I would do that, but welcome back, everyone, to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series race at Pittsburgh International Race Complex. I'm Paul Veltzum, along with Billy Salen and Bill Strong, occasionally. Welcome back, everybody. Visceral Racing Group still leading this race now, 6 seconds the gap over Team Salen. Bulldog Racing behind them with Money Shift Racing and RVA Graphics and Wraps, your top 5 competitors here this weekend. Of course, Visceral leading C-Class, B-Class being led by Money Shift Racing. And it's the, I'm going to get it, Syndicate Racing leading A-Class last time I checked, so there you have it. Syndicate Racing Development. Nope, they've been passed by Haywood Racing in the number 662, so they have now been taking the lead of this of the A-Class, mostly the Miatas, huh?
Can't swing a dead cat without hitting a pesky Miata.
They are pesky, I'll give you that. Haywood team bringing 2 Miatas out here this weekend.
Bill has disappeared, so I have no idea where he's. Is.
Yeah. Welcome to the broadcast, Billy. That's the way it goes.
Probably chasing an ice cream truck.
Yeah, no, that's par for the course. Just ask Tiffany. She'll tell you.
Kind of hard today.
Yeah. Well, next time, you know. Yeah, she got ditched actually at VIR, the 24-hour race. She came out to help out. And middle of the night, I'm in bed, and he just walks away, and she's like, "Oh, completely solo." That's not her gig. Not at all.
Oh, she's probably used to it though, being a psych, right?
I don't know about that. Being a commentator is an incredibly different thing, but RBA Graphics and Wraps just up to the left there. That's the number 411 car right now that's fallen in the standings back into about 20th spot. Set up for the pass here, going into turn 1. Nice. Mid-track into turn 1. You can see the Flagtronics indicating green is track conditions right now. The flag stations have those nifty little control boxes. They can yellow their individual corners. So as the cars approach that corner, they know that there's a caution there. Did I just say nifty? Where'd that come from?
I found Bill.
Oh, good.
I was just out in the paddock and noticed car number 88 in the paddock.
More chump than champ.
Yeah, the back of the car up into the air, and the driver looked like he was sleeping, but he wasn't. He was working on the rear differential drive shaft of the car.
Charles, you're welcome. Charles, you're welcome for the coverage. Thanks for tuning in and listening or watching or both.
Who's working on this car this weekend for an upcoming race?
Yeah, we got some great races on the schedule. Most Sport, Road America, AMP. What else we got? Laguna Seca is coming up. December, we've got VIR, Barber, and Sebring.
Yep.
So let us know what you're preparing for.
And we start all over again in 2022 with Road Atlanta.
Yeah.
15 hours.
First, Laguna Seca, make sure you have your mufflers ready.
Oh, yes. 89 dB max. No warnings. You better have that car quiet. Lots of information on forum.ChampCar.org about how to make your car quiet, which is basically add a lot of mufflers, or at least add mufflers.
So I was looking at the schedule that was published that you pushed through, Bill, and it said Road Atlanta is now called WeatherTech Raceway Road Atlanta.
Stop.
Why did it say that? I thought it was Michelin Raceway.
It's Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. I made a.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I typed it out thinking, man, this is weird. Why does that look weird? It doesn't look right. No, that's right. Yeah, I made a mistake.
Oh, okay.
It is Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
I thought maybe they were, expanding their.
Yeah, somebody had posted up. I think Justin posted up. That. Yeah, really? They changed the name? I'm like, no. Quickly go through and change everything.
Oh.
Yeah, so that lawyers don't come after you.
Yeah. The tracks start calling me. Actually, they start calling Dana, and then Dana calls me. Yeah, that's no fun.
So we started the race with about 50 cars. We were hoping for 60 that originally signed up, but we had some teams bow out. One of them was a 2-car team. That was our Bank Racing, 90racing.com. Last year we had 70 cars start the race. Of course, that was kind of as the whole COVID thing was beginning to wind down. Glad we're over that.
I had COVID at that time. That's why I couldn't make it.
But that was a pretty awesome weekend of racing.
Bill wasn't here. It was a good race, though. Don't remember much about it, but You guys did a good job at covering that, and I would thank you, everybody.
Toast and Jam. What's this? Jam? I'm not sure how to pronounce all that, but it says, I plan to shake down my new build this Wednesday out at Nelson, 2000 Miata track day car.
Woo-hoo.
Yeah, they have like a private track day they do there every Wednesday at Nelson Ledges, which I happen to be a part of that little email group because I've done that. And I thought they were actually done with that, but I guess they're not. There's a pretty...
Where's Fred? Fred, where are you, buddy?
He was actually at the top of the broadcast, Bill.
Okay.
And gave us good wishes. He said, all the best for good, safe racing.
Yeah, I didn't that.
Fred Wolf, of course, the track manager at Nelson Ledges. Always a friend of the show and a friend of Champ Car. It's always great to hear from him. Visceral Racing Group and Team Salem, identical lap times that last time through with those 2:03s. Salem now cut that lead down 3 seconds. So Visceral might be given some time back here. Bulldog Racing just turned in a 2:05 on that last lap there in third place, and Money Shift a 2:11 with a 2:05 as their best lap time of the day. They're in fourth place.
Well, Visceral and Salem came down the front straightaway here. They were nose to tail as they went across the line a couple of laps ago. Red flag, red flag. Red flag, everybody. Red flag.
All right, so we're going to a red flag. So what that means is the cars will see a red flag light up, and they're going to come to a complete stop on the racetrack and pull to the side. And the idea is to try to get into a spot where you can leave a lane.
Flip over at 17.
And you try to leave a lane so that way you got room for people to get by. So cars have come to a stop, but I don't see anything over there in the 17 area. So here you can see why they want those cars stopped. This allows emergency crews to quickly get out to the site. And what we don't want is this, what we see right here, where we have really the track is obstructed. The idea is to pull over to the side, line up behind one another so that the crews can get through safely and quickly. So that's what we hope for when we have these red flags. So we got a car over on its lid or something, and they're going to go out there and get that taken care of. I had just put up on my personal Facebook page, which if you don't follow me on Facebook, it's just Paulie Velton. It's the post-mortem, as I called it, of a rollover that happened a couple years ago. We don't get too many rollovers in Champ Car, so when you do have them, it's like, well, let's look at this car pretty carefully and see how the safety equipment did. And it was from the Bimmerline team, and they did a great job going over that car and showing us the things that worked and the things that maybe didn't work as well as they hoped they would have. And so that was pretty good. So if you want to check that out, it's not anything new. They did that a couple years ago, but it is over. I did share it over there on my Facebook page. So red flag condition, race has come to a stop. And so what they'll do is they'll send emergency crews out. The protocol is to send emergency crews out there and assess the situation. Obviously, they don't want to leave the drivers, the teams in the cars for very long, and they won't. So the way Dana runs these races, it's, I think, a maximum of maybe 30 minutes at the most, and then they'll, if it looks like it's going to take a while, like if a barrier gets damaged and they know they're going to be unable to race for, beyond that, they'll bring the cars into the pits and line them up in the order that they come off the track. Then the drivers can get out, they can get some water, whatever, while the track affects repairs on the facility.
17 has seen a couple of rollovers. I remember a few years ago, there was a rollover with a Mustang over there.
Hmm. So we're under red flag condition. We don't know any real details, just other than what we were told was a rollover and down there in turn 17, which is a part of the track where we see a lot of cars go off there. They tend to overcook it going into that corner and just can't get it woed down enough, and so they end up off in the grass there.
It doesn't look like any cars are upside down there. Oh, wait, there's a couple of wreckers down there.
Yep. The car might not be upside down. A rollover can mean that it's did a complete roll, you know. When my dad rolled his 510 at IRP, he actually rolled it 3 times and landed on his wheels.
They could always do a... what's his name?
Yeah, they're backing up to this car here that's looks like it's on its wheels. And that flatbed has moved in there. Let's see if I can get my... This looks like it'll be a pretty quick remove the car and get us back to racing here. Well, Charles, you're talking about the ambulances. The ambulances are typically sent out by protocol. So if they have any thoughts that maybe there might be the need for an ambulance, because they really don't know. You know, they're going to the scene. So they don't usually know what they need to bring. They're bringing, you know, they just send them out there as a matter of protocol. So chances are the ambulance is not needed, but they're going to be there just in case, just to check out the driver. You know, and sometimes you can have a situation where the driver, they want to assess the situation and see what the situation is with the driver in the car before they have the driver get out. Because, you know, you go through a roll, and sometimes these rolls can be really slow and there's not really much going on there. And other times, you know, maybe the driver lost consciousness. And in that situation, you know, they want to be careful, because if you're unconscious, of course, your body's kind of flopping around in there and you may not know if you got hurt or not. So yeah, don't be too alarmed by seeing them roll the ambulances out. That's standard protocol in a situation like that. RVA graphics and wraps, you know, the guys are just sitting in the car, just waiting. And this is another good point of having those cool systems in the cars and fluids. This is actually when my back will start to ache a little bit, and because the adrenaline shuts off, you're just sitting there. You're not doing anything anymore. And the heat now radiates from the transmission up into the tunnel, up into the car, and there's no air movement. Looks like they've got somebody on their dashboard. A picture says "Rest in Peace." So somebody they're honoring there with a picture up on their dashboard there. And this is in the number 111 RVA Graphics and Wraps car.
Because it's a Mexican hat, if I can see correctly, so that might be a picture of Doc.
Yeah, it might be Doc, yeah. Yeah, one of the jokes we had with Doc that was always a lot of fun is that every time they went to a racetrack for a weekend, if he was there, they would go to a Mexican restaurant and say that it was his birthday. And so he would have several birthdays every year.
More than several.
It was funny. There's the leader of the race there.
Oh, when you radioed in, you said, oh, that was a shift light problem? I thought it was a shifter problem.
No, it's the shift lights. Like, I'd be driving, and all of a sudden I hit road limit, and I looked down at the lights, and I'm like, well, that doesn't make sense. And then I realized that the lights weren't even moving, so I had to...
Looks like JS Motorsports was actually on their way into the pits at the time that they got the red flag notification and came to a stop there. So yeah, you got to be really careful. I mean, this situation, we got a car that's actually sideways on the racetrack. You know, when you come to a stop in a red, it's not about clamping down and stopping exactly. It's not like someone pulls out a gun and says freeze. That's not the idea. The idea is to come to a safe, controlled stop on the side of the racetrack. So these guys that are parked in the middle of the racetrack, that's a big no-no. You don't want that. All you guys need to shuffle over to the side and come to a stop. You might be thinking, oh, but I don't want to pass anybody because I don't want to be brought in. Don't worry about that. Do not worry about that. The officials know you're just jockeying for position. There's plenty of grace given. You just need to pull over to the side and stop. Now, here's a car they're actually looking at up in turn 12, and it looks like that car might be damaged. They're looking under the back of the car.
That might be one of the cars that got contacted when the flag came out.
Yeah, it could be.
Because there was a separate incident when the flag came out.
Oh, okay. Right. So you can have this is, what you want to avoid is a situation where, one incident causes another. And that could be why the other car that's kind of actually sideways in the racetrack, they may be disabled too.
It's kind of like when you're getting pulled over by the police, get over to the side of the road and stop.
Yeah. Yeah, the last thing you want to do is cause anybody to run into you or anything like that. And we've seen that kind of stuff, on YouTube. You do enough searching, you'll find some really awful situations that were bred from a red flag because of the way that the whole field treated that red flag. There can be some disagreements in the minds of the people how they're going to handle it, and that's when we can get into trouble. And it's much like passing. And I did a really nice video with Randy Popst a few weeks ago, and we're going to be publishing that video and hope that everybody finds that useful. But I'm just waiting for our fearless leader to have time to actually review it and then give it its blessing, and then we'll get that out to you. So we're reaching the top of the hour. I'm going to go ahead and break us for commercial now, so that way when we come back, maybe we'll have something more to bring to you as we work through this red flag condition at Pit Race. So stay with us, everyone. You're watching Champ Car Live, and we'll be right back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped to over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it. Do you see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Stress tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, and we're broadcasting live this race as we are under a red flag condition as crews are working the site of one of two cars that were disabled. It looks like the car that's broken has been loaded up onto a flatbed there. And it almost looks like they've put something down on the ground there. Maybe some fluid leakage.
BD dry looks like.
Yeah. I'm Paul Veltum, joined by Billy Salen and Bill Strong, calling the race for you. And Tiffany did send us a message here during that last stint, saying she might try to join us afterwards. I said, please don't feel like you need help. I would rather, she's been under a lot of stress lately with work, and I'm hoping she just gets take any downtime you can get. All right, so getting this cleaned up here pretty soon, and should be going back to racing. The team's just getting being patient, sitting in their cars and waiting. At least the weather is agreeable out there, so as these guys are sitting there, it's not too terribly uncomfortable.
Yeah, no, it's not too bad. A little sweatshirt weather, but nothing horrible.
There's one section of the racetrack that doesn't have any cars on it. I remember thinking back over the history of the series. Doc and I were talking about this recently. The most significant injury that we can think of that has happened in Champ Car is a broken hand, which was suffered by Michael Tuttle at Road America when his Mitsubishi had suspension failure heading towards the bridge there, going into the carousel, striking the bridge and injuring his hand. But some of these cars are pretty small, and I can definitely see how you can get banged up if you roll one of these little cars over. There's not much room for your body to move. So it looks like officials still looking at that track. One of them's going back into their truck, so looks like they've thrown something up over into the bed.
Yeah, of course I don't have my eyes on me. Can't see what number that is.
That's got to be pretty weird.
563.
So the car that's on the wrecker, you mean?
That's being towed back, yeah.
It's being... So that's the Hart team. It's their Honda Civic. And it looks like you got track workers out there working on that track, that part of the track. And the ambulance is rolled in slowly back into the pit in there. So they'll retake their station. That looks like the Hart car being pulled back on a hook, which is usually encouraging. That usually means it's not terribly damaged. If you can just put it on a hook and let it roll on the back tires, so that means the engine's not blown, it's not leaking fluid anywhere, and the suspension's good enough that they can just pull it in on the rear wheels. Sorry, we got some of these cameras that's just pinwheeling.
Refusing to work.
Yeah, kind of like me. So that's a good-looking car as it came by there. It's a nicely looks really, really nicely well-prepared car.
Well, from engineers, I would expect that, so.
Right. GS Motorsports still trying to get into the pits. Really. Just an innocent bystander here.
Just let me in the pits.
I really need to pee. You really don't know how bad this is.
So I'm looking at the weather forecast, and, well, I'll just send it to you on here. Yeah.
Excellent. This is an old feed. I don't think this is
No, that's
current.
it. Looks like Pitt.
Yeah, I think it's their feed is like dropped away, and then we were at Daytona for a while, and I think we've actually finished that video, and now we're on the pit race video.
That's tomorrow's forecast that I sent you.
Oh, okay. You sent me. All right. Let's see what we got here. Well, we were expecting some of the wet stuff. Let's see. 68 degrees. No, yes. Overcast conditions this afternoon, continuing through the evening. And about what's that say? About a 50%, about a 47 to 50 to 64% chance of rain around 11.
Yep.
And then the percentages drop off as the day wears on, but not much, 44, 39, 39, 42. So it's safe to say we're probably going to see some of the wet stuff.
Hopefully not, but you never know.
All right. It looks like they're pulling another car out of there from that pack.
Double yellow in just a second.
Yeah, I've got it.
That's the Karnowski Russell car, the 56.
Gotcha.
Let's do it.
Another Honda. This one, the CRX.
Yep. They're friends of ours from Watkins Glen. They've had a struggle all day with dragging parts and dead batteries. I believe it was a dead battery that this time was their issue.
Well, I've had a struggle all day too. I know how they feel.
Cars are rolling.
Yep. So we're shown a full course caution now, and this is standard protocol. The idea being they'll never go from a red flag condition to a green flag condition straight on. They'll get the cars rolling again and pick up the field with the pace car and bring them back to take the green flag.
So Visceral ducked in. I believe we did too. So,
all right.
And then Scrappy Doo, who's technically a sister car of ours, because they are a former crew of ours, are right behind us.
Cool. Yeah, that looks like Money Shift Racing going by there. There's RVA Graphics and Wraps. That's the number 411 car. It's got that beautiful paint job. Those cars all rolling down the front straightaway.
I believe the 56 had a dead battery NXEX.
Any word on what happened? No, we don't have any word yet. We'll pass it along as we get it. We know we had a couple cars that were disabled. One of them apparently rolled over. So if we get any further information, we'll let you know. Looks like driver change going on in the mustard car.
Yep, back to Wayne.
AKA the one-armed bandit. North by Northeast. Okay. Makes sense. Now the name makes sense. Got it. North by Northeast is one of our racing teams, one of the teams in Champ Car.
That makes it a lot easier to say than NXE.
Yeah. Needs more gas in the pits right now with their 240. Probably putting gas in it. They've got one of those, that helmet release system there that they've got for their Hans device. That's the one that was popular for like a week. And then they decided we don't like that, and we're going to go to the new system we have now. So if you have one of those systems on your helmets, it's recommended that you move to the new system, a new Hans device. So check your Hans device. Look at the, those have to be recertified anyway. And that's why I went to a new Hans device, because I was running those too. And you can get all of that figured out and sorted out with Ron at DiscoveryParts.com. Anybody at DiscoveryParts.com, they can help you with that. But those little straps, those quick release strap things, those can actually, not really a big problem, but that's one of those things that can become an issue. Those straps get tangled and snagged, and it's just not really what you want. But sure enough, I had to end up with one.
So, Paul, when are you going to make your way up to Watkins Glen?
WGI. I don't know. So what happens with WGI, as you know, it's one of our big races. We got quite a few, but it's important at that race that we get the broadcast done well. And we've had some concerns in the past about doing it from the site. Now, I have done it there before, and I think it went rather well, but I think I actually had to run that over Wi-Fi, which is pretty sketchy. So if we can get the logistics worked out in the tower, I'm happy to drive out there and do the show out there, and that would put me there. But we do need to do a quality show there, which means basically I'm the guy.
I know, because Bill Strong, it was a tire fire when that was out. By the way, lights are out on the pace car.
All right, here we go.
Poor Bill is not here to defend himself.
Which is the perfect opportunity for us to throw him under the bus. No, it's all right. It's, we all have our role. Let's put it that way.
I'm still trying to find mine.
It may be best that you don't. Really. All right. Looks like we're back to green here. Looks like Visceral actually leading, or Money Shift was leading the field there. So I don't know if we're going to have a change for position there, or they're down a lap, or
they're down a lap, I believe.
So it's just wherever the pace car picked up. I suppose they just grabbed Money Shift, and just happens to be the team. Yeah.
Well, because Visceral and we ducked into the pits when it went caution. They were the next car in line.
Gotcha. Looks like the Salen's mustard car has gone back out onto the racetrack, and my wife has brought me lunch. She brought me a Happy Meal because I need my apple wedges and my double fries. Oh, okay. She got me a chicken sandwich. Okay. And my Disney toy. So I'm happy now.
You could sell that Disney toy on eBay and make a whole crap ton of money.
Well, that's not going to happen because although she didn't actually get me a Happy Meal, I've been on a mission to collect all 50 of those things for her because she wants to do a Disney Christmas tree this year. So the idea is you buy all these things, whether you get them at the store or you get them on eBay, and then you make them into Christmas ornaments. That's the mission that I have, and it's a significant one, let me tell you.
Yes, it is.
Oh, wow. It's fun. On board with Team Salem Mustard, and this fight between them and Visceral continues, and it's a lot of the Visceral Porsche filling the windshield of the Salen's Porsche lap after lap. And Wayne's got to be thinking, wait a minute, I just did this. This is like deja vu all over again.
Well, he'll be thinking that until about an hour left, and then, all right, time to go.
North by Northeast going to be at Road America in October. Nice choice, though. Nice choice. Another one of my favorite racetracks. I got a lot of them. RVA Graphics and Wraps in the pits in the number 111 car, and they are looking at that right front corner, and for some reason Bill is there. We don't know why, but we do see he is there. He's not doing interviews. He's just walking around.
No, it's Bill. Go figure.
Yep, wrong camera. Money Shift has come into the pits. They've taken this opportunity to come into the pits now for some reason. Looks like a standard driver change. Out goes the drink bottle. So Money Shift Racing is now in the pits doing their driver change. As the sequences have been thrown off, we've actually had 2 red flags this day. It's unusual to have one. Yeah, Road America, great racetrack. A little surprised we don't see more cars out there than we do because it's just, the place is awesome. It's a lot of fun to drive, so we'll see what kind of turnout we get this time around.
Our next race, I believe, is Sebring, so hopefully I'll be able to go there. Hopefully. Knock on wood.
Well, yeah, hope you make it out there.
I would love to try to make it to Barber, but just me that are a pain in the derriere.
What's the problem?
Flying back.
Flying back?
Yes, the logistics of getting to Barber.
Oh.
Because I land at 12:30 if I do go, and then wake up at 4.
I see.
Yeah. Logistics thing.
On board with Salen's Mustard with Visceral in sight. And I got to tell you, probably one of the more enjoyable drives that I've ever had as a race car driver, and I've been racing since 1986 or something, was in the Porsche Boxsters from Round 3 Racing. Just at Road America in the Boxster. Yeah, that was nice. It was fun. So if you get an opportunity to drive a Boxster in Champ Car, I would say you want to take advantage of that. It is different driving a mid-engine car if you've never done that. So be aware of that, but once you get the hang of it, it's great. So just keeping an eye here on things as these two Porsches go at it for position. You know, here we are with 3.5 hours remaining in the race, and these two guys are right together fighting for position over first place.
All right, I'm back.
Finally.
Sorry, I had to help on pit lane.
You had to help, huh?
Yep. We have nobody on pit lane, no volunteers this weekend, so.
Oh boy.
Yep. So during these situations, I have to go down there and help.
Were you helping?
Standing there.
We saw you were looking at the RVA car.
Yeah, they had some damage. Supposedly they got sandwiched between somebody or another, and there's the center of their wheel is damaged. Like nothing on the outside of the tire, it's just the center. So they did a tire change on that car, sent him back out. But man, the Visceral, that pit stop for Visceral and for the Salins Porsche, man, they were pretty tight there. So Troy told me that when they were during the red flag, he says, yeah, when I came in, I tried to fake them out, you know. I said, dude, they have like spotters all over the place, and they know when you're, you know, they know your line that you're going to take. And usually when you come into pit lane, you kind of give a tell, and they know this stuff. They're not dumb. I mean, look at them. They're just pacing. They're just sitting there doing their thing, relaxing, saving to the end. You know, the Visceral guys are like, is that Visceral in front?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yep, they're just playing the game. Think about it. Just get around him. Hold on, just get around him one or two times, and he'll try and get back around you, and maybe he'll make a mistake. Right?
Pretty much. That's the way the game's played.
So that being the case, we can just kind of expect them to continue to follow them around the racetrack, unless there's some kind of a big bobble or something from the Visceral team, in which case they'll slip on by. They don't want to lose too much time just following them around, but I think it was Jackie Stewart who said he tries to win the race going as slow as possible.
Pretty much.
That's not really my philosophy, but I'm not a professional race car driver either. I'm just another schmo. Looking for a good time. Oh, we're off in the grass. Money Shift Racing. Oh, hits the wall. He's going to try and get it going again here. Looks like he just clipped that left rear into the guardrail there. Might be stuck. Nope. He's just looking for a window of opportunity to get back out on the track. Maybe not. Uh-oh. Money Shift Racing. We saw him slide off the racetrack and get into one of the guardrails there. He's trying to get that car back up onto the racetrack. and he's actually spun around, is now facing traffic, partly on the racetrack, it would seem.
Yeah, they're saying he's having a hard time getting that car moving, so it may be a suspension issue.
He's not in the proper gear either. It sounds like he's going to try and back it off the racetrack. I think he's done some damage to that suspension, Bill, when he got into that guardrail.
Yeah, that's easy to do. You can break a ball joint or a low control arm or something like that, and that may be, and he can't see it. You can't see stuff like that from the car itself.
Right.
Just hope that it goes straight and does what you want it to do, and that it turns.
Yeah, we got a little bit of a... We'll show it, the replay here. And so you'll see that after the camera change, you'll see them come in and hit the wall there. Looks like he's backing the car up now. There's the hit. Oh, the steering wheel is just spinning and spinning and spinning. You cannot steer the car. You see that?
Yep.
So some significant damage to that car now. What a shame. You know, they were so strong today. They actually led this race and were super competitive. And now they've got a broken race car. That's a shame.
Our video actually helped Dana make a decision, so.
Oh, good. Well, I'm glad I could help out in some small way. Don't know what led up to it, but we saw that from the point where it lost control. I kind of saw it out of the corner of my eye as he was trying to gather it up in the grass and made the switch to it. But I don't know what led up to them sliding off the track. Paulie, have you ever run with the MR2s or just the Boxsters for mid-engine cars? I haven't raced a MR2. Never autocrossed them or anything like that. So
Full course.
So full course caution is the word. So cars giving the wave here. We saw the RVA driver just giving the wave to the cars behind. That's kind of a typical. The idea is, switch. See if I can switch to one of my. Here I am. Is that when you're driving along and you see a caution, or especially if it's a full course, but as well as a local, is just to give a wave with your hand, so that the drivers behind you are able to look through that. And see that you're waving like that. When that's like that universal signal of, hey, don't pass me. We're under caution here, and there's something bad that's happened up here. So don't come charging by me here. The other symbols that's pretty common. It's a universal. Is just like a fist in the air, like you hold your fist up in the middle of the car, so your right hand, and that's the signal that you're going into the pits.
There's also another signal, but it's not a very nice reading.
Oh, you must be referring to the unicorn salute. Yeah, that's not. Yeah, we don't want to promote that.
Yeah.
So, Money Chef talking to his team, say, "Hey, it went sideways on me." You know, he may.
All right, well, just hang tight, and I'm sure they're sending somebody out to get you.
So, you know, he may have actually suffered suspension damage before leaving the surface of the track. That's a possibility. These guys work tirelessly. You know, Money Shift Racing is is actually a company that builds race cars, high-performance cars for people. So they not only are building these cars in their shop for their customers, they're also maintaining their own race car to come race with us in Champ Car. So we've reached the bottom of the hour, so take a quick break for commercial and be back in just a couple minutes. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We will be right back.
You know, I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have like 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Paul Veltum here, along with Billy Salen and Bill Strong, occasionally, as we're calling this race for you. We're at full course caution here. We had money shift racing, lost control, got into the guardrail, and unfortunately, just enough damage was done to where they couldn't get the car going again. So, you know, if you can't steer, it's a thing, I guess, for some people. Whatever.
Overrated.
So, just a little love tap on the guardrail, but since the contact point was on that left rear, having nothing to do with the front suspension and the steering, kind of weird because he was steering the car, trying to get it back up onto the racetrack, and then realized he had no steering left. That might be what contributed to the spin, some kind of suspension, steering rack failure, something. But they'll be back. Nice little pop up against the guardrail, but it wasn't too bad. I don't suspect they've done too much damage to that hit as a result of that hit. But in fact, they're actually they're on a hook. They're not on a flatbed, so that means the rear of the car is rolling around fairly well. Flip over that camera, maybe. Might be able to hear what's going on. It looks like Kevin there, one of the money shift owners.
Green flag.
I'm at wheel dollies to be over. I guess so. Yeah.
So thanks for that, Billy. Back to green we are.
Well, let Chris get out of the car first.
So Chris is in the car right now. He's one of the other team owners. As we go back inside the RVA Graphics and Wraps machine, looks like the hood's coming up on the Honda of Money Shift. No doubt they're going to be looking at that steering rack mechanism. That's the first place I would want to go. Looking at that steering rack and seeing the linkage and seeing what things look like down there. As you can see, it's busy out there. Anytime we go back to caution, this is always, you probably heard the phrase, you know, cautions breed caution. This is part of the reason why you get that field all stacked up again. And oh, it looks like the Porsche makes a dive move down the inside to get by the Visceral Porsche, and does get by for just a moment there. You know, the camera was buffering in that speed you see of everything catching up. Looks like Wayne has decided to pull the trigger and try to get by this Visceral Porsche and put some distance on them.
Yes, he has. I can confirm the pass has been made.
So Team Salen's makes the pass, looking to overtake for the lead here for the remainder of the race if possible. We've been following the Visceral Racing Group Porsche for the majority of this race. Here's another car coming down the inside trying to get by. As they go sailing down into turn one. And I got to tell you, that turn one looks like a lot of fun. It reminds me of turn one at Barber. The way you swoop down in there.
Just the way the camera looks inside the car, it looks like it's spinning every time he turns the wheel.
Yeah, it does kind of. Yeah, I agree. I kind of felt the same way when I look at it. Like, is he spinning around? No. I was asking North by Northeast because he asked if I'd ever raced an MR2, and I said no, and so I was just wondering in commercial, have you ever raced in one? He said, yes, I have an AW11. That's my personal race car. I was going to run it in Champ, but Bill crushed my hopes and dreams on that one. He tends to do that. Probably gave you all the reasons why it's a bad idea, right? The AW11, is that the first gen? I think that's the Mark 1, I think they call it. You'll have to respond to that. I think that's the first gen MR2.
Well, the gap between Wayne and Visceral is quite large now.
Okay, they're showing 0.3 seconds in timing and scoring, but let's see what it is this time they come by. And Team Salem just set their fastest lap time of the day with that 2:01.5. Visceral now back about 3.5 seconds as what looks like maybe one of the EC cars comes by. Not sure.
Yeah, I think that was the blue and white Mustang.
The blue and white Mustang? Okay. First gen with the pop-up headlights. Oh, yeah.
As long as it's not painted yellow.
Yeah. Well, Bill's isn't that first generation. Yeah, it's hard to compete in this series with an MR2 anyway, but with the first gen, it's more of a challenge. But, you know, you could always go racing with it and have fun. I drove with a team recently that actually has a top 5 car, but they don't approach the race necessarily with the intent of finishing, you know, in the highest position the car will run in. So it was pretty interesting. It was a quick car, but we were leading the race pretty early, and we went to like a full course caution. We were doing like these 5-minute laps under caution, and the guy that was driving just called in and said, well, you know, these laps are like 5 minutes long. If you want, I can pull in on this next lap and we can do a driver change so someone else can get some time to drive while we're leading the race. It's pretty crazy. And the owner leaned over to me and said, see, that's because I was a guest driver. He said, that's the kind of team that I've put together, as people that aren't, it isn't all about them. They're out here collectively as a team to have fun. So I guess if you don't like pressure, that's probably the kind of team you want to be a part of, is, you know, with that kind of mindset. You know you're not going to get yelled at, right?
Unless you do something really dumb.
Well, yeah. But Scott is one of the best team owners I've ever driven for. I mean, he's just really a great guy to go racing with. Made it really enjoyable. Not only was he, you know, had that kind of mentality, but he was also a really good cheerleader from the pits for the guys that were driving, regardless of what their lap times looked like. And we had a pretty wide variation of, you know, lap times, and just made everybody feel like, no, you're awesome and really appreciate you driving for me and your contribution and that kind of thing. So pretty cool experience, really. All right, so needs more gas in their 240 SX. You know, there's a pretty wide variation of driver's uniforms that you can pick from, and if you check with discoveryparts.com, he's actually put together like a kit, you might say, with the gloves and the suit and the helmet and the shoes and all that stuff for one price. Very economical price. You don't have to have an FIA suit to go racing. You can get into like a G-Force suit like that and spend a pretty reasonable amount of money to get your gear. And then once you have it, it'll last you a long time. And then you've got a backup suit. So if you do want to move into something that's more expensive, that's super thin, and it's got all the pleats and all that cool stuff, cool. And then you've got yourself a good backup suit that you can use for fuel stops or in the event that your suit gets soiled or something,
A race suit gets soiled? Never.
Not when you race for Salins, because their cars don't break down, so you don't find yourself working on the car, right?
I beg to differ with that statement.
Oh, and by the way, this brings up a good point. Any of the ladies that are listening out there, if you're interested in racing in Champ Car, you can get a hold of Tiffany Alexander at tiffany.alexander@champcar.org. If you have any questions or concerns about racing gear, how you're going to suit up and be comfortable in the car, because the women, the needs are different in the way that your fit is going to be, and she can help with that. She's got some ideas, so that's something to think about. Why does this sound funny?
I have no idea. Maybe Bill did something when he left.
Yeah, see, Billy, my thing was when I started racing the Porsches was I'm a left foot braker, and I like to trail brake, and so I had to really deprogram all that left foot trail braking stuff. And that took a little bit of time to get accustomed to. More like driving in the rain. A lot of straight line braking, but one of the things that I enjoyed about it so much was the incredible grip rolling speed you have through the corners, and of course the brakes. Pretty awesome. So have you been racing these Boxsters yourself, Billy?
That's beyond my capability as of right now. I'm still learning, basically going to Mid-Ohio school at least once or twice a year, trying to get myself ready to go for that eventually.
Cool. So are you doing the Mid-Ohio? They have their own cars there. Is that what you're participating in, the autocross thing?
They have Acura ILXs there from 2013, and I've done the autocross course, and I have actually won it against a Hart guy, which made my day. We were tied, and then we were tied again, and it was raining, and so it was a lot of fun doing that.
Good.
And surprisingly, you learn a ton. I always thought I was a quote-unquote good driver before I've done those courses, and then you go there and you're like, I learned something today. Right?
Cool.
That's basically the breadth of my experience. I've driven around the original circuit here in my silver Mazda that I had in 2013, just before we started, 2015, just before we started racing. And then, but yeah.
So when you drove around it in your silver Mazda, were you racing, or was it like a track day?
It was an open track day for us because we rented out the track because my brother was getting into the car and doing laps, and they brought a bunch of other cars for my father to drive and whatever.
Right. And see, just totally flipping back and forth because I was looking down at the feed here. I'm talking to this person from the North by Northeast team. I used to work at Toyota back in the 1990s, So I remember when these cars were pretty new, especially the second gen. I mean, I went to school. When you work as an auto mechanic and the new models come out, you work as you're working for the factory. Basically, you're working for Toyota or Lexus or whatever you're doing. They send you to what's called schools, and so they're just basically teaching you as a mechanic about the new systems that are coming out, how to service them, anything you need to know, et cetera, et cetera. And so I remember going to a school for the MR2, the second gen, and working on them. So I have kind of a love in my heart for Toyota because I know the equipment is good. It's a quality product, but for some reason they don't hold up well to the stresses of racing. It's like a whole different thing. Whoa, little tire lock up there from the 240 SX. Gets off into the grass, but manages to get back onto the racetrack. Just kind of rode the rim and got a little wide there.
Ran out of racing room.
Yeah. Not quite enough racetrack there. Just put 2 off. But
he's a great race car driver. He used all of the track and then some.
He got his money's worth.
Exactly. Well, gap is now 9.999 seconds between first and second.
Yeah, it's a pretty significant gap that, Salins is, I guess, in this Lewis Hamilton arena, he's dropped the hammer. He's going to go ahead and put that gap down now. 3 hours and 4 minutes left. So, obviously, they're going to have to make another driver change before the end of the race. Let's go ahead and get that gap established for the next pit stop because, Visceral's pretty sly. They could easily come in, maybe not do fuel, just put in a driver. And then all of a sudden, when you had a comfortable position right behind them, now they're, a lap out on you. You're in trouble.
Well, not for tomorrow, though.
Not for tomorrow. So, something that happened at Road Atlanta. Get that quieted down there. There we go. So, something that happened at Road Atlanta. I don't remember. I don't know if it was the beginning of this year or if it was last year. But both races at Road Atlanta that we've run have been cut short. And so we were watching a contest between a couple of the teams up at the front. It was much like this contest here, where one team was following another team. Now, the weather, to be fair, had degraded quite a bit. But I suspected that what we were watching was one team was really just sort of following along, waiting, biding their time to the end of the race to make the pass and win the race. And unfortunately, we red flagged the race and called it right at that point. So patience in that case actually cost them the win. They had the machinery to win the race, but they weren't driving for the win. And in my opinion, that cost them the win. And so I always drive, if I'm with a team and the intent is to win, I feel like if you're not driving for the win, you're not going to deserve the win. And you're probably not going to get it because you're not fighting for that. You're not bringing your A game to every lap, to every corner of every lap. So that's my mentality. It's more of a Colin McRae type drive where you're flat out all the way through to the end. I was at NCM earlier this year racing for Brew Crew, and we're back in 10th place. I cross the start-finish line. The leader's behind me. They throw the checker. The crew chief gets on the Mike and says on the comm, say, hey, congratulations, great race, checkered flag, thanks for doing whatever. And I'm not slowing down. I'm still at full steam. I've got a whole lap to go, right? So I'm still banging out these corners, and I passed somebody down at turn 10 for position. And as I'm working my way down the back part of the track, because this is a big racetrack, he calls me up. He says, hey, why don't you go ahead and take the checker? Don't bring it in. Just take the checker. And I said, oh, yeah. I said a little more than that, but yeah, I'm absolutely taking the checker. And I passed GMS on the straightaway as they were running out of fuel. So I went from 10th to 8th, and we had the best finish ever for the team because I didn't give up. I took it hard all the way to the end. So I think there's something to be said for that. That's just my personal philosophy. If it's important to you where you finish, doesn't have to be. It can be just about having fun driving around. So,
hey, I'm back here.
All right, well, we're at the top of the hour, so we'll go to commercial. Timed that perfectly, Bill. Is there anything I can do to help? Well, we're actually going to commercial. Perfect.
It's all right. I'm going to go back and take a nap.
I thought it was chasing ice cream truck.
Upcoming, we have a interview with a young lady named Amy. She'll be coming up here and talking to us about racing in Champ Car.
All right.
We'll be right back after these messages.
Awesome.
From our sponsor.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Triple tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
And welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, the Pittsburgh Grand Prix at Pittsburgh International Race Complex.
Yeah, we are yellow flag going into 16 and 17. I don't know why.
All right. Thanks for that update. Oh, there we go. Got a car turned around on the outside of turn 18. 17, 18 area there, so at the exit of 17. We got a Miata that's like half on track, half off.
We got somebody that puffed some white smoke and now is leaking stuff onto the track.
Yeah, I think it was Needmore. I heard him talking on the way in, something about leaking, so that might have been the 240SX of Needmore Gas. They are in the pits right now with the hood up. And
that's 609. And they just continued on. You can see them there pulling away.
Yeah, managed to get it fired up and get going again, which is good for everybody. So they can green flag that corner. As long as there's no fluid down, should be good to go. So, Bill, I don't know if we heard anything. We had a ambulance out on the track that stopped at one of the cars for a little while during that last red flag. I don't know if we heard anything on that.
I don't know. I did talk to the guys about the car that flipped, and I did go take pictures of it for our use to make sure that the car was, everything all the safety equipment that we put in the car worked, and it did.
Cool.
We had a lot more sideward. Is that what I said?
Sideward?
Sideways. Yeah, that's not right. Sideways G-forces in that incident than he did forward momentum. So we do have G-force meters in the Flagtronics. So I'm going to talk to Flagtronics to see if he had that in there, to see if that registered anything in that car.
Cool.
But something we'll look at later, the data, and we're want to make sure that his safety gear in there, is not used again. Hold on, there's a fly that's just bugging. This place is filled with flies.
It's been driving me nuts all day.
It just landed right in front of me, and I had to be quiet because I didn't want to scare him. But yeah, it's one of those things that we're discussing. Do we, some of the series, if it's a big enough crash, they will actually cut the seat belts, and so you don't use them again, because they are used once in wrecks.
Yeah.
So yeah,
seat belts, Hans tethers. I know that from that video that I shared over onto YouTube about the Bimmerline crash, even the aluminum seats, they don't like reusing those seats after a crash. They stick with the composite seats. So seat sliders, seat brackets, all that stuff gets replaced. So it's pretty interesting.
Yep.
You certainly don't want to put yourself in a situation where you've got some equipment that's been compromised, even from the little hit that I took down at Mid-Ohio. I'm going to be sending my Hans device in to have it recertified. I'll let Ron at Discovery Parts take care of that, because they are certified to do that. So he's going to replace my tethers for me and recertify that. I'm going to talk to him about my helmet. I've got a really expensive helmet, but there was some high-density foam on the roll bar, and I know my head hit it. So I'm going to talk to him about my helmet. I might have to get a new helmet before I can go racing again.
So I'm crushing hopes and dreams of people again. Oh, an MR2 guy.
Because he's got an AW11.
Yeah, the first gen MR2s.
You probably told him, don't race that. You're not going to go anywhere.
Well, there's issues with it. It's, they make good cars if you're running against other people in ITB. I think they're in ITB now. You're running against equal cars, but in Champ Car, it's just a non-competitive car nowadays.
Right.
Even with the V6 in it, doesn't have a big enough fuel tank, doesn't have a big enough brakes. You kind of want a lot of, they're not light cars are, the margin. To last, unless you like changing brakes during a race, which I did not like doing. But hey, they're fun cars. You can run what you like. If you want to run it. But yeah. Yep.
All that.
Pop-up headlights. You sell the pop-up headlights because those are worth a lot of money. Kids wreck them, or people wreck them, and you can sell those.
So just so you guys know, going into this, as I talked about at the beginning of the broadcast, we have some pretty spotty coverage at the racetrack as far as cellular, which is what we use for our cameras. So we got a lot of cameras offline, and they're not going to come back, and it could be the weather. It's gotten more humid out. I don't know. I'm not a scientist, but we don't have too many cameras that are running in car anymore. So if you're just hoping, hey, what about money shift or whatever? Well, their camera's not working, and they kind of broke their car too. So
yeah, that's their camera. What cars of ours are not working?
So Wittenauer, Salen's Mustard, 60 degrees. The others were team supplied.
RVA is working.
RVA is working.
All right, so Wittenauer, Salen's, and 6 degree is not working.
Yeah, and the Wittenauer,
that's been an odd one.
Has been a problem. It would only work for about a few minutes, and then it just doesn't want to work anymore. So
what's today's date? Yeah, they're coming up on the renewal here in a couple of days, so we might be at the end of the data on those guys.
Yeah, the other two worked for quite a while. I think 60 reset, and it went right back down again, if I remember right. So
right away.
Yeah, both of those two. You went down during that first round of pit stops and reset 60 in Wittenauer, and then by the time you got back up there, they kind of crapped out. So they're not obviously worth resetting. But we have as many. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 other cameras that 5 other people give me, and those aren't working either.
That's funny. We'll go places like Road America where every single camera will work perfect. Of course, we're getting ready to go there. Nothing will work when we go there now.
Yeah. I actually have 8 camera feeds that people have given me, and of those 8, I've got 1 that's working.
Okay.
This.
Yeah. It's tough. This technology, we look at how NBC and ABC and CBS have been doing it for decades now, but they have the same issues as we do when it comes to this stuff. It's either going to work or it's not, and sometimes it's intermittent. We talked to some of our broadcast friends that work for those companies, and I ask them, hey, how do we do this? Oh, he says, oh yeah, we have that happen to us all the time. Of course, you never see it or hear about it with those companies. They just don't go back to that camera anymore.
Magic.
Right. We actually talk about it on the air.
Oh, we talk about it because, there's nothing else to talk about for 7 hours, 8 hours, 24.
And Bob Varsha just shakes his head. What are you people doing?
Yeah, he was like that. He's like, talk about stuff that we never talk about. He called it refreshing that, you can stop.
He did. He's very polite.
Yeah, because you would get fired for talking about this stuff but they have a lot of really big sponsors that pay big money. We're looking for sponsors that would pay big money. What's Salen's? Salen's looking to advertise all across the world.
You're talking to the wrong
I'd like to announce the new sponsor of ChampCar.Live, where we actually have AutoZone helping us out with some advertising and helping us pay our bills here.
Which I'm a big fan of AutoZone. Thank you.
And they were racing recently at Mid-Ohio with our guys with 901 Motorsports.
someone earlier posted that they went into an AutoZone and they didn't even know about this series, and mentioned it to them, and now they have it up on their TV in there.
Yeah, that's Mike Coppola dropped him a link. It's like, awesome. That's a great idea. I think I'll do that to my local AutoZone too.
Whoa. So we just got sent the Yes, I know a picture from Money Shift Racing. The steering rack is completely broke in two, which explains why he could just take his steering wheel and flip it around. Can you send that to Paul? Okay. Yeah, that's pretty impressive. How do you break that? Here, let's talk to him real quick. Can you give him So you got Chris from Money Shift Racing here.
Oh, good. Hey, Chris.
How you doing?
Hey, buddy. We saw you went off there and got into that guardrail. Really sorry about how your race and potentially weekend's been shortened. Why don't you tell us what's going on?
Well, we had a vibration all morning, and thought maybe it was wheel bearing, could have been ball joint or something, but everything looked good on the car.
Full course yellow.
And I took out for my stint. I was coming around turn and basically late apexed it because I had to pass somebody there, and the car just kept on going, cracking out, and I tried to correct it. I let off the gas and the car started to snap on me, which was really strange just to let off. I mean, I could understand braking, but snapped on me. Tried to correct on it, snapped even harder, which is something that car's never done.
Yeah, we got a replay of it here, Chris, coming up. We're not going to see the whole thing, but we're going to see when you're kind of helplessly sliding into the guardrail. There's the hit.
Well, you can see he has no control there. It's like there's, the steering is just, I'm willing to, did you think it broke before?
I think it was definitely fractured. We took a look at the end of the steering rack, and it looks like it's all rusty, which is an indication of a fracture prior to the break.
Right.
So that's one of the only things that I think that is original on the car when we bought the chassis 2 years ago.
It's weird. You look back, we should have changed that, but it's just one of those things you don't really think about doing. It's,
I mean, where do you draw the line?
Yeah. Every little issue and failure we've had over the last 2 years is something that we didn't touch that was original to the car.
So
it's really tough to, say, we should have done that, and then it just didn't work out.
Yeah. So, okay, man. Well, we're glad you're okay, and it's a shame that you're taken out of the race. So it actually broke in half. So other than that, it looked like not too big of a hit, and it looks like they towed you on the back wheels, so maybe the rest of the car is okay?
Well, actually, the back wheel driver's side, it pushed in the lower control arm, and we got a crease in the frame. So we got some, about 2 degrees of positive camber at the moment. It's good, yeah. If you're on a...
Makes it turn better.
If you're on a left-handed track. We're considering pulling out the Duramax and chaining it up to try to pull it and get some plate steel if we can find somebody with a welder. But, it's the last race of the year. We brought minimal with us, hoping to just get through this weekend, possibly with a class win. We know that there's a lot of really fast cars out here. We didn't expect to take overall. But
you guys looked
class.
Yeah, you guys looked awesome out there. Obviously led us to the green flag to open the race, and we're super competitive throughout the morning there up until that point where the car broke. So thanks for letting us ride along. Appreciate the stream and sending that over to us so we could enjoy some time watching you guys do what you do best.
Absolutely, and I'd like to give a shout out to Flagtronics. We got to use that system today, and it's phenomenal. It's great.
Awesome.
I can only hope for even better development down the road.
So tell us a little about Money Shift Racing. What is Money Shift Racing?
It was kind of started as a joke. We had a couple races where we were racing with people who had BMWs, Kevin predominantly, and every time he would go down, somebody would money shift the car and float all the valves, and he would have to fly back home, taking vacation. And we had a lot of friends who wanted parts, and we opened up a business, and we said, what should we make the name? And, you know, let's make it Money Shift Racing because it's funny. And long story short, here we are about 7 years later after starting the business. We both quit our full-time jobs. And to be honest, you know, 80 to 90% of our work that pays for our bills and puts foods on our table is day-to-day stuff. So we've got all of our advertisement by word of mouth. It's only friends and family, and it supports Kevin, myself, and we just hired a full-time employee. And come December, we may be expanding into double the size.
Do you have an HR department?
Yes, and if you, it's in this back room door, and you go in there and you take a ticket.
Yeah,
and you wait.
Yeah, it's kind of like ours is. I know for a fact. Now, you guys have like 1 million square foot shop somewhere in Ohio?
Right now, our main work area is only 2,200 square feet.
That's close to 1 million.
Yeah, close to 1 million. We do have what we refer to as the race shop, which is mostly storage, which is another 1,800 square feet, which we store a lot of our materials as far as what we haul to the track to be trackside to support people, and the race car and a couple other long-term projects are in there. And hopefully in December, we'll have another 2,200 square feet of actual working space.
Now, you guys offer like prototyping and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, so we have SolidWorks. I originally went to school for a lot of that. It was a long time ago. And I self-taught myself SolidWorks a couple years back. And we were making some prototype stuff. And we do a lot of 3D printing. We actually have some parts on the 60 Degree Motorsport guys out here.
Oh, yeah.
And we do 3D printing so that we can make sure everything test fits before we send out a file to actually have it machined, because that process is extremely expensive to screw up.
Yeah. Well, excellent. Thanks for coming up to the tower and letting us know what's going on. It's great talking to you as always. And we just want to say, we appreciate MoneyShiftRacing.com, and they support the series. Just a really good relationship, and hope to keep it going.
I appreciate what you guys do. Thank you for having me, Paulie.
All right. Thanks, buddy.
You too, Bill.
We'll see you.
Thanks, man. Have a great race.
Cool. And we'd like to have a helicopter in the air to get the best coverage. We'd love to do a helicopter in the air. Unfortunately, that would be like a drone, and we're not allowed to do those at the track. Though I did talk to our fellow helicopter pilots that we have that I've raced with before, and they offered to kind of do that. And they kind of did one year at Charlotte. They did a flyover for us. Coverage wasn't all that good, but hey. We got a BMW being towed backwards, like with the rear end of the car up into the air. So they're towing him on the back straight. God, my wheel marks are still there. That's probably from the tow truck too, or the safety truck.
Yeah, there was like a safety truck. He might have driven on your tracks to get in there to drop off the lunch. Yeah.
That means it's still wet out there, but no. And still high clouds here. Nothing, nothing bad. You can see the blue there. I'm looking at that same bit of sky from my vantage point, and doesn't look that. Just big puffy clouds in the background. Nice blue sky though. Beautiful place. Green everywhere. Leaves are starting to turn a little yellow on the trees. Not really orange yet, but they're getting there. Figure about a week or so, you'll start seeing some orange. We're still under full course yellow. Jackie Sides, Pace in the pace car. She's Champ Car's official pace car driver.
Is she official? Awesome.
I just like saying that. She's also our registration lady, and registration folks help you guys get registered and checked in for the races on race weekend.
Well, there's other people that help with that too.
There's Laura.
Laura.
Yep. And Jackie and
Sue.
Yeah, Sue is our latest addition to the staff. We have some more folks coming on as staff that are going to help us in the Mid-Atlantic area, mostly to start out with. And we're also looking for additional folks to help us out in all kinds of areas of Champ Car. And we'll be posting up more of that as the year progresses.
They thought about having me do it, but then they realized they needed help. They wanted genuine help doing things, and so that was quickly kiboshed.
You know, I'm an ideas guy. You know, I'll think of the ideas and throw them out there, but I don't like it when they say, "Okay, go ahead and do it." No.
You don't understand. That's not at all where I was going with this.
So you have to be careful with Champ Car. You have to come up with a great idea. Dana will say, "Yeah, go with it." But
See, that's why it's so important to keep the bar low, Bill.
Yes.
And that's what we exercise every time we do these shows, every weekend.
Exercise.
Oh, so it's the car that got towed in is one of our the Grit and Grind guys. Another camera car bites the dust.
Golly gee whiz.
I don't have much left to pick from, but we're just going to push on through here, folks. It wouldn't be the first time. Looks like we might be back to green. Oh, things are getting close for RVA Graphics and Wraps. And I'm sorry about all the glitchiness here as the camera buffers out, but...
So when is Salen's looking at coming in?
Well, let's see. They did a pit stop not long ago. So I think with 2 hours and 30, yeah, they're just looking at one more pit stop, and they'll be done. And so let me look.
Fix the camera in that one.
We
need Tiffany.
They pitted at lap 86, and we're on lap 115, I believe. So, yeah, if we had that camera to the end, that would be pretty cool.
We'll probably get it to like 5 minutes to the end, and then it'll go down.
Well, that's all right. Something's better than nothing, I guess.
Pit lane one working? One looking at start finish?
Let's see. Yep.
Yay.
The only track camera that's offline is that turn one that went off early on. So you promised you were going to cross over the live racetrack and fix for me.
I kind of rated, hey, Dana, I'm ready to run across, and I got threatened with... I'm ready now. Do I have clearance?
Do I have clearance? Clarence?
Clarence.
Roger. Check your Victor.
They want to put me in a hot air balloon. Now, you guys know I'm afraid of heights, right? So hot air balloons are out of the question.
Out of the question. It upsets the tummy. It's not good.
Nope. Bill freezes, and I would be just holding onto the ropes, crying.
I have tried, and we got a car slow coming down the hill there on the outside. He's in the strike zone at the exit.
That is a Salen's car. Oh, no. It's not.
It's dark.
Yeah, it's 909.
909 is not on my chart.
Is that his name? Not on my chart?
No, actually, I'm saying I don't see a 909. Lest your eyes deceive you.
No, it was 909.
Well, if you say so.
909. That car right there. Yeah.
Let's see here. Looking through the standings here.
No, it says 909 on the side of it.
All right.
It might be it's 909. Maybe they modified the 9 to be 8. Tried 909.
Yeah. I don't see a number 909 in the standings. I do see 809. And the 809 is the Bush Boys.
They've got a little bit of damage to the right rear of that car. The bumper's a bit askewed.
Oh, and we're going to go full course caution according to Race Hero.
That's a dangerous spot where they're sitting because it's such a high-speed corner, so they usually go full course right there just to get safety out there.
I think they're out of my view now on the camera, so I'll switch over, but...
Yeah, they're can't
just past that.
Yeah, there's a hill in the way.
All right, so speaking of being in the way, it's the bottom of the hour, so we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back in just a couple moments, so stay with us, everyone. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone, and it's Team Salem Mustard leading this race. We'll be right back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it. Do you see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Stress tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
All right. Welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We are at Pit Race this weekend. It's the Pittsburgh Grand Prix for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. I am Paul Veltum. I'm the guy that runs the show. I'm the producer. Bill Strong is the media guy, marketing guy, and he's also the grip. He puts the cameras up. And he's stepped away to go hopefully reset. He's going to try and catch up with the Salins car and reset that when they come in for their pit stop. So that's what's going on there. And we've got 2 hours and 24 minutes unofficially in the remainder of this race. And it's time to do a stand. Let's give us a little rundown here. Let's open up the box here. What do we got? 118 laps turned so far. Visceral Racing Group is shown in the lead of this race again by about a second over Team Salem Mustard. Then we've got Bulldog Racing in third place. It's really been those three cars for the most part of this race up at the front. We've got RVA Graphics and Wraps in the number 111. They've got two cars here this weekend. There is no Z and Mazda, also a strong competitor here this weekend. The lead B-class car now with Money Shift having suffered steering rack failure. Then we've got RVA Graphics and Wraps in their number 411 car, both C-Class BMW E30s. Then it's the Haywood Racing team with their two-car entry, 662 and 663. And then we've got Bad Gas Racing, Blake's Garage. We've got 60 Degree Motorsports, Syndicate Racing, Wittenauer Motorsports, rounding out about the top 15. And if we look at these cars by class, Haywood Racing shown leading A-class right now, 1 and 2. B-class being led, as I said, by there's no Z in Mazda. Then Team Salem shown with their old the old RX-7 they used to run. I think that's an RX-7. And then Paddock Saboteurs. Then C-class, it's Visceral, Team Salem Mustard, and Bulldog Racing. Down to D-class, we've got Rhinoceros Racing. And then for EC, because we have more than 5 cars there, there will be a trophy for the lead car at the end of this race. For EC, right now, it's Eves Racing, looks like, in the lead of EC. So that's where things stand right now as we go back on board with RVA Graphics and Wraps. Working lap 120 here at Pittsburgh International Race Complex. It's actually 2 racetracks put together. We're running the full course this weekend, as we always do. I'll go to that track map, and I can show you what that looks like there. So it's actually 2 tracks put together. So we kind of have 2 straightaways, and a whole lot of turns that we get to take on every lap here at Pittsburgh International. And as Bill said, he's going to go down there and try and reset the camera in the Salins car, so hopefully we can get an in-car feed on the Salins car as we wind down towards the end of this race. So I'm not sure what happened to Salins, how they lost the lead. Looks like they had a 4-minute lap time there at lap 117 while we were on the break. Now, I don't show them pitting during that time, but that would explain why the Visceral Porsche got back around them. So if you weren't watching here recently, there was just a point where, for some strategic reason, no doubt, the Salins driver decided to go ahead and pass Visceral and start putting some distance on them. And so they were gapping them pretty significantly on each lap, and then we had a failure of some kind, obviously, with that 4-minute lap time. Visceral gets back around them, and now we have them running almost identical lap times on that last lap. Look at that, 2-minute flat for both teams. The gap 0.7 seconds, so they are right together right now, those two teams on that last time through there. I don't know if I can sort of catch up with them here in the track cams. It's a little difficult for me to identify those cars in the track cameras, but I'll try. Maybe we can catch up with this race, and it's pretty interesting. You know, here we are with just 2 hours left in the race. I say just 2 hours. That's a lot of time, but these two cars have been fighting for the lead pretty much almost the entire day. So, we got a car that's off track, and it looks like it might have some impact damage too. I guess that was just some smoke that was coming out from the side. This looks like one of the Mini Coopers. And it's still rolling. So we have two Mini Coopers that are out here this weekend. The Wittenauer team is one of them. And the other one is Red Barn Racing. And they are continuing on the grass. They're just carrying themselves. It looked like they had just gone off track there, so they may have something leaking on the car, and they're trying to get around the track. I'm not sure what's going on there. But looks like the car's continuing down through 15. Again, still in the grass, not coming back out onto the racetrack. So I'm going to guess that maybe this is the Wittenauer team. We actually had a camera working in that car at the beginning of the race. And unfortunately, that camera's gone down. It does look like there is some smoke coming out of the back of the car as they're trying to work their way back to the pits with that Mini Cooper. So we're still under green flag here. And usually when you have a slower car out there on the racetrack like that, the corner workers will follow you around the track with a yellow, just so that the drivers know they need to kind of be careful out in that area as that slower car is working its way around the track. There's a big puff of smoke there. Looks like actually some dust that might have been kicked up from a car getting off the track a little bit there at the exit of 18. There's the Cooper coming down. So we got a car slow, driver's left heading through turn 17 and 18. And working its way around the track, taking the, still a lot of smoke coming out from that car. And it's either smoke or just dust that it's picking up. Not sure which, but looks like they're working their way back into the pits there. So hopefully they're able to decide what's going on with that car and get back out on the track. As we go on board with RVA Graphics and Wraps, this is the number 411 car. Now we are showing TF Racing not turning laps right now. TF Racing is a BMW M3, and they were up in the top 10 there. Wittenauer is now shown not turning the lap times that they were. So that must indeed be the Wittenauer Mini Cooper that's experienced some kind of a mechanical problem. But it looks like they were able to get the car back around to pit in, and they're probably in the pits right now, although I don't have a signal on their car that they've crossed the pit loop. So we'll keep an eye on that. We did see the Grit and Grind EC car had been towed back into the pits. Continuous rotation, All Roads Racing, Octane Racing, all cars that are in the pits right now. Bush Boys also in the pits. We know that the Money Shift car has been retired. Oh, RVA off track. Just lost control there going through 17. Again, that's a really popular spot to lose control of the car. It's so easy to overcook it a little bit going into 17 down there and find yourself sliding off the racetrack. We'll take another look at that here in instant replay. So looks like the Porsche 944 of Salen's, the charcoal car here, going down in the corner, tries to leave him some room, and it looks like it just takes it way off into the grass out here. Now the track was pretty wet. The grass rather was pretty wet this morning. There was a lot of fog and dew that fell. It was quite cool out. It looks like we've gone full course caution now. So I'm not sure if we have a situation with something on the racetrack over there, but we know the Mini Cooper never re-entered the racetrack over there. So back on board with RVA. They seem to be doing all right after that off there going down into 17, but nevertheless, we are under caution here, and I'll check some of these track cameras and see if we can identify any cars that are off right now, but I'm not seeing anything. In fact, what we'll do is we'll just go ahead and stay on board with RVA here and roll around the track and see if we see anything. So we're full course caution out here at pit race. So that means no passing and 50% race speed. Now, I saw some tire tracks and a lockup. Looks like a car slid off the racetrack there at the base of the hill there, down around that turn 15 area. And that would be off camera from our view, I think. And they could be up against the guardrail down there and out of view. So if they have any concerns about a car getting into the wall, they're typically going to yellow the whole field because they want to go over there and look at that guardrail and make sure that the barrier there hasn't been compromised in some way, that they would need to do a repair. So we'll keep an eye out here, see if we can see anything else. As we're on board with RVA. You know, they've really had a pretty good race of it too. They're up in 4th place right now, and they've been there pretty solidly. So there we've got some emergency vehicles as we're heading down through that turn 3-4 complex. Now, I don't know if that's their typical spot, but I don't think so. They looked too close to the racetrack. They didn't look like they were behind a barrier. So I'm going to presume, because you know what happens when we assume. So I'm going to presume that they're working a site where we've got a car that's stranded. So we'll be on board here with Needsmore as we come through that same section of the racetrack, and we'll see if we can get another look at what might be happening down there. Yeah, that Eves Motorsports is kicking butt. Did I get that name right, Peter? Is it Eves? Did I pronounce that right? I need all the help I can get, man. Okay, so we got a car stranded there at track right, going through that turn 3-4 complex. So that's what this is probably all about. He's right out there at the edge of the racetrack. So yeah, type into the comments down there below, Peter. I want to make sure I get you right, so I'm not, I call these races, and I know I've seen your team name before, and I know it's typically how I pronounce it, but I've had it where, a year or two has gone by, and I've been saying it wrong the whole time before somebody says, hey, by the way, that's not right. Not that anybody listens to this show anyway, but I do want to say thank you to everybody who's hit the like button on the broadcast, because I think we were up into the 40s there at one point, and it's dropped back to 35. If you don't watch the show long enough, if you just hit like and you only watch like 10 minutes and then leave, it'll retract it. So appreciate you guys hitting the like button. It helps our algorithm out. Appreciate that. So we're full course caution right now as workers are tending to a car that's stranded on the racetrack. And it could be the Boston Whiners. It's not Wittenauer. They made it in, I think. They didn't cross the pit loop, but that's not necessarily indicative that they didn't go into the pits. I think they did. The pit loop is usually, halfway down the pit lane. Your pits might be before the pit loop. You can also duck in. Some racetracks you can duck into the paddock before the pit loop, so you never actually go across it. So it could be the Boston Whiners that are stranded. It could be TF Racing that's stranded over there that are being tended to. We're not sure. Question related to the race. When is the new VPI list coming out? The important dates. Link said it was supposed to come out on September 30th. I haven't heard of anything about it. I don't know. I don't know if I'll ask. We can ask Bill when he comes back on the horn here, see if he's heard anything about the VPI list. He's not really involved with tech, and that's probably more of a tech board thing. But he might know. Otherwise, you might have to send an email out to one of the board members and see what their thinking is, because tech is, the way I understand it, like the TAC and tech is. They work with the board, and then the board sends down, okay, this is what it is. They quote unquote make the rules. So that's at the top of that whole scenario there is the board of directors. And I would imagine if you sent an email off to one of the board members, they would be able to answer that question for you. But Bill might have heard something. Maybe. We'll ask him when he comes back. Yeah, it might be on the forums too. I wish I did, buddy. I wish I did. If I did, I'd be happy to tell you. I wish I did. So cars are circulating here. Looks like we're heading back down into turn 1 here on board with Needsmore. So we'll get another look at that site where the crews are working. So there's a car parked at the left at pit out, it looks like. That's kind of odd. Let's see. Wait a minute. No. Or is this the front straightaway? Was that a car parked at pit in trying to get into the pits? Not sure. And what's that gadget they have wrapped down there on the floor? Huh. I'm really curious what that is. You think it's a computer? Oh, it could be. That they have it wrapped in plastic to make sure that it doesn't get wet? I would never... I can't imagine putting it all the way on the bottom of the floor, though, like that, because that's... It seems like you're just asking for it to get flooded right there with water. And we're heading up the hill, so I missed it. Could be that, while I was looking at that package down there, we drove right by it. There's Haywood Racing. Looks like he's got a Porsche logo on his helmet. Shouldn't be much longer here before we get back to green. Just gonna switch between some cameras here, see if we can pick up an idea on track condition any further here, but it's not looking bad. Next broadcast is going to be Road America on the 23rd and 24th. Of course, we'll have a race tomorrow. We do have a race at Mosport, but we won't be covering that race. There's a wrecker coming in. There's nothing on the hook, though. There's some cars trying to catch up to the back of the field as we're led under pace car. There's the field coming back. See if we can see the lights on the top of that pace car and give us an idea of whether or not that car's coming in. Yeah, I can't really see anything. And we'll just watch for that green indication coming up from race hero. Yep, there it is. So they've gone back to green. Showing Visceral Racing Group leading, so we should see Visceral leading the Porsche of Salins. Yep, that's what we got. All right. There's RVA Graphics and Wraps going by. So if you're just tuning in, Money Shift Racing had a steering rack issue, and that took them out of the race. We had one of the Salins Porsches, we had one of the Salins Porsches go out. That must have been the ketchup car with some sort of a mechanical problem. We also had, it had some smoke coming out from the back of the car. We also had one of the Visceral Racing Porsches with engine failure early on, very early on, and that was the number 918. And they retired that car. And sorry about all the buffering on the camera here. Makes it kind of difficult to really get anything out of that. So we'll go on board with need more gas. Looks like he's using the factory steering wheel. Nothing wrong with that, really. You know, there's some cars that you really don't need a removable steering wheel. You can just leave it the way it is. You know, why overcomplicate things if you don't need it? Why bother with it? Just take out the airbag and use what you have. The inside gearbox parts wanted to go outside. I hope I didn't oil down much of the track. I don't think you did. I didn't see. I mean, you did a fantastic job, by the way. Being aware that there was a problem and trying to stay off the racing surface. So kudos, hats off to you for doing that. I didn't see anybody out there spreading the quick dry. So I don't think there was any concerns about that or any evidence that there was something down on the track. So sorry to hear for your troubles today. We were really excited for you. I know you guys were excited. Congratulations on the Frozen Rotors certificate. So glad that you guys won that, and I know you'll be back. So, looking forward to seeing you at your next race. Let us know, where you plan to race next. All right, so we've reached the top of the hour. We've just come off of yellow. Bissell Racing Group, your leader by just about 1 second. This should be pretty interesting. We're going to see what happens here as this race unfolds over the next 2 hours. So stay with us, everyone. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. I'm Paul Veltum, and we'll be right back.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Bring on the frozen tundra, the grinding gravel, the cratered concrete, the rain-soaked streets. Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Reliable performance in unreliable conditions. Designed to meet or exceed original equipment performance. That's why more auto technicians choose Duralast parts. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Welcome back here. Welcome back, everyone, to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, and it's the Pittsburgh Grand Prix at Pit Race this weekend, as we call it. And check out the carnage here, folks. A broken steering rack. You can see how that gear just sheared off, broke in half. And Chris said it did have some rust on it, which indicated, it had been fractured for some time, and it was just a matter of time before it finally had enough of their shenanigans and decided to break. So, yeah, that happened today. Money Shift Racing out of the race and potentially out of the weekend here. He said they're looking for a Duramax to straighten out the back end of that car. They've got a crease in the frame at the back of the car where they got into that guardrail there. So, yeah, ouch, kabamo. Hey, AJ. Welcome back, my friend. On board with RVA Graphics and Wraps as they're piloting that E30, that old trusty E30 around the racetrack here. On this little over 2 mile racetrack. Back up onto the front straightaway to start another lap out here at Pittsburgh International Race Complex as they come down that front straightaway. Down into turn one we go. This takes them down the front straightaway of the South Course here at Pittsburgh International. We got another car that snuck up underneath them there. And come down to that area of the track that usually gets a little bit spotty for coverage. We'll see if we can pick them up on the track cam as they come through turn 6. There's the red car that got by them as they climb that super steep hill, heading up to 6 there at the crest. This will take them down through the S's here. As they cross over turn 11, that'll take them back onto the original, or no, I think it's the new part of the course. This is the original. This should bring them back here. Yeah, there they are. Again, heading uphill here. Coming down into 15, sweeping downhill to this very fast part of the racetrack here. You can see just how quick that is. Braking hard for turn 17. Come back off of 18, past pit in and back up onto the front straightaway And that's a lap at Pittsburgh International Race Complex with a 2:07 on that last lap. Nope, 2:06.747 that last lap, with a 2:04 being the fastest lap time turned for the day for the RVA Graphics and Wraps team. You can see they've got a picture of Doc Waldrop there on their dashboard, wishing him rest in peace. Doc, who we lost back in June, or excuse me, back in, it was back in June. Was a fixture in the series and even a board member for some time as secretary. And of course, an important component of this live broadcast. When he, unfortunately, suddenly we lost him back in June of this year. And our thoughts and prayers are with his family. As RVA is just having a great race of it today. Both of their cars doing particularly well. Give you a rundown here of where things stand right now. Visceral Racing Group has just set their fastest lap time of the day in second place. Really dropping the hammer here, trying to catch up and get around Team Salem. We're getting down to crunch time here with under 2 hours now remaining in this race. Both teams expected to stop to comply with that 2-hour maximum stint time for their drivers. A 1.741 gap is the distance from first to second place. They just turned in a 2.00.3, so a 2 flat for Team Salem's 2 flat on that last lap. Bulldog Racing in third place. We've got Eves Motorsports leading EC. In fourth place, we have RVA Graphics and Wraps. There is no Z, and Mazda is leading B-Class there in sixth place. Then it's Haywood Racing and their Miata, who's leading A-Class. Then it's Bad Gas Racing, Blake's Garage, RVA Graphics and Wraps in the number 411, Haywood Racing in the 663. Then it's 60 Degree Motorsports in their Chevrolet Beretta. Then we've got Syndicate Racing Development behind them. Team Salem Charcoal in the old Mazda RX-7. Murray Motorsports behind them. 20th place, it's JS Motorsports in their Mazda Miata. So we go on board with Need More Gas in their 240. We'll look down through the standings here to see how their day is shaping out. Scrappy Doo Racing shown in the pits, as well as Boston Winers in their EC car. Needs More Gas is scored in 29th place, but there's several EC cars in front of them. They're actually pretty close to that top 20 right now with that Nissan. And as we saw from the feed here, Wittenauer Motorsports gearbox problems. It's taken them out of the race today. We don't know if they'll be back in for tomorrow's race or not. But that is a shame. That Mini Cooper, one of 2 Mini Coopers that are out here this weekend, throwing in the towel for the day. Red Barn Racing, the other remaining Mini Cooper, number 253. Red Barn Racing down in 49th place right now, not having a very good day of it. Several cars shown in the pits right now. Some of these cars have crossed the pit loop and don't plan to return today. Banana Splits, more trouble for the Banana Splits team after a money shift back at Mid-Ohio damaged the engine, dropping a valve. They got the car repaired quickly. A lot of work to get done in just a few weeks to get the car back out here, and more mechanical issues apparently for that car. The 947 right there on the outside of the RVA car as they're working their way around the track. You know, we've got a number of EC cars here that are actually quicker than our front competitors, you know, our top 5 teams. So they are getting passed by these cars and contending with them in the midst of running almost really a separate race, because the EC cars do not qualify for a podium position in Champ Car. They are excluded because they do not fit within the rule set of Champ Car. Through 16 now, very fast braking, down to 4th, down to 3rd gear, clips the apex on the way in, lets the car track out. He's back on the power, so he's rolling around the outside here through 19. He's checking his wrist every time he comes through here. I'm not sure if he's looking at lap times or what he's doing, but I notice he pulls his glove up and checks his wrist, and now he's put his visor back down. Now, the car ahead does dip a tire off. Now the visor goes back up. Might be competing with some sun that's coming into the car there at that part of the racetrack. Not sure. I don't know if we can pick him up here or not. As we get down into that Coyote Gulch area, this is the part of the racetrack where the signal isn't very good. So here comes the next group of cars into turn number 12. This is where the cars come back into the new part of the racetrack. Trying to get by one of the, looks like one of the slower competitors here. Heading down that hill. Yep, they would have just gone by camera there as they're heading back down towards turn number 17 here. Just coming around that red car there. It's got his visor back up there. Rolling up through the gears. Got to send a message there, guys. Now let me get that slack killed there so we don't get those pops anymore. Sorry about that. RVA looking for some ways around, it looks like. We'll go back on board with Needsmores. You know, we don't have a lot of those track camera, in-car cameras left. We're trying to get some more up and running here. As we get this next round of pit stops coming, you know, looking for, let's see, Team Salins, you know, they last pitted back on lap number 86. So anytime in this period here, we can expect to see them coming back into the pits as we go on board with Haywood Racing in their number 663, one of the 2 Miatas that Haywood has brought out here this weekend. They're shown down in 14th spot. You pull those EC cars out and they're in the top 10, I'm sure of it. And the Miatas, you know, for one thing, you can't swing a dead cat and not hit a Miata in Champ Car. Definitely one of the staples in the series. You don't have to do a lot to it to make it a race car. Now, if you want to make it really reliable, there's several things you need to do. So it's not a maintenance-free car by any means. None of them are, but the Miata is definitely one of those cars that you've got some points to work with. If you want to add some things to make it even more competitive, you can do that. It's a fairly easy car to drive. It has a lot of grip. It's not a terribly fast car, so a beginning driver isn't going to find themselves too much out of their element. Everything is within grasp. It handles very, very well. And that's really where their sweet spot is in the handling, the cornering speed. We got that power brake, manual steer. And it looks like they've put like all of their electronics up there right next to the driver up on a board. So they've got maybe like an aluminum panel that they've mounted their electronics to, and they've kind of set that up there in the passenger compartment. It's up pretty high. And they've kept the dashboard in place. Yeah, it looks like you guys have the FTV at 158.9. Pretty clean shifts here. It's kind of taking it easy down here through 16. Got a car coming by, lines up real close to him, heading into this corner. He's going to go ahead and drop down another gear. So I dropped it all the way down into second there. Probably threw him off just a little bit, having those cars pass him going in there, and it looks like RVA has come into the pits. So RVA Graphics and Wraps doing their driver change now. Diving down into turn one here. Decides, you know what, I'm going to drop down a gear here to come out of this corner well. Down to third gear here through this complex. Let's see if we can catch up with them here. I'm not sure what the gaps are on these cameras because that's not one of our cameras, and sometimes the cameras that the teams provide can lag behind a little bit further than ours do. They might have a different buffer set up in there. So it's a little more difficult for me to follow along and cycle between the track cams and the car cams. Here's the need more gas. Looks like he sounded kind of like he bottomed out there, didn't it? It almost sounded like a tire got into its wheel well. Use a nice curb there coming through 15. Comes 16. Staying in the throttle. Just gets out of it there to get set up for this double downshift. Looks like everybody's pretty much driving this the same way. It's kind of a single apex. Just as a reminder, if you're having trouble with maybe some of your gear, maybe you're not as happy with the gloves that you have as you hoped you would have been, or the shoes, or the uniform, make sure you get a hold of discoveryparts.com. You know, they support the series, they're a class sponsor, and they're experts at making sure that you get what works best for you. Lost a little bit of audio there. We got a car that kicked up some dust up ahead. Head down into Coyote Gulch here. This camera's actually working pretty good. That was the low part of the track where the cameras typically lose their connection. So coming up into 8 here. Again, a puff of dust there up ahead. Looks like he's watching his mirrors. He might have somebody that's kind of hounding him here. Makes a quick upshift right there. And sets up for what I believe is turn 12 here. Yeah. Makes that downshift. Heads up the hill. And they'll kind of emerge over the hill and head down into turn 15. So RBA Graphics and Wraps, looks like they've left the pits. They're leaving the pits right now. And Bill's reactivated the camera in the Sailings car, I take it. Let's see, they're shown in the lead. Yes, they just came out of the pits. So Team Sailing has just left the pits. And they're currently scored in the lead. Visceral's also left the pits, but somehow Team Sailing has the advantage here as they've come out of the pits ahead. And kind of giving a wave off there. I'm not sure if we've got a corner that's yellowed up. Almost looked like the Flagtronics. I saw a flash come back, maybe as it cycled off from yellow to green, not sure. But we may have a corner that's under caution right now. Yeah, Billy Sailing just sent me a picture here I can show you. This looks like a picture of the tires that they did a tire change on this Porsche Boxster, and this is pretty common. These cars don't have a lot of power. They're about as powerful as an E30, so there's nothing really all that dramatic there. Their only advantage is in the rolling speed through the corners. And of course, some braking. Now that's as far as performance is concerned. I'm sure there's some other advantages. I don't want to make light of it, but you see how these tires are just ate up. That's the downside to the Porsches, is that they do eat up tires. That's the only way that you can have that amazing rolling speed through the corners. There's a trade-off somewhere, and that's the trade-offs in the tire life.
I'm back.
Hey.
Sorry, I could only get one camera working, and that was in the Sailing's car.
No, that's really awesome. Thanks for doing that. We don't have the start-finish cam, so...
Oh, and I was just right there.
Yeah, I sent a message, but I guess you didn't.
No, because we went to yellow. I had to run it.
So, looks like you got a guest up in the tower there with you, sir.
Yeah. Amy...
Holdenberg,
that's right. So, you're a racer for SRI?
Well, actually today with Beer Money Wasted.
Okay. So you kind of race in all kinds of series.
I do. I race in Lemons, Lucky Dog, Champ Car. My first race was a Champ Car, and then I also run a Specky 46 in NASA and BMW Club.
So you do a little bit.
Just a little bit. I'm a little addicted.
So how'd you get started into racing?
Well, I'm a physics professor. I worked really hard to get tenure. After I got tenure, I bought a sports car, and then people say, you got to take that thing to the track. And then I started DEing. After 3 years of DEing, instructors kind of hinted, hey, you might like racing, and I fell in love with it.
What is that with physics professors, architectural professors,
and engineers? Yeah,
engineers. They like racing. It's
mechanical. It's an application of what we're theorizing about all the time, I guess.
So do you get involved with the actual car build, or do you is it more your focus is on the driving side of the physics?
I like the graphs and the data. I like looking at data. I also get involved, working on the car. I think my specialty with our team is the electronics. I tend to be good with the wiring stuff. So
there's a lot of teams out there that need physics professors on wiring. Right, Paul?
I thought we all knew everything. We didn't need anybody to tell us anything.
Never show weakness. That's it. Well, you started racing. You kind of you have a favorite type of race car to race?
I do like BMWs. When I first started, I'm like, they're so boxy and ugly, but they handle so nicely. So yeah.
So how was your time here at the track so far? You've been in the car already?
Yeah. I raced this morning. The first stint, like 8 to 10. It's so beautiful, and I just started ratcheting the time down second by second. My lap times. It's so much to learn. It's such a technical track. It's a lot of fun.
Right. And what's your favorite corner?
Oh, that's a tough one. My favorite would be the high speed kink, because I can get the car in fifth gear, and this car can outpull some of the other cars on the track and really whip through number 16. Yeah. That one, yeah.
Yeah, and then it's hard on the brakes right there. We're full course yellow. Huh? What is it? Debris? Oh, debris in the middle of the track right before turn 1. I don't know where. Somewhere over there. So BMW racer. Have you ever driven any other type of cars? Or?
I've DE'd other cars, like a 370Z. I have a daily driver Miata. But for racing, I think I like the BMWs.
So Chelsea Vickery, who's one of Champ Car's event directors, she's also the first woman to ever race direct a race at Daytona this year. We were talking at the thought there's RVA graphics and wrap stop, but it was just stuck in the Ethernet up there, the video.
Try to stay focused here, Bill. We're getting a little sidetracked.
I know. So Chelsea and I were talking the other day about women in racing, and we've noticed an uptick in a lot of women racing over the last, I say, 5 or 6 races. So, I mean, do you see a lot of women racing in the other series you do as well?
It's sometimes yes, and then sometimes no. I mean, sometimes I'm the only one, so it varies.
Does it matter?
I mean, I think it does matter. I feel like if there's only 1 or 0 women, it just doesn't feel right.
Why? I heard you're like the fastest person on your team.
Actually, my teammate Mark went 800ths faster than me this afternoon, but that's okay.
Yeah.
I think a standing rule is the owner is always the fastest driver. Yeah. Even if they aren't, you just tell them they are. You don't want to crush their spirit.
So what school do you work at?
UNC Chapel Hill.
Okay. There's a lot of folks that race with us that either work there or have been there, graduated from there. That's cool. And that's North Carolina.
Yep.
And University of North Carolina.
Yep.
One of the rival schools to University of Virginia, where I worked. Mm-hmm. So fun times. Well, cool. You're racing tomorrow. You starting off the stint again? Or?
I am. Yep. I'm going to be starting at 8 a.m.
Cool. And where are you guys pitted at?
Right here. Is it number 30?
Okay. So, you'll be midfield tomorrow. Mm-hmm. So just basically like you started today. So, Well, thanks for coming up and talking to us. Sorry we couldn't talk to you earlier. It's just so much going on up here. Yes. Yep. It's a madhouse sometimes. So, and I know Paulie's wanting to go to commercial now. So, well, thank you for talking to us. And if you want to come up and talk again, come on.
Okay.
Thank you.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Triple tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It is pit race this weekend, the Pittsburgh Grand Prix, as we call it, for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. And I'm Paul Veltum. And we're just going to finish up the last hour and 20 minutes unofficially here. Let's see. Looks interesting up front. Visceral having an in-car camera. No, they don't. I think that one had... We were going to put a camera in that one, and we just didn't get it in there. So, nope. And actually, the in-car camera stuff has actually been pretty hard to maintain The bandwidth out there is not very good. Never has been at Pit Race. But, man, the racing is always really good here. I mean, some of the most exciting finishes, I think it was Team Troxel and the Salins guys had an incredible finish out here a few years ago. It was very, very close. That remains probably one of my favorite finishes in Champ Car, was watching those guys duke it out and finish so close at the end.
Lights are out on the pace car. Ron is in the Visceral car. He is actually held back on the Salines. Salines is about maybe 10 cars ahead. The last restart, Ron actually got a run, or the driver actually got a run on him and slingshotted around him. Caught him off guard.
Oh, man.
Sorry, I was not able to get the camera in Visceral. The Visceral's actually pitted at a different spot on pit lane, and the logistics didn't work, and I'm sorry, guys. I tried.
Do you think we could, I'm not sure what to do about that start-finish camera.
I'll get down there and take a look at it, but let's get this restarted.
Okay.
Might
as well try. All right, we're back to green here, folks.
There we go, and he might get it. Did he get him? Everybody's running to the window up here.
Here comes Visceral Racing Group and Team Mustard fighting. Down the front straightaway we go, and it looks like the Porsche has held off. The Porsche of Salins Mustard has held off the Visceral Racing Group Porsche as they come down the front straightaway for the second course. Hard braking down into 3 and 4 here. And we're going to kind of lose them there. We'll try to pick them up on the track camera as they come through turn number 6 here.
Now, the Salins car, brand spanking new Yokohama tires. Did a 4-tire change that last stop.
Yeah, I showed those on the show here. Those tires were shot, and that's pretty typical for those Boxsters. But looks like a big advantage here going through turn 6 for the Team Salin Porsche. Nice gap that they've already formed coming down the front straightaway, and about halfway through this first lap since we went back to green.
Yeah, Salins is worried. They're running out of new tires, so they're having to do some stuff on some of their older used tires too. So I know Ron's the same way. Ron's on the same tires.
And it looks like Visceral falling back. A couple more cars have overtaken him heading through turn number 12. So the Visceral Porsche falling back.
Interesting. Don't say that out loud. Let's say this pull a caution. Let's squeeze them all back up together. I said, you can't do that. We're not NASCAR.
Yeah, we don't throw cautions intentionally, just to bunch up the field.
Yellow. You don't do those. I wanted to do that at some race recently, and everybody got really mad at me. I said, good, make the show really good. Because it's all about the show. And those little plastic trophies we give away. Kidding.
They're metal, Bill.
Oh, Visceral's on pit lane.
Yeah, not surprised there wasn't a problem. I mean, he just was not at full song there.
Yeah, sounds like he's done.
That's a shame.
Oh, that fell down, so they're all right, so they're going back out. Yeah, because you'll get black flag for not having your net up. So he's headed back out now.
Oh, so I guess it was the driver's net that fell in the car, and that forced them into the pits to fix it.
I could have put a camera in.
Why don't you just rub it in, Bill? Just rub it in good.
Punched me. Y'all would have got your wish. Bill Strong getting punched on pit lane.
Oh, we're trying. We're very trying.
So, Uncommon Friends, Bruce, one of our board of directors, he's logged onto YouTube channel. He says, sorry, guys, we don't have the Visceral camera. we put it in the wrong car this morning. And all the leaders have pitted. It has been a back and forth between Team Salem Mustard. Sorry. Between Team Salem and Visceral Racing.
Yeah, it really has. By the way, Bruce is up for re-election, so if you're a big fan of Bruce, I don't know who wouldn't be. Make sure you get your votes in. There's somebody else who's up for re-election. So.
But from what I heard, he wasn't doing it. But I would just go to the forum and see what the latest.
Oh, okay. Well, that could be.
And then Mike Chiswick, he resigned from the board, so his position is up too.
Gotcha. Looks like it's getting dark out there. That cloud cover with that storm front is rolling in.
Not dark. It's just not as bright. All right, let me go fix that camera. You continue on and talk to yourself for a while.
Yeah, that's fine. Sorry, I joined late. Any of the leaders scheduled to pit before the end? No, I don't think so. I think they've both completed their final pit stops. As we were off at break there, that would have been the last pit stop for those guys. So I don't think we're going to see any more. You know, we've got some EC cars up there. We're not really focused on them because they're not eligible for a podium position. So, you know, we can look at Bulldog here and see what the situation is with that team. They also pitted under that caution there at about 1 lap 39. RVA Graphics and Wraps pitted at 134. So these guys are good to go to the end, really. Same for there's no Z in Mazda. The sister car for RVA pitted on lap 121. Haywood Racing went ahead and jumped in the pits there too in that last right before that last caution. So these front runners are set to go to the end. Who they have in the car is who's going to carry it home, and it's in their hands then to get the best result as they can for that team with the car that they have remaining. And we think that, you know, Team Salem, they've got a pretty good car remaining. They've thrown some fresh rubber on the car. And they should be good to go till the end. On board the Porsche Boxster of Team Salem, they have nicknamed Mustard. Car number is 943. It's really been, as Bill said, you know, it's been Team Salem in the Mustard car and Visceral Racing Group. Both teams have lost a car today early in the race due to mechanical failure. But these two sister cars have been strong and up front and battling for that lead all day long. And it kind of felt like early on there that it was Team Salem that was in the catbird seat. They were the team to beat. Even though they haven't led the majority of the race, we felt like they were just pacing themselves, pacing Visceral, until about midway through that third stint, and they just pulled the trigger, got by Visceral, and started to pull out a gap. Then there was something that happened while we were under green, and they turned a 4-minute lap time. They didn't show going into the pits. They did not trip the pit loop. So there must have been some event on track to cause them to run a much slower lap time, and they were passed and gapped by Visceral Racing Group during that time. Subsequently, they were chasing them down right as we went into this last pit stop, and they came out ahead. I think Visceral got by them right at the start of the race when they went back to green, but they passed them since then, and now it looks like Visceral had to pit in order to take care of a window net that had fallen down that wasn't properly secured, apparently, from that last pit stop. You know, it was essentially their first lap back to green since they had come out of the pits. So that's kind of the setup of what we've had happen in the race. We know the Wittenauer team and their 2008 Mini Cooper suffered some gearbox problems. Money Shift Racing is also out of the race with steering rack failure that put them into the guardrail and also damaged the back of the car, including some of the subframe. That's going to have to be straightened out before they can get back onto the racetrack. As we're on board with Need More Gas, giving some point buys here. We've had a couple red flag conditions. One of the cars got turned over. We had another car that broke on the racetrack. They got those cars pulled back, and so aside from those 2 red flag conditions, not a whole lot to speak of. It's been a fairly fast and clean race today, and that's kind of indicative of pit race. Going back on board with the leader right now. We're showing up 1.31 seconds over Vissel Racing Group. It just turned into 2:04. Excuse me. I believe that's 1 minute and 31 seconds instead between Visceral and Team Salem. Remember, they had to swing into the pits there to get that window net fixed before they could go back out. So working lap 147 here, with about an hour and 10 minutes remaining unofficially in this race. They're going to checker this race at 5 o'clock. And as things stand right now, it looks like it's going to be difficult for anybody to catch and overtake that Team Salem Mustard 99 Porsche Boxster. It was the Mustard car that won this race last year on Sunday. They finished 9th last year on Saturday, day 1. So they're looking to best their finish from last year and put that Porsche up on the winner's podium step this year on Saturday. We'll see how that works out for them. There's still a lot of racing to be done, and we've certainly seen in the past how the complexion of the race can change dramatically, even in the last 30 minutes of the race. And we're certainly not near that just yet. So it's going to be a wait and see attitude. But right now, Team Salem really they haven't really put a foot wrong. They've done everything right. They avoided a big accident there earlier in the race. They were able to avoid calamity when a car lost control right in front of them and crossed the racetrack. Somehow they missed that, and that's part of racing. Sometimes luck plays a big part of the game in these wins. So yeah, Troy Trulio just sent me a message. Who's racing with the team, with the Visceral Racing Group, saying, hey, our window net came undone and we had to put it back in. Troy was doing a good job piloting that car. So that's a quick synopsis of how the race has unfolded so far. So right now we've got Team Salem Mustard leading this race over Visceral Racing Group. Just waiting for them to come by so it can get you that gap. Kind of surprised it's still showing a lap down. We know it's about a minute, so it does take a little bit of time to get through that. I'm also surprised to see we have so many EC cars up at the front of the pack. Many times these EC cars end up down at the bottom of the pack even though they're not really racing within our rule set. You think they would always be at the front, always be leading the race, but it's not really that often that they do, especially this late in the game. But still waiting for a gap to show up on Visceral to give you an idea. But they just ran a 2:06 to Team Salen's 2:04. There's the gap. It's a 1 minute 34 seconds is the gap between the two cars, first and second place. Third place is going to be Bulldog Racing. Fourth is going to be RVA Graphics and Wraps in number 111. Your B class leading team is next. That's there's no Z in Mazda. Then it's RVA Graphics and Wraps in the number 411. Then it's Haywood Racing in the number 662. Blake's Garage, Bad Gas Racing, 60 Degree Motorsports in that Chevy Beretta, the car that led the race earlier today. Syndicate Racing is behind them, with Haywood Racing in number 663. Then it's Bad Idea Racing, Team Salen Charcoal in that RX-7. Murray Motorsports is behind them, with JS Motorsports behind them as well. So that's a quick rundown there on our standings. You're welcome, Bruce. Yeah, Laguna Seca is going to be great, and I sure hope that everybody makes the effort this year to make the trip out there and enjoy that racetrack. It's an epic racetrack. I've had the pleasure of driving on that track before, and I've done countless laps in iRacing. Truly an epic racetrack, and I hope if you guys haven't been out there yet, you really need to make that your bucket list stop this year. Make sure you get out there, because you just never know. You just never know how long something's going to be around, and this year we have that opportunity. So take advantage of it, you know. So on board with RVA Graphics and Wraps, this is the number 111 car, unofficially scored in, let's see, for second, third, fourth place. So just outside of the podium. They're down 3 laps from the leader. Looks like they've got a picture of Doc Waldrop there, and you'll notice down here on our screen, I've got Doc kind of hanging out there by the Tire Rack logo, keeping an eye on everything. As I prepare the graphics for each race event, I always make sure to sneak Doc in there somewhere. So he's always present, always watching. Let's see if we can get any camera feeds suffering a little bit here the last couple minutes, but we'll go on board with Team Salen Mustard in their Porsche. If we can get an idea where they are on track, maybe we'll try and follow them a little bit with the track cameras. Looks like you're going through turn 4 here. Let's see if we catch them coming through turn 6. There we go. There's our leader of the race. Going up through a dust storm there. One of the teams obviously dropped a couple tires off there at the exit going up towards 7 and left the leader a little bit of a gift in the air. Around this corner, they'll break for the pivot through 12 here. Re-entering the new part of the track. There he is, trying to make his way around another car as they head down the hill here. That looks like RVA just up ahead. Maybe a little off the pace, not sure. And we should see that Porsche emerge here, unless I've lost them. Yeah, I think they got away from me here. Is that the water tower? I think they're already back on the front straightaway. Yep. And we got that front straightaway camera back up for the start-finish line, so hopefully we'll be able to have that camera running for you for the finish of this race here in just over an hour. So this is a good time to break for commercial. So we'll go ahead and do that. We're going to take a quick commercial break here, folks. I'll be back here in just a couple minutes, so stay with us, everyone. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We're at Pit Race this weekend, and it's the Salins Mustard car leading this race. We'll be right back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it. You see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Stress tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
And welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We're at Pittsburgh International Race Complex here for less than an hour here of racing to determine the winner of Saturday's race at Pitt Race. It's the Pittsburgh Grand Prix, we're calling it this weekend. I'm Paul Veltum with Bill Strong, and we're going to call the race here to the finish for you. Welcome, everybody. We appreciate those hitting those likes. Of course, we're on board with the leader here, shown over a minute up on Visceral Racing Group, who's dropped their lap times down, just turned to 2:07 on that last lap. So pretty obvious, it's out of reach for them to catch them unless some incredible events happen here on track. They would need some cautions to stack the field back up, and that Porsche is pretty quick. It'd be difficult to chase them down. Certainly, with these lap times, both these cars can turn 2 flats if they push it really hard.
Yeah, but think about, Ron's looking at Ron looks long term. So if Bulldog Racing is a lap behind, that's the next placed car. So 99 and the 219 don't count because they're EC. RVA Graphics is even further down. So I think Ron would settle for a second place.
Yeah, that's going to put him, he won't be a lap down for tomorrow.
Correct. But Salins will.
Yeah, there'll be a lap down for tomorrow, but it's also a 7-hour race, so he kind of loses that fuel advantage, although I'm not sure Salins has a disadvantage here on fuel. I think they're making 2 hours.
Barely. Yeah. They can't go further.
Right. Which they wouldn't be able to anyway. But the strategy for today's race was all kind of thrown up in the air when we had that first red.
It was pretty wild sitting down waiting for Team Salin to come in. There was a lot of ideas being thrown around under that double yellow about when the pace car would come in. If the pace car doesn't come in, do we come in? Does Visceral come in? If Visceral comes in, we've got 10 minutes till our stop. We can't, can we go that amount of time extra? There was so much strategy going on down in the Salin's pit lane. It was kind of cool to watch. Things I'd never thought of that they were throwing out there. What if he does this? What if we do this? Oh, there's car smoking there as he goes up the hill. Did you see that there? Smoke.
No, that's the part where it always kind of quits. What's been happening to him often is there's cars up ahead that are putting tires off, and they're kicking up a bunch of dust, and then he ends up having to drive through it.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that makes sense. So Salins can just relax a little bit and just stick right there because they're doing 208s, and earlier they were doing ones.
They're doing down 2 flat. Both teams can do 2 flat, so they've definitely reeled it in a little bit to try and save this car and get it to the end.
And, play the strategy, look the long term, and look. Yeah, see that there?
Yeah. We do have a car that's putting some smoke out there, and I'm not sure that I could tell really. You saw it before I did. I'm not sure which car is the offender here.
The little one. I think that's Mr. Salin in the car there. Joe Salin.
Yeah, I think you're right, because I think that was the one that Billy said it was his father. So I think you're probably right about that.
Yeah, he was all suited up. So, yeah, because that's the suit he wears, or the helmet he wears. Such a well-prepped car. Well, they said tires are getting kind of scarce. It's hard to order some tires. And talking to another guy, and see that? He said that I guess some dirt trackers are having a hard time getting some of the Hoosiers, and they're required to run them. So there's been some races canceled. I mean, what would we do if all of a sudden we can't get certain tires? Do we just say, okay, open it up to pick a hard number and say, hey, nobody can run tires lower than this? Would that be something you could do?
I think it comes down to we end up having to run tires we don't really want to run, but we can still get the size and we can still meet that tread wear requirement. We've got several guys in the series that work for tire companies, and I've kind of been hearing about that, and I was talking to Troy Isidore about this. It was the first time that I had heard about it when we were at Gingerman. I'd say, hey, what's this about tire shortages and trouble with tires? And he said, well, there's some tires that are hard to get and some that aren't, which is kind of the way it's always been. So I don't know if we're headed for a problem or not. I don't know.
Bring up those 14-inch wheels, folks.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can get tires for those anymore.
It's one of those things that you look at as a vintage racer and you say, there's really only one tire that will fit my car with these rims. That's a slick. Like with my Roadster, I could only run Hoosiers, which was fine. It was a fantastic tire. There's nothing wrong with Hoosiers. But that's all there was. Right. And what if they decide, we're not going to sell these 13, 14-inch, whatever they were, tires anymore? Gosh, what are you supposed to do? Come up with some weird rim that'll work in your car, I guess.
Well, the SCCA or whoever your sanctioning body is sometimes dictates what wheel size you can run. So they say, you can only run this size wheel, which means you're limited to those tires. So when there's a shortage, how fast can they change a rule?
Right. And of course they know, when they make a rule change, they could actually make a big problem for the Datsun Roadsters, for instance, or whatever they're trying to, whatever team that, whatever group rather that they're, the class that they're making these rules for. And they know that. There's still a lot of vintage cars that race in SCCA that aren't in vintage. They aren't in the VSCCA. They're just racing in the regular series.
Even though we don't really watch the EC cars, this EC car battle for first, second, and third there, it's pretty good. There's a second, 1.47 seconds between the two?
Yeah, and Peter Eves has been commenting on our thread here about the car, and they're pretty excited to be leading EC, and they had the fastest lap time of the day there for a while. So they're pretty stoked about it. We got a lot of EC cars here this weekend.
Yep. Well, the Mustang's got a 157.
Yeah, it's got that 157.7, which is like a full second faster than the BMW. It's pretty impressive.
Oh, got somebody stuck out there somewhere. 17. Might be a stuck car at 17.
Oh, yeah. Slid off the exit there and ended up in the grass and has come to a stop. Doesn't look like he hit anything out there, but the car's not motivated.
Turn 18. There we go. Yeah, it's pretty dry out there now, so.
Yeah, we're kind of like in 18 looking at 17, I think is... I labeled it as 18, but I probably should have just put 17 there, but...
It's the water tower camera.
Ah. Yeah, this camera's in a good spot. And we definitely see a lot of action down there.
Yeah, I think last time we were here, I had access to that. I didn't have access to that area before.
Oh.
Yeah.
So,
could be.
Well, we're working lap 159, last 45 minutes of the race. And it's funny, you know, when I used to race SCCA, a 45-minute race was long. Yeah. And here we are. You feel like you're in a rush now.
Yeah, now it's like a 2-hour stint. Full course yellow.
Oh, okay. So we're going to go full course caution, most likely because this car is stranded. And they want to get out there and pick them up, and they don't want guys jockeying for position.
Oh, we got a monster in the middle of the grass, too. Oh, one of the Salins cars goes out into turn...
Yeah, that's like down in 14, 15 area, but he gets it back going again. Now, if that was the Cart Charcoal, the old RX-7, I wonder.
Yep.
Okay.
Sorry, it's mid-yawn there.
Yeah, I get it.
You were up early.
But yeah, that car's in a bad spot. You know, he's kind of in the strike zone. You don't want to put a crew out there and have these guys jockeying for position through that corner when that's the most popular spot for a car to go off.
The pace car is on track. How many cars are between Salins and Visceral?
Yeah, see, this is what Visceral does need if they have any hope of catching up with them, and I'm not sure that's really their game right now, like you said, but this will help stack the field up a little bit. They were a good lap behind, a half a lap behind at least.
Yeah, so Andy said that Visceral was being caught by Salins, and they could basically see him, so...
Yeah, they're showing 12 seconds back from the EC car that's up ahead of them, and then there's only 0.7 of a second from them up to the next car, but that car's showing a lap down. So we need the math on the car that's in second place. We can add everything up and then get an actual time distance of what the difference is between them. But we know that it's somewhere around a minute and a half, give or take. Yeah. I don't know. Math is hard. Do we want to get into that?
No. We've got plenty of engineers.
Let's do a visual. Just look when they come across. We'll let you figure it out. It's like, yeah, he's back there a ways.
This roll is now going right past the turn 16 flag stand.
Okay. So that's that. I can't even see outside the mustard car, but it looks like he's going pretty slow. I'm assuming he's been picked up by the pace car.
Yeah, the pace car has picked up the field.
Okay, so there's Jackie up ahead.
I'm looking for... Where are they?
They are heading... Are they heading downhill?
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's an emergency vehicle there.
That's emergency vehicles there.
All right, so they must be between 7 and 12 then. That's going to be my guess. Because they're not in 12, and there's nobody there. So I'm thinking we're going to see them emerge here. So wherever Visceral is in relation to that.
Visceral just turned turn 1.
Okay, so it's probably going to be somewhere around half a lap back. We'll see how long it takes. Okay, I see a car coming. So this is probably the front of the field here, just coming into turn 12. This is the halfway point. Once you go through turn 11, you've crested. There's a seam there, and you crest over into the old part of the track, I believe it is. So
one part, yeah, the transition from the old part of the track is where behind the it's actually to the right of the screen, right back there.
Right.
You can see crossover. Above those guardrails, that was the old track crossover.
So that means Visceral is almost literally a half a lap back.
Yep.
This caution isn't going to really do much to help them. It's
now, if there was space between them, yeah, he could have caught up. But We don't do the pat. How do they do that in NASCAR? They give you the magic lap or something you can catch back up?
The lucky dog.
Lucky dog, yeah.
So some of the cars that are not turning laps right now: Hipster Racing, More Chump Than Champ, Visceral Racing, number 918, C137, Team 856, Ready Imports, Money Shift Racing, Wittenauer Motorsports, Octane Racing, and Breaking Bad. Now we have heard from the Wittenauer guys. They're replacing that gearbox. They did take a break to go get something to eat, and then they're back at it, and they're planning to be back in the race tomorrow. So we're going to see that Mini Cooper back. There's a car getting pulled off, and it's very sad and depressed looking. It's being pulled off backwards, which is denigrating. I mean, it's insulting, frankly. Sailing's leading the field up here. Of course, the pace car staying out. Probably be in this time by. And there's Sailing's going over the hill there. The camera angle and the fisheye makes it look a little weird, but there's the tow truck coming through. There's the other Mini Cooper that's still out here, and one of those Mustangs. And there's the number 111 of RVA Graphics and Wraps. Started the race with about 50 cars. That might be the neon going by there. A look from the front straightaway. All those patch marks where guys are locking them up. As they crest that hill there, coming through 19 onto the front straightaway. So thanks for joining us, everyone. If you are just joining us now, we are close to the finish of this 8-hour race today. Checkered flag's going to be coming out at the top of the hour, 5 o'clock local time. And then we're going to be set up for tomorrow's race. And, of course, the winner of today's race will automatically take a one-lap penalty.
At least.
And that just gives them the other teams a chance at a win if you've got a particularly dominant car that weekend. So we'll hit the reset button and shuffle the field a little bit, and we'll see what happens. But right now, it's looking pretty good for Team Salem in the mustard car.
I think Salem starts out at the front of the pack tomorrow. Towards the front, not exactly in the front.
Yeah, we know it was Money Shift Racing that started the race today.
Yep, they lost some valuable parts to their steering mechanism to make them turn corners. Science.
Yeah, they did. In fact, I picture Chris Ellick, one of the team owners and the driver of the car at the time, sent me a picture, and I've got that picture here. You can look at it and you can see how that steering rack is broken. It's sheared off right there.
Yeah, that's not supposed to be like that. That makes it's the rack and pinion. That bar, I've never seen it break there before. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Record didn't let him know he was in the paddock. Could have been back to racing 5 minutes ago. Lights are out on pace car.
Yeah, I got a confirmation from Billy that the HART racing team is Honda of American Racing Team. So that's what the HART stands for.
Yeah, so we have some Honda engineers that race with us out west, and also here in the east, northeast. We also have Toyota engineers that race with us every now and then at AMP as well. Their Avalon caught on fire yesterday at a Lemons race. Doing some testing. Green flag.
Here comes the field, of course, going to be led by the Salins Porsche as they got set up for a pass here going down into turn one, likely by one of the EC cars. I'm not sure they're going to have the distance to get by that Boxster going into turn one, but yeah, we'll see how this plays out. As we're following along with the Team Salins Porsche that's leading this race right now. Get a little spotty down in this area, so we'll see if we can pick them up as they head up into this next series of corners here.
Station 2 is going yellow.
All right.
So 9-9 is pulled off the track.
9-9 is Eves Motorsports. It's one of our leading EC cars.
Said 9-9. Yep, 9-9. Yeah, they pulled off at the south grid, which is if you go around. Sorry, I'm all tangled up here.
Heading down towards turn 16 into 17 here on board with Team Salins leading this race. Bad Gas Racing got four wheels off the track, but got it back on.
Getting late in the day, guys are getting a little tired. Kind of pushing it. I'm just saying, you can see him. Get him.
Right.
Start taking chances you wouldn't normally take early in the stint. A lot of times the last stint is run by the car builder or owner, and it's my car, I know how to drive it. They tend to stick it out there where maybe some of the other drivers don't stick it.
Yeah. Just kind of following along here with Team Salins as they work their way around this racetrack. And just looking at their lap times, looks like they're in control of things here.
Clear track ahead of them too. That really helps out at getting a fast lap. 40-point British National Championship with fastest time of day. Oh, wait, that's a different series. I'm sorry, that's not us.
Come in, put new tires on, go back out.
Yeah, that's Formula One. Kind of like Champ Car, from what I read on the internet. I still like the folks that get on the show and say, that's not Champ Car.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Adam Carolla was so confused.
Yeah.
Like, what? That's not Champ Car.
Yeah. He was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, he made fun of Leno. they shut down Auto Club? Anybody know if they've shut down Auto Club? I mean, is there a chance we could go back next year, or is it one of those things that it is shut down for the demolition, or has that been extended again? If you know, let me know. Because I'd love to go back to Auto Club. I like that track. We have a date for Palm Beach.
Dana probably knows. Imagine he's looked into it. Oh, someone was asking if you might know. Well, they asked me if I would know. I'm like, I don't know. About VPI. Wasn't a new VPI update supposed to come out yesterday?
Well, the board of directors extended it out to a different date because now they're I think it's the 15th that new VPI is coming out. I saw a note being intercompany communications memo or something like that about VPIs. I kind of read some of them. There were still discussions going on.
All right. Did that make it out? Was it published anywhere that changed?
Yeah, it's been posted up on the need to know dates.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, I screwed up the other night. I thought the board nominations were due on the 30th, the end of the month, which they always had been. And my calendar popped up, hey, they're due. So I took them offline, did up all the presentation for the board, sent it off to them late. I was up to like 12:30 or Friday morning doing that, almost 1 o'clock, and got it all done, sent it off. And then the next morning I wake up and they're like, this has been extended out to the 15th. And I'm like, what do you mean? It's a little blank somewhere. And come to find out that the board had actually extended it out to the 15th.
Gotcha.
So, it is what it is. So I turned it back on. So if you're looking to nominate anybody for the board of directors, you have until the 15th at midnight or whenever I feel like turning it off.
Bill. Not up to you.
No, this 15th is a long day. I have 24 hours that I could actually pick a time.
No.
What?
No.
I usually do it around midnight.
It's not up to you, Bill. It's up to Dana or the board. You're not making these decisions. Don't tell people you are, because then.
Oh yeah, yes, that's all right. Email board@ChampCar.org. No, I turn it off at midnight. Eastern. None of this Alaska time stuff.
Auto Club is running an SVRA race the same weekend as our Laguna Seca race. It is the last race on the full track before they start demolition for the construction of new half-mile oval.
Thank you, Bruce. Darn it. Darn. Maybe they'll make a half-mile oval on the inside and then do an outer road course, that would go like 5 miles or something.
Well, that you can, hope in one hand and see which one fills up first. We're going to take a quick break for commercial and be right back. Stay with us, everyone. ChampCar.Live, back in a moment.
I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have like 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, guys. Here we go. The last half hour of racing here for today, anyway. Not for the weekend, but it's pit race day 1. 8 hours of racing. Team Salem Mustard leading this race over Visceral Racing Group. Then it's Bulldog Racing, RVA Graphics and Wraps. There's no Z in Mazda. Then it's RVA Graphics and Wraps in the number 411, Haywood Racing, Blake's Garage, Bad Gas Racing, 60 Degree Racing, Syndicate Racing, and Haywood Racing in the number 663. Bad Idea Racing, Team Salem Charcoals behind them with Murray Motorsports behind them. Shown in 20th place, but we know they're much higher than that. JS Motorsports, Full Sun Motorsports, Boston Winers in the number 306. Scrappy Doo, Needs More Gas, Paddock Saboteurs, Beer Money Wasted. We heard from one of their drivers, a female driver here this weekend. Having a good time. It's Hart behind them, shown in 29th, Team Sturm. Then it's Continuous Rotation Racing, Invader Zim, Red Pony 2, Rhinoceros Racing, Whitnauer Motorsports, Whip Racing, All Roads Racing, Karlinski Roselle, Money Shift Racing, Bush Boys, the Banana Splits, Ready Imports Racing, Team 856, Red Barn Racing, Precision Guesswork, and Team Salem Ketchup. Then it's Well Lubricated, C137, Visceral Racing Group in the number 918. More Chump Than Champ is behind them with Hipster Racing, rounding out the field of cars that started this race today. Our class sponsors this year, we've got Discovery Parts, Krispy Kreme, and Money Shift Racing. A-Class being led by Haywood Racing right now. We've got, there's no Z in Mazda leading B-Class. C-Class being led by Team Salem. Rhinoceros Racing leading D-Class, and then we've got OFM leading EC. Got less than 20 minutes, about 20 minutes there unofficially remaining in the race right now, folks. As we're on board with the leader of the race, Team Salen's in the mustard car. The car that won this race on Sunday last year is poised to win the Saturday race this year. We'll be back at it again tomorrow morning.
Hey, Paul, if you can hear me, I cannot hear you.
Oh, okay. Check. 1, 2. I don't know why.
Can anybody hear me?
Yes. You see, I guess I better message my friend Bill here so he knows that I can hear him. We can hear you. There you go. So I sent Bill a message. So about 20 minutes remain in the race here. And let me know what your favorite racetrack is to race at. Whether it's in Champ Car or any other track that you've driven before. Or let me know what your bucket list track is. I can hear you, Bill. I know for me, one of my favorite experiences was at Watkins
can hear
Glen.
me. I cannot hear you.
So. Certainly had a lot of fun racing at Mid-Ohio this year. That was pretty special, I think, for most people in Champ Car because it's a track we don't get the opportunity to race at very often. But Laguna Seca is definitely one of those bucket list tracks, and I hope you folks will join us for that. I think that's Laguna Seca is one of those racetracks that I think is one of the golden premier racetracks in the series that we don't see enough people taking advantage of. Nelson Ledges, I got you, Andy. I hear you, bro. Yeah, that's a great track. And I think what's so cool about Nelson Ledges, and you don't have to tell me what you think about it, but I think what makes Nelson Ledges special for so many drivers, just setting aside its lineage and the speed of the track, is just that you have these fast sweeping corners. And most drivers love that. You know, we had that interview with a young lady that was racing with wasted beer money. She said, you know, turn 15, 16, that kink where you're really on it and you're just flying down through there. That was most fun for her. Most drivers are that way. We like fast bending corners like that where we can really let it hang out there. And that's kind of the hallmark of what Nelson Ledges is. And it just, so you just get like one after another. That's a lot of fun. So I think you can't help but love it. 170 laps turned. And Team Salen's in control of the race right now. Just turned a 2:03 on that last lap. Visceral turns a 2:04.
Now I hear you.
Awesome. Welcome back here, Bill.
Sorry, I dropped some stuff.
I was just talking about favorite tracks. What's your favorite racetrack?
Sebring.
Sebring.
Yep, I love Sebring. Even though VIR is my home track, Sebring is a challenge. I say this every time. It's one of those challenges that you're fighting the track, you're fighting the conditions, the weather, your car prep versus the track, and the other competitors. And they're really good competitors down in Florida. Yeah. So if you can finish in the top 10 there, you're at the top of the list. You're top of the heap.
Yeah, Doc and I used to say it's got the most elevation of any track in the United States. It's just 3 inches at a time.
Yes, you're bouncing everywhere. So it's a tough track. I mean, heck, IMSA or the FIA and IMSA do the 12-hour there, which is a precursor to going to Le Mans. If you can make 12 hours at Sebring, you can usually do 24 hours at Le Mans. Barely an issue.
Yeah, Mike Roberts says Hallett. Lucas is saying would like a time machine to go back to Riverside. I know Doc really loved Riverside.
Yeah, Riverside was really good. I did a test day there a long time ago with my Corolla GTS, and it was a fun track. Fast. Oh my God, it was fast. But yeah, now it's a big parking lot, mall or something. Watkins Glen's fun too.
Yeah, I love Watkins Glen.
Yeah, Watkins Glen's fun. This track is actually really fun to race on as well. It flows well along with Nelson Ledges. It's one of those tracks where you kind of you look at it from the air and you're like, eh. But once you get on it, it's like, holy cow, this is fast. It's fun. Yeah, this track is just that 7, 8, 9, 10 area, 11. It's tough getting that right. And then the 3, 4, 5, 6 area. And of course, the braking for 16 into 17 is hard because you are just flying through there. Got about 15 minutes left of this race. 8 hours at Pittsburgh International Raceway. Used to be known as Beaver Run.
Yeah, it's like the county or something. It's called Beaver. The area, there's little
Beaver Falls,
waterways, and everything's Beaver, so they called it Beaver Run.
We went into Beaver Falls for breakfast on Friday morning, and there's like a mile it's like every block has a stoplight. It's like probably the most stoplights I've seen in a long time, but we only have one in my county. But it was kind of cool with the sun rising and the fog off the river and all the stoplights. All in sync too. Normally where I'm from, the stoplights aren't in sync, so it takes you 2 hours to get through them.
Right.
Team Salem not having any issues with stoplights right now.
No, they've really been going green this whole thing. I was just remarkable how this race has gone very smoothly for them. And they've been, they were in a situation during the race where they almost got taken out by an accident happened right in front of them, but they avoided it. And it's just been a perfect race for them, really.
But when you say perfect race for them, this is one of 3 cars. This car has been doing quite well. The other Porsche blew up. And then the other, the Mazda that they used was actually in a couple of accidents where that car is just beat to heck.
Right. Right, and that's one of the advantages of bringing a multi-car team. You know, like Visceral, for instance, you can have a car that goes up in smoke and you're not done for the weekend. You still got another dog in the hunt, so to speak.
Yeah, we're looking at other tracks in California. I know Dana and I will be traveling up here in a couple of weeks or at the end of the month and talking to some tracks out there. And I can't tell you who, but we're going to spread more out west now that the pandemic is, I want to say winding down. It's not really, but, as we get back to full production here, still have to play by the rules, keep people from getting sick. we go to Road America, we're going to put Paulie in a little yellow broadcaster suit with a huge air mask. Set up.
What?
Oh, you didn't know that?
No, I did not know that, Bill.
Part of the contract. Yeah. That's what we had to do to Doc early, when he was at Road America. It's a rule, man. I can't do anything about it. It's a rule.
Great.
Gloves, you gotta wear booties too. We'll have booties for
booties?
You. Booties, not boogies.
What about my image? I don't know if we can do that.
Yeah. Well, green screen, man. We can do anything. Green screen. Good times.
So Bruce is saying Sonoma's pretty picturesque. Yeah, it is when it's green.
Yeah, we get out there and it's all brown. It's like whenever I take my wife to California, everything's dead.
I was going to say, when we go there for the race, it's usually green. It's the beginning of the year.
Yeah, that shocked Doc. The last time he was out there, it was all brown and dead.
Yeah, it shocked me too the first time because we were doing the show, and I'm like, how is this Sonoma? I mean, iRacing, every race you go to, it's always brown and dead.
Yeah, because when when NASCAR and Indy or whoever go there, then it's always dead.
I always face palm when people say, yeah, he has a NASCAR, or he bought a NASCAR, or I have a NASCAR. No, you don't.
The NASCAR.
Stop that. That drives me nuts when people say, I have a NASCAR. Oh,
I have a Champ car.
Now, that's not a problem, but to say you have or someone has a NASCAR, it's like, no, they have a stock car.
But it's not stock.
No, but it's... Don't start with me, Bill.
It's getting late. It's like a 24, man. Trying to get David Kajak up here to come talk with us and tell us some old stories of the IMSA of yore. Back in the heyday of, I guess I used to drink a lot of Coca-Cola or something back in the 80s. So he's got a lot of stories. Gun running, cases of Coke, maybe beer. I don't know.
Oh, we got a car sliding off into the grass here. Coming to a stop. So not really a slide. Looks like he's pulled off. This might be one of the EC cars. Over in turn number 6 as we're closing down on the last 9 minutes unofficially of racing. And sometimes in this situation you just get left there because they don't necessarily want to come get you with just a few minutes left in the race.
No, it's safe.
Probably ran out of gas.
They may let him just sit there.
Is there an echo in here?
Hey, you know what? Paul?
Yes, Bill?
I'm willing to bet.
What?
That they're not going to go get him just yet. They're going to let the race finish.
Just shut up, Bill.
This is from experience.
Thank you for that revelation.
Attending Champ Car races. Attending the Champ Car races. And I took some info from Flagtronics. He's just sitting there.
Nice of you to join the show, Bill. It really is. Nice to have you.
I tried.
Yes, you're very trying, Bill.
Well, tomorrow we should have Tiffany, right?
She might be able to join us later, yeah. I don't know if she's going to be with us from the beginning.
I'll have to behave myself.
Trying to bootstrap that business of hers.
Yeah.
She's got a lot of financial work to do for taxes, and her financial person decided to leave.
Yeah, that happens.
So
sailing, going through the gears, just putting down the laps. 2:02 that last lap. I think he's going to go out there and try and do
A sub 2 minute lap.
Yeah, a 2 minute just to make a point. So it looks like they're trying to restart that car. Corner up, he got it going.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know if he's. Looks like he's trying to rejoin the track. Yeah.
There he goes. We got a delay, so he got it going.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I've been very surprised if they sent a truck out to get him anyway. So.
So after this race is over, I'm going to go down and interview folks on film and not live because we don't really have a really good connection here down by where we do impound.
As you can tell.
Yeah. So I'll do them live and we'll be putting them up next, probably beginning of the week. So I have a template. I might be able to do it before I leave. Oh, no, I can't because I can't upload a file that large. So I'm going to, I'll have it up Monday or Tuesday. And for those folks I think I forgot one race. I forgot to put up one race. That was the Mid-Ohio, the interviews. I'm sorry, we were using a new camera and my microphone didn't work right. I ended up having to buy a new microphone. Sorry.
Those microphones, I tell you.
Yeah, I could put it up, but
You okay?
Yeah, it's like that. That's what it sounds like. You hear about every fourth word.
Right.
Yeah, and it's funny listening to Robin Bank when he talks like that. So, but yeah, it's not terrible.
Are you gonna go down there and take a picture of the finish?
I have a camera up here aimed right at the start-finish line in beautiful 1080p.
That's gonna be it, huh?
120 frame.
All right, man.
Yeah, I didn't bring those cameras.
Oh, you didn't bring them?
No. It's not working right. Dana won't buy me new cameras, so. DSLRs are expensive now. Yeah, we've taken how many millions of photos with that DSLR? It's like the counts on it is pretty darn high. I plug in a lens and sometimes it doesn't want to work. Or it works great for like 5 or 6 images, and the next 6 it doesn't. And that's usually when they want to cross the finish line. But enough excuses.
For now, anyway, right? We'll come up with something later. And there's that Porsche cresting the hill and heading down through 14.
We had it 643. Kind of went off somewhere.
Invader Zim. It's another Mazda RX-7.
Well, he's still running, so that's a good thing. Who to go?
I'm not sure I'm going to be able to actually see the flag, or I think the camera is a little skewed to the right.
It should.
But it's not.
Go to that camera real quick.
I'm watching it right now. We don't have we're a little to the left.
I aimed it right. Somebody move it.
Yeah. There's what the camera looks like. It's not
no, pull it out. You have it zoomed in.
No, I don't. That's all the way out. Yeah, it's all the way back. I checked it before I switched to it.
Well, I'll let you know when the flag comes out where they are.
Well, we'll be able to see them come down the start-finish line.
I asked the starter to lean out further.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or do like Harris Hill does, just walk out on the track and do it?
Yeah, I do like Harris Hill. It's like, what the heck is he doing?
I know. It freaks me out every time. That's the way we did it in 1946.
Yeah, right.
Actually, I think he's my age. Like,
So is it 1 to go?
Not yet. We're waiting. Here comes RVA Graphics over the line. And Visceral crosses the line right now.
He's letting off the throttle here. Let's a Miata come by as he's rolling through 17.
There he goes, right across the start finish, coming up on it. 1 to go.
So the leader's been given that 1 to go signal. There's quite a few cars in front of him here as he's beginning the final lap here at Pittsburgh International Race Complex for the day. It's been 8 hours of racing with some interruptions. A couple of red flags. We had some cars with engine failures today. We had a car that turned over. But through it all,
660 off driver's right.
The Team Salem Mustard car has performed really well, and it's been driven very well throughout the day.
We're waiting for Salem's to come by. He should be coming through the turn here in just a minute.
Through the S's, part of the racetrack that connects the two courses together, the old course and the new one. Looks like Visceral going by. There's the Porsche going by, turn 12. I'll come sailing down the hill for Team Salen's.
Yep, we see him coming down the hill.
There's the headlights on that Porsche Boxster.
Teams lining up on the pit wall to the track. First barrier, getting ready to watch the cars come across the start-finish line.
Just taking it easy is Team Salen's as they round turn 17 and 18. Headed up the hill. And here they come as they crest the hill. The checkered flag flies, and it's Team Salen in the mustard car taking the win on day number 1 here at Pittsburgh International Race Complex.
What an exciting race today.
They have weathered the storm and found themselves the winner. They earned it. Visceral Racing Group is going to take a hard-fought second place after a simple miscue in the pits, but I don't know that they had the pace to put up with that Porsche Boxster today. So after 179 laps of racing here, we've got Bulldog Racing finishing third, RVA Graphics and Wraps finishing behind them in the number 111 car. Then in 5th place, there's no Z in Mazda. RVA Graphics and Wraps, the number 411. A great finish for that car, finishing 6th. Then we have Haywood Racing, the number 662. The number 300 of Bad Gas Racing in their Miata, finishing 7th. Blake's Garage behind them in 8th place. In 9th place, in 10th place, that would be 60 Degree Motorsports, and that's Chevrolet Beretta that led the race early today.
All right, Paul, I'm going to head down. I'd like to thank folks for watching this race, sticking with us through this 8 hours here, and we'll be back tomorrow. Thanks, Paul.
All right, man. Thanks for helping out there. Looking through the standings here, we'll just go over this. We've got, looking at the class positions, Class A, Haywood Racing takes the win. They're going to take home a trophy for today's win here at Pit Race for the number 662. Then it's there's Nosy and Mazda taking the win in B class. Team Salem Mustard, of course, taking C class. D class, it's Rhinoceros Racing, and for EC, it will be the OFM Racing Team and their Ford Mustang. So an overall rundown here. We've got Team Salem Mustard taking the win today by 1 minute and 49 seconds over Visceral Racing Group in their Porsche 944, the number 959 car. Then we've got Bulldog Racing, RVA, Graphics and Wraps. There's Nosy and Mazda, RVA, Graphics and Wraps, Haywood Racing, Bad Gas Racing, Blake's Garage, 60 Degree Motorsports, Syndicate Racing, Haywood Racing in the number 663, Team Salem Charcoal, Murray Motorsports, JS Motorsports, Bad Idea Racing, Boston Winers, Scrappy Doo Racing, Needs More Gas, Full Send Motorsports, Paddock Saboteurs, Beer Money Wasted, Hart, Team Sturm, Continuous Rotation Racing, Red Pony Racing back there in 33rd. Then it's Invader Zim, Rhinoceros Racing, Whip Racing, Wittenauer Motorsports, All Roads Racing in 40th place. Remember, many of these teams will be bumped forward as the EC cars are pulled out of the official standings. Then we've got Karlinski Roselle, Money Shift Racing, the Banana Splits, Bush Boys, Ready Imports Racing, Red Barn Racing, Team 856, Precision Guesswork, Team Salem Ketchup, Well Lubricated. It's Well Lubricated Racing, More Chump Than Champ, More Champ Than Chump. It's the other way around. C137 back there in 52nd place. Visceral Racing Group in 53rd. Then it's Hipster Racing rounding out 54. That's all of the teams that took the green flag today, or at least turned some laps today. So that's the unofficial standings, and we should get those official standings published up to Speed Hive by Monday morning. So you can keep an eye out for that. But today it's all Team Salem as they have taken the win out here. So it'll be interesting to see what happens tomorrow. We know that RVA Graphics and Wraps had a very powerful race today for both of those cars. Are they going to be the team to beat tomorrow, or is it going to be Visceral Racing Group? Well, tune in tomorrow to find out. The broadcast starts at 15 minutes before 9 o'clock, a quarter till the start of this race. And we'll start things up again for a 7-hour race here at Pit Race. So thanks for joining us, everybody. I'm Paul Veltum for Bill Strong and Billy Salen. We'll see you tomorrow, folks.
Bye.